map popped up onto the plasma screen. "Let me run through the details of the operation, Dewey," said Bradstreet. "Okay," said Dewey. He took a sip of coffee. "You and Rob will be stowed in the back of a semi," said Bradstreet, pointing to the map displayed on the screen. "You'll ride to the capital through Peshawar, about 3 hours. South of Peshawar, you should be safe. You'll be incommunicado until you get to Rawalpindi, but we'll be tracking you. The truck might get searched, but they won't discover the trap door, and even if they do, you'll be armed. Do whatever you can to avoid being captured. If the Pakistani army captures you, you're going to be locked up for a long time, and you should expect some rough treatment. If regular Taliban find you, you're dead. It's that simple. So, be ready." "What weapons can we bring on the trip?" asked Dewey. "Handguns, that's it. You'll get what you need in Rawalpindi." "Okay, keep going." "Once you're in Rawalpindi, you'll be dropped off at a warehouse about a mile east of the train station, which is in a neighborhood called Sadar. Meet up is a bar called Al Maghreb. It's in kind of a slum owned by a guy who we pay to keep his mouth shut. It's a real dump. You'll know it because the door is bright yellow. Meet up is after 9 p.m. That's when Miller should be there." "Got it." "Outside of Al Maghreb, you'll exit, take a right, walk 3 blocks, then take your third left here." Bradstreet used a pointer to illuminate a place on the map. "Memorize the route. You'll be looking for a woman in a burqa. She'll approach you. Her name is Margaret Jasper. She's American. The clear word is whisper. Margaret'll say it to you. Remember, you won't have communications yet. You'll need to listen to her. She'll be your first contact with us in at least 5 or 6 hours. A lot could change." "So she says whisper. What's next?" asked Dewey. "If she says whisper, you're operational," said Bradstreet. "It means everything is cool. Follow Margaret. She has the weapons, communications, transportation, money, a little food and drink, everything. Once you go live on comm, we'll be back in touch, obviously. From Sadar, you're going hunting for General Karef. He'll be in one of 4 places. He has a couple of homes, a mistress, and he works late. If he's still at Northern Command HQ, that will be a problem. We're counting on him being in a less secure environment." "What if he's at the base?" asked Dewey. "If he's at the base, we'll send you straight out to Bolin," said Polk. "We'll take the risk that we can force a regime change through him. All 3 of Karef's other possible locations are apartment buildings. We'll give you the lay of the land when you're online in Rawalpindi. The number of guards, what floor he's on, that sort of information." "Got it." "After you get rid of Karef, you'll drive here," said Bradstreet, pointing to the map, "in the hills north of Islamabad. There, a chopper will take you and your team to the warfront to find Xavier Bolin." "Whose chopper is it?" "It's ours," said Bradstreet. "We slipped it into Pakistan 2 days ago. It's in a barn up there. The pilot is a writer for the Washington Post who also happens to be CIA paramilitary. It's a low observable stealth Blackhawk." Dewey nodded. "What time will he be live?" "By the time you step foot in Al Maghreb," said Bradstreet. "So whether you take out Karef or not, you'll have a chopper at your disposal." "Good. The chopper will drop you off as close to Bolin as he can. We'll determine what the best route is as we get closer to the event." "Does Bolin speak English?" asked Dewey. "Yes," said Polk, "but Miller is fluent in Urdu, just in case. Once you're at Bolin's location, then it's up to you in terms of how you assault, when, and, of course, what you say to convince him," said Bradstreet. "Use some of that legendary Delta charm," said Polk. Dewey stared blankly at Polk. "Assuming he agrees, next step will be having Bolin reach out to India's War Command," said Bradstreet. "We could be pressing time by then, and we don't want them to get an itchy trigger finger." "It all sounds straightforward," said Dewey. "There is a scenario you need to be aware of," said Bradstreet. "Let's go back to Al Maghreb for a second. What does Margaret say if everything's cool?" "Whisper," said Dewey. "Exactly," said Bradstreet. "If, however, Margaret says the word thunder, it means get the hell out of there. It means the operation was blown, or New Delhi is moving sooner than we anticipated. Steal a car and head east into Kashmir. Take Margaret with you. She's a messenger only, so she won't know about the full operation until just before it begins. Get over the line of control with your team before India strikes or Al-Qayyab finds you." Chapter 39. Bagram Air Base, Parwan Province, Afghanistan. At 12:15 in the afternoon, beneath an overcast gray sky, a black CIA E-3 Sentry landed at the U.S. Air Force's Bagram Air Base near Kabul. The plane stopped at the end of the runway. A set of air stairs was driven to the side of the big plane as the door opened. Bradstreet was the first down the stairs, followed by Polk, then Dewey. Less than 20 feet away, a heavily modified Sikorsky MH-60M Blackhawk idled, the attack chopper's rotors cutting through the air, blowing sand and gravel across the cement tarmac. Standing next to the chopper was Iverhart, long black hair, a mustache, and a layer of stubble on his face, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, a flak jacket on. He was 6'1", not quite as tall as Dewey, and his hair was not the blonde from the photo. Across his chest, aimed at the ground, was a Colt M203 carbine combo assault rifle and grenade launcher. He took a few steps toward Dewey, Polk, and Bradstreet. "Rob Iverhart," said the soldier, looking at Polk, Bradstreet, then Dewey. "You must be Dewey." "Yeah," said Dewey as they shook hands. "How you doing, Rob?" "Not bad. Thanks for asking me to come along." "I'm not sure you should be thanking me." "I'm going to get you two dropped off," said Bradstreet. "I'm still waiting on confirmation that your third team member is on the PIA flight out of Heathrow. I won't have it until we're in Gertie. If he's not on the flight, I'll volunteer, Dewey." Dewey looked at Bradstreet with a blank expression on his face. He nodded. "Well, it's either you or Polk." "I'm almost 60 years old, Andreas," said Polk, laughing. 60's the new 40. Besides, it always helps to have someone on your team you can outrun." Everyone laughed. Dewey looked at Iverhart. "You ready?" asked Dewey. "Yeah," said Iverhart. "I'm ready." "See you on the other side," said Polk. Dewey turned and walked toward the chopper, followed by Iverhart and Bradstreet. Dewey noted the Blackhawk's M240 machine guns bolted to the side of the chopper, along with half a dozen AGM-114 Hellfire air-to-surface missiles strapped to the rails. He climbed into the cabin, followed by Iverhart and Bradstreet. On board were two gunners from the 101st Combat Aviation Brigade, who would be manning the M240s. Both pilots were helmeted and goggled. One turned and looked for an acknowledgement that they were ready to lift off. Bradstreet gave him a thumbs up. The speed of the rotors picked up, grew louder, and the chopper bounced. Then it lifted into the balmy sky above Bagram. "Put these on!" barked the crew chief, pointing at helmets dangling along the wall at the back of the cabin. Dewey sat back against the wall, Bradstreet and Iverhart to his left. He watched the Black Hawk gunners belt themselves in, then set up behind the big machine guns. "You guys 1st Battalion?" asked Iverhart. "Yes, sir," said the crew chief. "How's the hunting?" said Iverhart. "It's been a tough month, sir," said the gunner. "We lost a chopper a week ago." The chopper ride began above brown, rocky terrain, with long steps of flat fields farmed by locals. Soon, as the chopper flew deeper into the mountains east of Bagram, the hills became increasingly steep. The chopper ascended. Dewey moved behind one of the gunners. The mountains were jagged and teeth-like, and they looked like they went on forever. This was the Hindu Kush, a mountain range that stretched to the Himalayas. It was spectacular, but desolate, a stunning vista of snow-capped peaks too numerous to count. In the wake of 9/11, it had been the home of Osama bin Laden, and it was easy to see why. There were too many peaks, hillsides, and rocky outgrowths to count, and they went on for as far as you could see. "It's about 100 miles, said the crew chief, looking back at Dewey. "We're going to try and avoid the villages. These fuckers will still be out here, though. We're also going to shoot up high above 10K. We should be fine. Have you there in 30. The pilot steered the Black Hawk high up into the sky, and the temperature aboard the chopper dropped. Within 15 minutes of takeoff from Bagram, they were flying at 10,000 feet, moving 180 miles per hour to the east. The gunners slid the doors to the chopper shut. It was still loud inside the cabin, but there was no wind. Both of the gunners were young and had 101st Airborne tabs on their chests. The gunner on the right sat against the front of the compartment. He pulled a pack of cigarettes out and lit one. After he smoked it down to the filter, he reached to his left, slid one of the windows open, then flicked the butt out. Dewey glanced at the other gunner, who was slightly older and had removed his helmet. Neither was older than 21 or 22 years old. "How long have you guys been running ops out of Bagram?" asked Dewey. "I've been here going on 6 months," said the gunner, who'd been smoking. "For the last month, daylight duty, so that's slightly more fun, though you tend to get shot at more." "How's it going?" asked Dewey. "Okay. They're like fucking rabbits. Terries keep multiplying." "What about the Reapers?" asked Bradstreet. "Are they helping?" "All we see are the after effects," said one of the gunners. "Don't get me wrong, we gotta be using them. UAVs are helping, but we get the fallout. If a village is hit and some kid gets killed, we're the ones who see Allah's wrath, so to speak." Bradstreet, to his left, was holding his hand to his ear. He had a comm bud, and he was speaking quietly with someone. He turned to Dewey. "Miller's in the air," he said quietly. "He left London 10 minutes ago. He's briefed. He lands sometime after dinner. We're almost at Gertie." Dewey leaned back and zipped up his jacket. He put his hands in his pocket and felt a small round object. He pulled it out and looked down at his fingers. It was the cyanide pill he'd popped out of the terrorist's mouth in Cooktown. He put it back in his pocket. The sound of the main rotor pulsing the air became a steady din, monotonous and calming in its own way. Dewey sat back and tried to clear his mind. He thought, for whatever reason, of Australia, of the little girl, Nicola Chasver. He looked down at his fingertips, which were still a little raw from the climb up the rock face. Dewey turned back to the window. To the south, behind them now, the crags settled into a long valley of rounded green hills that spread out for miles. A thin black strip meandered down the middle of the long valley, the Kunar River. In the distance, beyond the green and brown valley, the low tan and brick buildings of Jalalabad were tiny dots, like building blocks, in the receding distance. The next miles went quickly, and Dewey felt the chopper begin to descend. The Black Hawk moved lower, and the gunners opened the doors, taking up positions on the M240s. The wind came into the cabin, furiously at first. The chopper slowed as they descended down into the air just atop snow-covered crags of mountain. They cruised over gray and black ledge at more than 150 miles per hour, the high whirring no doubt alerting anyone who might have been below. Suddenly, the low cracking sound of distant gunfire could be heard over the chopper blades. The gunner to the port side of the chopper opened fire, pulsing the big machine gun at a distant bluff, blindly. "Some punk with a Kalashnikov," said the gunner after several short bursts of machine gun fire. "If he hit us, it would barely dent the side of the chopper. There's no way I'll hit him, but you never know. Kind of satisfying knowing you might." He fired another volley down into the rocky bluff. After several more miles, the pilots began to tilt the Black Hawk toward the ground until they were barely 100 feet above the craggy brown hills northwest of Gertie. The chopper was as visible and vulnerable now as it would ever be. The gunners held the M240s with both hands, targeting the ground with the nozzle of the big weapons, waiting for signs of attack from below. None came. They passed over a series of clay huts that grew into a small hillside neighborhood of handmade buildings, wood and mortar huts and outbuildings. Finally, after passing one last stretch of brown hills, the chopper arced hard to the left and then descended toward a clearing, at its center a warehouse, roofless, charred long ago by fire, now abandoned. In the middle of a dirt parking lot, a small group of men stood in a loose semicircle. They were dressed in white, with brown vests and black headdresses. Each man held a Kalashnikov and watched as the chopper circled and came closer to the ground, then touched down. "Don't put the cannons on them," barked Bradstreet. The gunners both turned. "You sure?" asked one of them. "Those are Taliban, sir." "Trust me," yelled Bradstreet. "Take the guns off them, now!" Both gunners simultaneously raised the nozzles of the M240s, aiming them at the sky. Behind the group was a long, beat-up tractor-trailer with strange-looking letters in Urdu, like hieroglyphics, and a hand-painted picture of a walnut. Two of the men on the ground broke away, walked to the truck, and opened the back door. Bradstreet stood as the rotors settled into a slow churn. He patted one of the pilots on the shoulder. "I'm coming back," said Bradstreet. 2 minutes." Bradstreet climbed from the chopper and jumped down to the brown dirt. Dewey followed, then Iverhart. Bradstreet, Dewey, and Iverhart walked toward the group of men. They were young, Dewey noticed, all of them in their late teens or early 20s. One of them, with long hair and a beat-up Kalashnikov slung over his shoulder, stepped forward. He dropped a cigarette to the ground as he walked toward Bradstreet. "Hello, Van," he said with a heavy accent, extending his hand. "Afternoon, Manik," said Bradstreet. Manik's demeanor was serious. He was large, at least 6'4", and broad-shouldered. Dewey noticed he had only a few teeth, and the ones he did have were brown and yellow. He looked tough, mean even. Dewey felt an odd chill running up from his spine. "Manik," said Bradstreet, "this is your cargo." "Hello," said Manik, nodding. Dewey stared back, emotionless. "Hi," he said. "What's your name?" asked Manik. "You don't need to know our names," said Dewey. Fine, whatever. Where is the money?" Bradstreet pulled a yellow envelope from his coat pocket. "Here's 25,000. You get the other 75 when they're both safe on the ground in Rawalpindi." "Yes," said Manik, taking the envelope. "They will get there nice and safe, like I always do. Let's go. We need to get going. Follow me." He led them to the back of the 18-wheeler. Inside, another man held a flashlight. Dewey climbed up into the back of the truck, followed by Iverhart. Manik climbed up after them. "See you guys soon?" said Bradstreet, remaining at the back of the truck. Bradstreet gestured to Dewey with his hand, and Dewey knelt down. "If they do get pulled over, it's Lord of the Flies time," said Bradstreet. "These guys won't protect you, so be smart. Stay alert. Kill what you need to." Dewey nodded. He and Iverhart were led down the long, open tractor-trailer. Stacks of large burlap bags stood on both sides of the trailer and had a strong, musty smell. At the front of the dark trailer, Manik reached his hand up toward the corner of the trailer and pushed a bolt. Then he reached to what appeared to be the flat, dirty front wall of the trailer. He pulled, and a thin door opened up. "Here," said Manik. He handed Dewey a flashlight. "There are bottles of water. Also, if you need to go to the bathroom, there's a pail." Dewey flipped the flashlight on and aimed it into the dark compartment. The space behind the false wall occupied the entire front of the trailer. Dewey stepped in. It was no more than 2 feet wide and smelled of urine, partially hidden by some sort of cleaning solvent, as if somebody had tried to clean it. There were 2 chairs, one on each end, folding lawn chairs. He saw the bottles of water and the tin pail. Dewey climbed into the space, followed by Iverhart. "We'll be in Peshawar in 3 hours," said Manik. "After Peshawar, we're safe. We'll pull over and you can come sit up front. We'll try to be quick. We have been searched many times, I have to tell you, but they've never found this yet." Chapter 40. Peshawar. Sometime later, after hours of bone-rattling bumps in the road which seemed like they would go on forever, the truck stopped. Dewey heard the back of the trailer open. At the side of the door, a bolt was moved and the trapdoor opened. The ugly face of Manik appeared in the dim opening. "We're through Peshawar," the Talibani said in barely understandable English. They'd made it down the Khyber Pass without incident. It was getting dark outside as Dewey and Iverhart climbed down from the back of the truck. They had pulled over on the side of a remote, single-lane dirt road. Low brown hills without much vegetation spread out on both sides of the deserted road. There wasn't a house, another car, a soul in sight. They climbed inside the cab. Dewey and Iverhart sat in the middle, between the driver and Manik. 2 hours to Rawalpindi," said Manik. Dewey didn't trust people generally, but when it came to Manik, he got a particularly bad feeling. But Dewey did trust Bradstreet. Still, he kept his right hand on the butt of the .45 holstered beneath his shoulder. The truck began to move down the road, and they drove for several miles through a sparsely populated area south of Peshawar. Music played on the radio, some sort of Pakistani folk music with high-pitched guitar. At some point, a set of headlights appeared in the side mirror. The driver shifted and said something to Manik in Urdu. Dewey glanced at Manik. "What's going on?" asked Dewey. Manik said nothing, instead studying the side mirror as the vehicle approached from behind. "Manik," said Dewey, louder this time. "What the fuck is going on?" "No worries," said Manik in barely understandable English. Then, to the driver, Manik said something that Dewey couldn't understand. The truck lurched forward as the driver abruptly floored the gas pedal. Dewey glanced at the speedometer. The orange hand moved as the truck went from 60 to 65 to 70 kilometers per hour, only about 45 miles per hour. Too slow, Dewey thought. The lights, coming from behind, drew closer. Dewey craned his neck forward and looked in the driver's side mirror. He saw a black pickup truck coming on quickly. Dewey pulled the weapon from his shoulder holster. No, it's okay, said Monique, holding his hand up to Dewey. They're just passing. Do you know them? Demanded Dewey. No, I don't think so. Who the fuck are they? They're passing. They're just driving by. Dewey glanced at Iverhart, then nodded. Iverhart withdrew his weapon, a Sig Sauer P226 9mm pistol, and aimed it at the driver. In the same moment, Dewey trained his Colt on Monique. Nothing personal, Dewey said to Monique. See what they want, then let's get the fuck out of here. The black pickup raced alongside the truck. It swept by them, swerved in front of the truck, and slowed down, blocking the road just 50 feet ahead. It's okay, said Monique calmly, holding his hands up, ignoring the gun aimed at him. It's okay. Let me talk. They're punks. It's nothing. The driver braked and slowed the truck down. It came to a halt just behind the pickup. In the flatbed of the pickup, two men sat, dressed in similar tribal garb as Monique and the driver. Both held Kalashnikovs, which they trained on the cab. Monique opened the door, but Dewey grabbed his arm before he could climb down. If you fuck with us, said Dewey, the first bullet's got your name on it. Monique nodded, still calm. It's okay. I would not betray Mr. Bradstreet. I will take care of it. Dewey and Iverhart watched from the cab as Monique walked in front of the semi and approached the black Toyota pickup. The passenger door on the pickup opened, and a short, thin man, older, with a gray and black beard, climbed out. Dewey moved to the window. He glanced at Iverhart, who still had his gun on the driver. Keep your weapon on him. Dewey held his weapon aimed straight ahead, just out of sight of the people in the road. Monique marched to the short, wiry man and began to speak loudly to him in Urdu. The man yelled back, and soon they were arguing. Monique leaned forward into the older Pakistani's face and yelled at him. They looked as if they would come to blows. What are they saying? Asked Dewey, looking at the driver. What are they saying? Argue, said the driver in broken English. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. About what? Don't know, man. Monique was stabbing his right index finger into the air just in front of the man's face as he yelled. Iverhart looked at Dewey. This is going to get ugly, Iverhart said. On my lead, said Dewey. One of the gunmen on the flatbed fired his rifle. The crack of gunfire was shocking and loud. The bullet hit Monique in the chest. He was propelled backward by the force of the Kalashnikov, his tan shirt splattered in blood. Monique tumbled backward onto the dirt apron next to the road, dead. No! Screamed the driver, next to Iverhart. The older one, who'd been arguing with Monique, started screaming at the man who'd just shot Monique. Dewey had no idea what had just happened, and he didn't want to know. But he did know this was spiraling in the wrong direction. He raised his Colt, moved it outside the window, and fired around. The bullet hit the gunman in the chest, throwing him backward and down onto the bed of the pickup. He fired again. This bullet struck the other gunman in the side of his head. He was kicked sideways, falling next to his dead colleague in a wash of blood. The older man stood for a moment in shock, staring into the back of the pickup. He looked up at Dewey, then reached for a weapon at his waist. Dewey pulled the trigger again. The bullet tore into the man's chest, knocking him backward and to the ground. The pickup driver stepped on the gas, flooring it to get away. To Iverhart's left, the drivers started screaming. Dewey pumped the trigger as fast as his finger would flex. The rear glass of the pickup shattered, and a slug caught the driver in the back of the head. The pickup slowed down, and as the dead driver slumped over the wheel, turned left and wandered off the road, stopping a few feet off the pavement. The driver was screaming uncontrollably now. You want me to... asked Iverhart, looking at Dewey. No, just kick him out. Iverhart reached over and opened the door. Out, he said. The driver climbed down and began running toward the hills. Iverhart shut the door, then moved behind the wheel. So much for a bloodless coup, he said. Chapter 41. Benazir Bhutto International Airport, Rawalpindi. Miller stepped off the PIA jet and walked through the crowded terminal at Benazir Bhutto International Airport. At the immigration security checkpoint, he presented his passport. Miller looked younger even than his 24 years. He had medium-length black hair and a good-looking face. He didn't stand out. He was handsome, but not head-turning handsome. He blended in, especially here, where he was from, Pakistan. Miller had a French passport with the name Jean Milan on it, supplied by CIA London Station. Had the security desk at Benazir Bhutto been wired into Interpol or any other multinational real-time security database, the name Jean Milan and the passport would have checked out. Milan, according to his passport, was French. According to his visa papers, a reporter for Le Monde. However, the lack of an advanced security database forced the better security people at Benazir Bhutto to rely more on instinct. As Miller's passport was stamped, Parakesh, the customs officer overseeing airport security, did a double-take. There was something about Miller that made the customs agent look twice, then a third time at him. Perhaps it was the way Miller carried himself. He walked in the unmistakable manner of an athlete, or a soldier. Maybe it was the trained manner in which he ignored Parakesh's inquisitive look. To a junior customs agent, Miller wouldn't have set off alarm bells, but Parakesh was a veteran who came to customs from ISI. Benazir Bhutto represented his final promotion after a career of risky work in more challenging environs, including 10 years in Peshawar. Overseeing security at the airport for Pakistani customs was supposed to be an easy job, a coveted 9-to-5 gig at the highest pay level within government. But that didn't mean Parakesh's instincts had disappeared. As Parakesh reached for the small microphone clipped to his lapel to call for one of his deputies, Miller realized he'd been marked. Fuck, he thought to himself. He walked through the terminal and saw a restroom sign down the terminal hallway in the direction of baggage claim. Miller walked to the crowded baggage claim area despite the fact that he hadn't checked any baggage. There were hundreds of people packed densely into the windowless area near the carousels. He stood behind an old man in a black beret. He looked back at the terminal. Within 30 seconds, he saw the gray-haired customs agent who'd stared at him at the security checkpoint. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched as the agent surveyed the crowd, found him, paused a second too long, then continued looking around. He then made eye contact with another agent, this one young, tall, and uniformed in dark green. Miller was trained in evasion. Losing the two Pakistani customs agents would have been easy, but Bradstreet's instructions were clear. If they mark you at the airport, it's imperative that you get back on the first flight out of Pakistan, or cut off the problem at the airport. Do not infect the operation. Miller waited a few more minutes in the baggage claim area, then walked to the restroom. He went to the last stall and set down his bag. Flipping a small steel hinge on the bottom of the case, he opened up a hidden compartment, removed a switchblade, and tucked it in his right hand. He heard the door to the restroom open. He put his shoe on the toilet and flushed it, then opened the door. Standing next to the sinks was the younger agent. He stared at Miller as he moved to the sinks. They were alone. Miller set his bag down next to the sink and turned on the faucet. "Papers?" the officer said. Miller reached into his coat pocket and pulled out his passport. He offered the passport to the officer. "Here," said Miller. As the agent reached for the passport, Miller grabbed his wrist and swung it violently behind his back, then moved his left hand over the agent's mouth to muffle the scream that came a second later as he snapped the arm at the elbow. Still covering the agent's mouth with his left hand, Miller pressed the release button on the switchblade in his right hand. He jabbed the blade against the officer's neck, pressing the sharp steel into the trachea, but not breaking the skin. When he knew the officer would not scream any longer, he released his left hand and took the walkie-talkie from the officer's belt. "Calm now," said Miller in Urdu, holding the walkie-talkie next to his mouth. "Tell him to come." The agent struggled to speak. Tears of pain from his broken arm ran down his cheeks. "Tell who to—" Miller yanked back on the switchblade, cutting the officer's neck a half inch. He winced in pain as blood spewed forth from his neck. "You know who," said Miller quietly. "If you want to live, tell him to come. Calm now." Miller pressed the walkie-talkie button. "Parakesh," the officer said. "In the restroom." Miller dropped the walkie-talkie, then ripped the blade across the officer's neck, severing the trachea. He dragged him to the last stall and threw his body inside. Miller moved back to the door and stood behind it. There was a long streak of blood across the light blue linoleum, but there was nothing he could do about that. The door opened. In stepped Parakesh. He glanced about the restroom, saw the blood on the ground, then desperately reached for his weapon. He caught sight of Miller in the corner. In the same moment, Miller lunged at him, plunging the blood-soaked switchblade into his chest, through the heart, killing him. Miller dragged the corpse to the last stall and threw it on top of the other agent, who was rapidly bleeding out. Blood flooded the restroom floor. Miller stepped to the sink, grabbed his bag, and left the restroom. Within 2 minutes, he was out of the terminal and sitting in the back of a rust-covered taxicab. "Where to?" asked the driver. "Sadar," Miller said in Urdu as he wiped blood from his hands onto his pants. "Al-Maghreb." Chapter 42. Sadar District, Rawalpindi. Less than 30 miles from the line of control, the darkness of evening was punctured by small gas-fired lanterns at every street corner, dangling over crowds upon crowds of Pakistanis. As midnight approached, Rawalpindi, Pakistan's fourth-largest city, teemed with noise and tension. War with India raged less than 100 miles away, at the mountain-ringed canyon near Kargil, India-controlled Kashmir territory. They stood about in the humid night air. Pakistani men, shoulder to shoulder, smoking cigarettes, drinking espresso, tea, and chai, arguing, next to cafes overflowing with yet more people as decrepit automobiles and jammed buses blared horns and raced recklessly through uneven streets. The entire city, the entire country, was on a knife's edge. The anger of the city's devout Muslims fueled a sense of uneasiness that seemed palpable and menacing. Dewey moved through the dark, crowded streets. Taller than most, he nevertheless attracted little, if any, attention. He walked quickly through the crowded, grimy streets of the Sadar district, the lower-class neighborhood in East Rawalpindi, mostly slums and working class. His eyes surveyed with trained wariness in front of him as he moved. Dewey had learned long ago that it wasn't just what you looked like that attracted attention. It was how you carried yourself, how you moved. Tonight, he moved with stealth quietness, cloaked in the unkempt clothing and general dishevelment of a drifter, a freelance journalist, a tourist from the West, a mountaineer on his way to climb K2, a lost soul who somehow ended up here in Rawalpindi. There were many of them floating around. Sadar was a dangerous place, among the poorest neighborhoods in all of Rawalpindi. But with that danger, that lawlessness, came anonymity, and to a certain extent, freedom for this lone traveler. Dewey moved past crowds upon crowds of men for whom the war with India unleashed years of pent-up anger. Sweat drenched Dewey's shirt as he moved. It poured unabated down his face, down his thick chest. It was everywhere. He and Iverhart had arrived an hour before, then split up so as not to attract attention. Dewey's Colt was holstered beneath his left armpit, a black suppressor screwed into the end of the weapon. It bulged slightly at his spleen. At Dewey's right calf, his Gerber combat knife lay sheathed. Dewey assiduously avoided eye contact. Tension was high now, and with tension came suspicion and paranoia. Dewey occasionally felt the dark eyes upon him as he walked down uneven streets of stone and decaying mortar, past crowds of men, past restless throngs of student radicals, out smoking, talking to one another about the war with India. "Just look away," he implored them silently. "I am just passing through. Look away, look away." Sadar's streets reeked, a medley of stinging aromas, the smell of human sweat, meat cooking on open flame pits. Horns blared above a din of car and bus traffic. Voices were raised louder than they should have been. Street vendors competed for space with clusters of men smoking feverishly, drinking espresso, arguing. No, it couldn't be true, a man yelled. It is, said another, and praise Allah for it. Dewey knew what they were all talking about. Were the reports true? Had Pakistan really dropped a nuclear bomb on India? Yes, it's true, Dewey thought as he moved silently past the heaving, angry throngs. You people are within a hair's breadth of being incinerated and you don't even know it. As he stepped by street vendors hawking meat and vegetables, past the occasional woman covered anonymously head to toe in burqa, past young boys out way too late, yelling playfully at one another, past old men sitting at cafes, the words came into his head. The 3 syllables that sent crystalline fear up the spine of every illegitimate 2-bit dictator in the world. Coup d'etat. Miller glanced at his watch. 9:55 p.m. The hour was at hand. They had little time now. 14 hours, 5 minutes. Then India would turn Rawalpindi and every other city and town in Pakistan into a glass parking lot. The temperature in Rawalpindi hovered at around 100 degrees, unseasonably hot. Dewey walked with his head down, trying not to meet the eyes of passers-by, finally spying a small yellow doorway from across the crowded street. He crossed the uneven, cracked pavement, maneuvering carefully between speeding cars and buses, approached the yellow tin frame, reached a hand out, then pushed the door in. There was no sign on the small establishment. He entered the illegal pub with his eyes down, silent, trying not to be noticed by the people inside the pub. It was at the seedy outskirts of the Sadar. Unnoticed as he stepped inside, Dewey glanced quickly around the place. Dimly lit, half empty. Anyone in there too drunk to notice another scraggly-looking Westerner. In the back corner, Dewey took a seat at an empty table. The stench was almost overwhelming. Urine from the bathroom, which didn't have a door on it, combined with old Muri beer and wine, spilled on the floors, never really cleaned up properly. No ventilation. It was 10 p.m. He was an hour early. He sat with his back to the wall. He pulled a pack of cigarettes out from his pocket, lit one, looked around. When the waiter came, he ordered whiskey. Iverhart walked in and stole a quick glance at Dewey, then sat at a table near the left wall, across from the bar, and ordered a beer. It was 11:05 p.m., and still no sign from Miller. Another 10 minutes passed. Still nothing. Dewey ordered a beer. One whiskey was enough, even though he wanted another. He remained in the back of the pub. Iverhart caught his eye. They both knew what the other was thinking. Where is this fucking guy? Finally, at 11:45 p.m., a tall man walked in, drenched in sweat. He looked like one of the locals, but there was something different about him. His black hair was cropped close. His dark eyes roamed the bar, then met Dewey's. It was Miller. Dewey put money down on the table and finished his beer. Standing, he walked through the bar. Iverhart and Miller fell in line behind him as he walked to the door. On the rough-hewn stone sidewalk outside the bar, the 3 Americans walked down the street toward an alleyway. They were dead silent, no words. In a block, a woman in a burqa passed by. Her eyes stared out from the dark shroud for a moment too long. "Whisper," she said in perfect English. "Margaret." Dewey nodded. She turned, started walking, and fell in line at a distance. After a block and a half, she turned into a side alley. The team followed her down the alley. Darkness made it hard to see her. They followed her down a meandering series of sidewalks, doors bolted, windows shuttered. In a doorway next to a dilapidated garage, they ducked inside behind Margaret, then shut the door quickly behind them. Inside a small, windowless room, Margaret flipped a light on. She pulled her hood back. She was black, pretty, her face covered in sweat, a small, roundish nose framed by a short, curly afro. She was no more than 25 years old. She smiled at Dewey. "Hi," she said. "I'm Margaret Jasper." She had a faint southern accent. "Hi, Margaret," said Dewey. "What's the update?" "You're running late," she said. "We have a hard location on Karef, so the plan is on, but you need to move." "What about Bolin?" asked Iverhart. "Bolin's still in the Dross area," said Margaret. "Here's your cash." I put food, drink, IFAC in the car. Arrayed across the dirt floor were 3 HK MP7A1 compact submachine guns with suppressors, 3 tactical vests packed with extra magazines holding 4.6 by 30 mm Fiachi CPS black-tip slugs and 45 caliber slugs. 3 handguns were laid out, all Colt M1911s, suppressors attached to the ends. 3 pairs of ATN Fitz 14 night vision goggles. A supply of hand grenades. To the side, a long, thin duffel bag, unzipped, revealing an already converted Desert Tactical Arms Stealth Recon Scout 338 Lapua Magnum sniper rifle with AAC Titan QD suppressor and L3 Renegade 320 thermal sight, already mounted. In the fluorescent light of the windowless garage, Dewey looked at Iverhart and Miller. "We're watching Karef from across the river," said Margaret. "He's with his mistress. We estimate 8 to 10 guards outside the apartment. There are 2 apartments on his floor, but the other one is unoccupied." "Why were you late?" Dewey asked, looking at Miller. "They marked me," said Miller, wiping his brow. "At the airport. The passport held, but a customs agent marked me and didn't let up. He and a backup followed me." "Where are they?" asked Dewey. "Did you lose them?" "I killed them," said Miller. "They're in a bathroom stall at the airport. They'll be found soon." "We'll monitor ISI and Capital Territory Police for any activity coming out of the airport," said Margaret. Dewey, Miller, and Iverhart each leaned down and picked up a vest and weapons. The extra grenades and ammo Iverhart stuffed into a duffel bag. Margaret reached down and picked up a small plastic box, then opened it. Inside were 3 small black objects that looked like gumdrops. She held the case out to Dewey, then Iverhart and Miller. "They're waiting for you," said Margaret. Dewey placed one of the comm buds in his right ear. "Hey, guys," he said quietly. "Dewey," said Bradstreet. "Are you all there?" "Yes," said Dewey. "How was the trip in?" "Fine," said Dewey. "You're going to need a new delivery man." "What do you mean?" "We were ambushed south of Peshawar. Your man was shot and killed. We had to kill a few locals." "Look on the bright side, Monique," Polk chimed in. "You saved Uncle Sam 75 grand. "What about witnesses?" asked Bradstreet. "Not an issue," said Dewey. "Now give me an update. We need to move." "It's just past midnight, so you have time, but it's getting tight. As we discussed, you need to take out Karef before you go and find Bolin. Margaret will give you the layout of the apartment building." "Okay. After taking out Karef, you'll drive north. That's where the chopper is. Miller knows Rawalpindi and is briefed on the location of the chopper." "What about India?" asked Dewey. "Are they committed to the time frame?" "They're not backing off," said Polk over the comm bud. "Noontime tomorrow. You have less than 12 hours now." Dewey looked at Margaret. "What do we know about Karef's security team?" "They're all Special Services Group," said Margaret. "Karef handpicked them. These are not security guards or even regular army. They've been killing Taliban in the Hindu Kush for the past 5 years. That said, they won't be expecting visitors. Before the war with India, we watched them on 4 separate occasions during Karef's overnights. They play cards, smoke cigarettes, and talk. Still, you just need to be aware. SSG is not a pushover group." Margaret pulled a piece of paper from her pocket and unfolded it. It was a floor plan of the apartment building. "The apartment's on the 6th floor?" said Margaret, pointing to a corner apartment. "On the nights you watched," asked Dewey, "where were the guards posted?" "They had 3 men on the 6th floor, 1 on the 1st, and some men in the stairs," said Margaret. "We'll be monitoring from a safe house across the river. If we see movement before your attack, we'll call it off." Dewey looked at his watch. 12:18 a.m. He glanced at Iverhart and Miller, then Margaret. He smiled at her. "Nice work. Thanks for your help." "My pleasure, Dewey. Good luck, guys." They followed Margaret through a small doorway, down an enclosed walkway, ducking their heads at the low ceiling height. They emerged into a garage bay. In the bay was an Isuzu minivan, rust-covered and layered in dents. They climbed in. Miller took the steering wheel. Dewey rode shotgun. Iverhart threw the weapons duffel in back, then climbed in. Margaret pulled her burqa back up, then opened the garage door. Miller hit the gas, exited the small garage, turned right, and punched the old vehicle down the thin, dark street. Chapter 43. Benazir Bhutto International Airport, Rawalpindi. A teenager was the first to step into the bathroom. The boy's name was Rasim, and he was 14 years old. He'd gone to the airport with his mother to meet his father, who was returning from London. He walked over to the urinals and, as he did so, looked down. He had a strange sensation then, realizing that he was standing in a pool of blood. For several moments, he stared in silence at the dark crimson that covered the linoleum. Then he screamed. Rasim ran out of the bathroom, yelling hysterically. Just outside the doorway to the restroom, his high-pitched yelp caused most of the 100 or so people in the baggage claim area to turn. Rasim looked around, his mouth open, and tears began to drip down his cheeks. He saw his mother, who was walking quickly toward him. He sprinted at her, bloody tracks following him, left by his shoes, across the cement floor of the terminal. "What is it?" Rasim's mother said as he fell into her arms. Involuntarily, he kept yelling. Then he pointed toward the restroom door. 2 airport customs agents heard the screaming and approached the door. The first, a stocky, short man in a tan uniform, pulled his handgun from his waist holster. "Don't let anyone in," he said to the other agent. "Call Colonel Parakesh and then the ambulance." He held his gun out, trained at the door, waited a few seconds, then pushed the door in, weapon raised. He stepped into the restroom with a weapon aimed straight ahead, then let the door close behind him. From the terminal, he heard the security siren begin to sound, loud, then soft, loud, then soft. The agent's eyes registered the riot of blood covering the linoleum, deep maroon, almost black. His eyes followed the pool at the center of the room along its edges. It was coming from the stalls in the corner of the restroom. He inched forward toward the stalls. "Hello?" he said. "Anyone here?" He pressed the microphone attached to his lapel. "Have you found Parakesh?" he asked. "No," said the other agent. "He hasn't responded." The agent stepped gingerly into the sheen of wet blood and moved to the last stall, his eyes tracing the simple stream that coursed from beneath the stall door. At the stall, he reached out and pulled the handle back, swinging the door open. Lying in a contorted pile, he saw Parakesh. Beneath him, wedged against the toilet, he saw another body, Urukin, another customs agent. He pressed the mic on his lapel. He whispered. He let the button go and tried to gather himself. He tried again. I found them. Parakesh and Urukin. They're dead. They've been murdered. Shall I? Radio DIG Sahi at Capital Territory Police, he said. Tell him there's been a double murder at Benazir Bhutto. Tell him Colonel Parakesh is among the dead. Then shut down the airport. Chapter 44. Rawalpindi. The minivan moved along the small dark streets of Rawalpindi, dodging pedestrians as they walked in the night. Dewey glanced at his watch. 12:32 a.m. Miller drove in silence. They crossed a bridge into the southern edge of the large city and at Jinnah Road went left. They took Jinnah for several miles, through the heart of Rawalpindi. Even at this late hour, people were gathered late into the night. After a few more miles, they went right onto Iqbal Road, then took another right onto College Road, and finally a left onto a small dark street called Gawal Mandi. The sky was clouded over. Off the main boulevard, there was only ambient light. "There," said Dewey, nodding to a large, white stucco apartment building more than a dozen stories high. In front of the building, 3 black Range Rovers were parked. An armed soldier stood at the door, weapon raised. He registered the minivan as it passed. "Why don't they just hang a fucking sign?" asked Iverhart. Miller drove past the apartment building without slowing down. He went 6 blocks south, then took a right, weaving back through the alleyway behind the row of apartment buildings. Miller parked the van next to a row of garbage cans several hundred feet south of the apartment building. Dewey, Iverhart, and Miller climbed out of the van. Each man was now stripped down to T-shirts. Shoulder holsters held their handguns. In front, they each carried MP-7A1 submachine guns, 9-inch Gemtech suppressors screwed into the nozzles to soften the noise. Dewey flipped off the safety on his weapon. The others followed his lead. They pulled the ATN night vision goggles down, then flipped them on. They walked quickly down the alleyway, MP7s aimed forward as they moved quietly along. Dewey led the team along the back edge of the alley, hugging the shadows, shrouded in darkness. The men were soaking now in the intense humidity. Dewey smelled cigarette smoke. He held up his right hand. At the rear entrance, more than 100 feet away, was a small orange ember. Dewey pointed at Miller. Miller lifted his goggles to his forehead, then raised the sniper rifle to his shoulder. He turned on the thermal sight. He took a few seconds to set the target through the red dot laser optic atop the weapon. Then he pulled the trigger. The slug hit the soldier dead center on his forehead. The force of the bullet ripped most of his head off, while kicking his body backward into the air for a brief second before he tumbled into a pile. They ran quickly down the alley toward the back doors to Kareff's apartment building. Behind the corpse of the dead Pakistani soldier, Dewey found a handle, but the door was locked. He pulled a snap gun, a device for picking locks, from his pocket and picked the lock. Dewey entered first. Behind the door, a set of stairs led the men down into a darkened, musty-smelling basement-level room. Dewey moved quietly into the room, his goggles on, the machine gun out in front of him. Iverhart and Miller followed Dewey into the room. Through the door, into the basement's hallway, then a set of stairs. Dewey cracked the door to the stairs and listened for nearly an entire minute. It was silent. Then, overhead, he heard the faint sound of chuckling. He stepped into the landing and found the light switch panel next to the door. He stepped back out into the basement hallway and closed the door slowly and silently. "We have 2 men on the stairs outside Kareff's apartment," whispered Dewey. "What else do we know, Van?" "You have 1 man on the first floor," said Bradstreet into Dewey, Iverhart, and Miller's earbuds. "The rest of the crew is upstairs, floor 6. "We'll take out the first-floor man, then take the elevator 2 floors above and 2 floors below Kareff," whispered Dewey. "Alex, you kill the lights on my signal, then Rob and I will take out the guys on the stairs. We'll wait for you, then move on the main floor." Dewey and Iverhart climbed the stairs in silence. At the first floor, Dewey cracked the door open. A lone soldier, the one who'd been positioned outside, stood in the apartment building's foyer. Dewey nodded to Iverhart, who held the door while Dewey moved his MP7 to his shoulder and aimed. He looked through the Zeiss red dot optic on top of the weapon, setting the small dot on the soldier's cheek. The weapon made a dull thud as it fired. Dewey dragged the dead guard to the stairwell entrance while Iverhart pressed the elevator button. Dewey slung the MP7 over his back and pulled the Colt 45 from his shoulder holster as they stepped into the elevator. Dewey pressed the buttons for the 4th and 8th floors, 2 floors above and 2 floors below the 6th floor where Caress was with his mistress. The elevator doors closed and they began to move. "Com check," said Dewey, holding his earbud. "Check," said Iverhart. "Okay here," said Miller. Miller opened the door to the basement-level landing of the stairwell and stepped inside. He could hear voices coming from above. He moved to the light switch panel, then pulled his goggles down over his eyes. At the 4th floor, Iverhart stepped off the elevator. Next to the elevator was a light switch, which he flipped off, darkening the hallway. He pulled his ATN night vision goggles down over his eyes and moved to the stairwell door, waiting for Dewey. He extended the butt of the MP7, locked it in place, then moved the fire selector to full auto. "I'm in position," said Iverhart into his earbud. "Okay," said Dewey, as the elevator doors opened on the 8th floor. "Hold on." Dewey stepped off the elevator. He flipped off the light switch, pulled down his goggles, then moved to the stairwell door. He extended the butt of his weapon, then moved the fire selector to full auto. "On 1, we enter the stairs," whispered Dewey. "Nice and calm. Once we're inside, wait for me to give the go. Alex, don't kill the lights until I give you the signal." "Got it," said Miller. 3, 2, whispered Dewey. 1. Gently, Iverhart pulled the door to the stairs open, then stepped into the stair shaft at the fourth-floor landing. The voices of Kareff's guards were louder now. They jabbered on, distracted, oblivious. With his back against the wall, submachine gun in his left hand and aimed out in front of him, Iverhart moved silently up the stairs. Dewey entered the stairwell at the 8th floor. He pressed his back against the wall, then moved down the stairs, feeling along the wall with his fingertips. In his right, he held the MP7, suppressor jutting forward, trained down the empty stairwell in front of him. He could hear the voices of the two soldiers echoing up the stair shaft. Their voices helped to cloak whatever noise was coming from his movement down the stairs. At the 7th floor landing, between iron bars on the stairwell banister, Dewey eyed the red of one of the soldiers' berets. "Rob," Dewey whispered. "In position," whispered Iverhart. "Alex?" "Ready." "On 1. Kill the lights," said Dewey. Iverhart felt perspiration dripping from his hair and face. His heart was racing now as he waited for Dewey to start the count. He aimed the MP7 out in front of him. He placed his right foot on the first stair, readying for the sprint up to the guards. 3, whispered Dewey into the earbud. 2, 1. The stairwell went black. Iverhart sprinted up the stairs, leaping 3 steps at a time, guided by his night vision goggles. His silenced MP7 was trained in front of him as he climbed. He heard a panicked voice, then the faint thuds of weapon fire from above. As he rounded the last corner before the 6th-floor landing, he came upon one of the guards, running blindly down the stairs. As the stairwell went dark, Dewey stepped to the railing, weapon forward, his finger on the steel trigger. Dewey examined, through night vision goggles, the landing 1 floor below. The soldier with the beret was looking about frantically, his world having gone abruptly black. Dewey aimed his weapon at him and fired. The soldier was knocked back onto the landing, where he tumbled to the ground. The other guard panicked, running down the stairs toward Iverhart. As Iverhart made his way up the stairs, one of the soldiers came into view, clinging to the railing and moving down. Iverhart fired his silenced submachine gun, striking the soldier in the chest. The man fell, then rolled down stair after stair until his body stopped at Iverhart's feet. Dewey moved down the stairwell toward the landing. He came upon the soldier with the beret, contorted against the wall. He didn't need to check and see if the man was dead. The right side of his face was missing. "Clear," said Dewey. "Clear," said Iverhart. Miller's footsteps came faintly up the stair shaft. He joined Dewey and Iverhart at the 6th-floor landing, stepping by the corpses of the soldiers. Dewey flipped a small light of his MP7 on, then removed his ATN goggles, which Iverhart and Miller did as well. In the dim light, he looked at the 2 young soldiers. He showed no emotion, but he felt it. For a brief moment, Dewey had a surge of feeling he'd long ago forgotten, the brotherhood of being a soldier. "Nice job with the lights," whispered Dewey, trying to keep the mood light. "Thanks, it's one of my specialties." Dewey smiled at Miller. He was focused, but calm. He made it look easy, as if he'd been born into black-on-black operations. Dewey looked over at Iverhart. His eyes were as black as coal, yet they had something about them, a slightly mischievous aspect. Iverhart, it almost seemed, was having fun. A noise came over a radio on the belt of the dead guard, words in Urdu. "The captain's checking in," whispered Miller. "We need to move." "How many are down?" asked Bradstreet. 4, said Dewey, including one in the back alley. "You got 3 more dudes," said Bradstreet over the comm. "Maybe 4. Dewey moved to the door, the suppressor on the end of the MP7 aimed at the ceiling. Iverhart and Miller crouched to their knees on each side of the door, weapons ready. The radio squawked again, the voice more insistent this time. "They're looking for a response from the guy on the 1st floor, whispered Miller. Miller swung his MP7 around. He extended the stock of the submachine gun, locked it into place, then moved the fire selector to full auto. "You're entering at 6 o'clock, said Margaret on the comm. "Kareff's apartment is at midnight." "Quickly and quietly," whispered Dewey. "We don't want the general to hear us." Dewey nodded at Iverhart. Slowly, Iverhart pulled the door ajar. Dewey pressed the silencer's tip against the small crack that soon appeared as Iverhart eased the door open. Light flashed into the stairwell. Dewey saw the green of a uniform just inside the door. He spied brown eyes, short-cropped black hair, the silver-black steel of an Uzi SMG. Dewey moved the suppressor's tip up a few inches. He pulsed the trigger of the MP7 just once. The soldier's body catapulted violently, hit the wall, then crumpled to the floor. Iverhart yanked the door open. Dewey went right. A tall Pakistani soldier turned and sprinted, running desperately toward the corner of the hallway. Dewey charged at him, submachine gun out and firing full into hail. Silenced bullets tore the wall. The bullet line approached the escaping soldier just as he rounded the corner, out of sight. Dewey ran in pursuit of the fleeing soldier, trying to stop him before he could alert Karef. A moment after Dewey charged right, Iverhart and Miller moved left. Two more soldiers were standing in a corner smoking cigarettes. They barely had time to register the death of the first soldier. Miller stayed low, in a crouch, his silenced MP7 in front of him. Iverhart was trailing just behind, silenced MP7 aimed just inches above Miller's head. Miller fired first, putting a hole in the first soldier's forehead. The second man raised his Uzi and fired wildly as he turned and ran down the hall toward Karef's apartment. Miller charged down the corridor and dived just before the corner. He rolled with a machine gun in his right hand out in front of him. He landed on the hard linoleum in the same instant he pulled the trigger of the MP7. The fleeing soldier was halfway down the corridor, still sprinting. Slugs from Miller's weapon struck his back, and he tripped up and rolled. Iverhart hurdled Miller and came upon the soldier, who he thought was dead. The soldier suddenly turned his weapon and fired. A slug passed by Iverhart, but one hit Miller, grazing his neck. Iverhart fired the silenced MP3 into the soldier's neck, killing him. In the opposite side of the apartment building, Dewey dropped the submachine gun to the ground as he ran, pulling his handgun out as he hit the corner and dived. Bullets tore the wall to his right, just above his head, as he lunged, rolled, and fired. The soldier stood firing at shoulder height, but Dewey was on the ground, and his first shot hit the soldier in the forehead, killing him instantly. "Clear," Dewey whispered. "We're clear," said Iverhart. Outside the entrance to Karef's apartment, they inserted new 40-round magazines into their MP7s. "You're hit," whispered Dewey, pointing at Miller's neck. Miller had a clean, inch-long gash at the juncture of his neck and shoulder where the bullet had grazed him. Blood coursed down his neck. The collar of his gray T-shirt was quickly turning dark red. "I'm fine," he said. "We'll sew it up in the car," said Dewey. "Karef's awake," Margaret said over the comm. "He may have heard something." Iverhart pulled a snap gun from his vest. He moved to the door, pushed the tip of the snap gun into it, then pulled the trigger. He turned the device and pushed the door in, quietly. Iverhart stepped into a long entrance corridor, followed by Miller, then Dewey, who shut the door behind him. The apartment was big and eerily quiet, save for music. Classical violin, playing somewhere in a distant room. "What's he doing?" asked Dewey, whispering. "He was getting a book," said Margaret. "You're still clean." Dewey looked at Miller, pointed at his neck wound, then nodded toward the kitchen. Miller nodded and stepped away to clean up the fresh wound. "Is there a suture in the IFAC?" whispered Dewey. "Yes," said Margaret. "2. There's also some quick clot." Dewey moved toward a doorway at the far end of the living room. His MP7 was in his right hand, tucked against his side. He opened another door, which led to a dimly lit hallway. The music was louder now. At the end of the hallway, the bedroom door was ajar. Light spilled from the room. The sound of violins combined with a quiet murmur of voices. Dewey reached out with his left hand and placed his fingers against the wood frame of the door. He pushed the door in. On the king-sized bed, a beautiful, dark-haired woman lay reclined. She was dressed in a pink nightgown. The woman sat back against a large red pillow. A reading light attached to the white headboard articulated over her shoulder. She wore reading glasses. Her long black hair had specks of gray. Karef's mistress was a large woman. Her cheeks were red and round. Her body spilled against the nightgown's fabric. But she was still beautiful, that was clear. Her face elegant, her nose sharp and perfect. She looked up at Dewey as he stepped forward into the room, handgun raised, silencer jutting out toward the bed. The look of shock on her face paired with a sudden gasp. She attempted to gather the breath to scream, but fear gripped her throat, and she could only quiver as she stared up at Dewey. Karef lay next to her, on his side, resting on his arm as he read a book. Karef's hair was receding, gray and black, combed neatly to the side. He looked older than the 52 years of age he was. Karef was a thin man and tall. His feet stuck out the end of the bed from beneath the black bedsheet. Karef's eyes followed his mistress's, looking up at Dewey as he entered the bedroom. But if her look was one of stunned shock and fear, Karef's was one of calm, acceptance even. He remained relaxed on his arm, his sole reaction an involuntary jerk to his right. He casually removed his reading glasses with his right hand as he looked up at Dewey. In that brief moment, it was obvious that this was not some sort of typical affair. Whatever Karef had with the woman was something different. He'd left the war front this night to be with her, to talk and listen to Mozart. "Please spare her," said Karef calmly in perfect English. "She's innocent." Dewey knew there could be no witnesses. One phone call from Karef's mistress and the entire mission would be over before it started. "Margaret, can we rendition a witness?" asked Dewey without removing his eyes or the track of the silencer from Karef. "Yes," Margaret answered. "Meet us in the alley." Dewey aimed the silenced MP7 at Karef's naked chest. Karef held up his right hand. "Just tell me," Karef whispered. "Are you American?" Dewey stared at Karef. He nodded at him, then fired. A silenced bullet hit Karef between the eyes. The blunt force of the slug jerked his skull backward. Karef's large frame rolled off the bed. Dewey looked at Karef's mistress. "You speak English?" "Yes," she said. "Get dressed," said Dewey. "Now. Don't say a word. If you want to live, don't say a word. Do you understand?" She nodded her head up and down as she wiped tears from her cheeks. Chapter 45. Benazir Bhutto International Airport, Islamabad. Deputy Inspector General Wafiq Sahi of the Capital Territory Police Department stepped into the cordoned-off area outside the restroom at the now empty Benazir Bhutto Airport. Behind him, in addition to an assortment of assistants and deputies, followed the executive director of Benazir Bhutto Airport, a short, pudgy man named Karim Gola, who was dressed in a light gray suit. He was attempting to get Sahi's attention, though Sahi wasn't listening. "We now have more than a dozen flights circling in the sky overhead," pleaded Gola. "Outside the terminal, more than 300 people are waiting to get in. This disruption—" Sahi entered the restroom, stopped a foot inside, and looked down at Gola. He held his hand up, indicating that Gola was not to take another step. "You have 2 dead men in your airport," said Sahi. "Federal agents. We'll have this cleaned up as soon as we can. In the meantime, I suggest you make arrangements through PAF to take any planes low on fuel into another part of Chaklala until you're back open." Sahi stepped into the restroom. He nodded to one of 2 police officers standing inside the room, indicating he wanted the door shut behind him. A sheet of plastic had been laid on the floor, on top of the pool of blood that covered most of the linoleum. The bodies of Parakesh and the other customs agent, Urukin, were next to each other in the center of the room. A woman in a white coroner's jacket knelt between the 2 corpses. She'd stripped the uniforms off the dead men's upper torsos and was taking photos. The stab wounds were gruesome. On Parakesh, a half-foot-long horizontal incision across his chest. On Urukin, a ghastly slash across the neck, his head nearly detached. "Hi, Chief," said the coroner without stopping what she was doing. "Both are homicides, obviously. Nothing exotic, just a very sharp blade." "How recent?" "Within the hour." "Was it the same blade?" "I don't know, most likely. Does it matter?" Sahi shrugged. "Probably not." He looked at one of his deputies. "Want me to dust it?" asked the deputy. "What's the point?" said Sahi. "There are millions of prints in here. See if you can find any bloody ones, I guess. We'll cross-reference them with ISI database." He turned to a customs agent at the door. "Get me who's ever running security at the airport now that Parakesh is dead, and get these bodies cleaned up." In a windowless conference room a floor above the terminal, Sahi and two of his deputies sat at a large table with the airport's now senior security official, a uniformed agent named Muhammad Hasni. "Any witnesses?" asked Sahi. "None that we know of," said Hasni. Sahi looked at one of his deputies. "Get a few men interviewing taxi drivers," said Sahi. "Did anyone pick up any strange passengers, anyone injured or bleeding? While you're at it, have someone back at HQ working the hospitals. See if anyone arrived within the last hour with a knife wound or other injury." "What's our profile, Chief?" asked one of Sahi's deputies. "I don't know," said Sahi, shaking his head bewildered. "Let's do an inventory. This individual killed 2 experienced security men, then dragged them into the corner of the bathroom. Parakesh used to be ISI. I knew him. He was a hard-ass who spent years fighting Taliban in Peshawar. These were precise, efficient kills. So that tells me that this is not some sort of punk. This guy is strong, efficient, and clearly after something. Otherwise, why did he need to kill 2 federal agents? Maybe Parakesh suspected someone coming into the country and tried to stop him. I just don't know. It seems pretty clear this was done by a professional." "Professional?" asked Hasni. "Intelligence agent or special forces, Mossad, CIA, MI6, a foreigner." He paused and removed his glasses. "What about passenger manifests?" asked Sahi, looking at Hasni. "I assume we can get at those?" "Yes," said Hasni, "immediately." "Is the airport linked into the ISI mainframe?" asked Sahi. "No," said Hasni. Sahi shook his head. "Let me make a call. I want you to cross-reference the names of arriving male passengers during the 2 hours leading up to the discovery of the bodies against the ISI database. If anyone is on the ISI list, you tell me immediately." "Got it." "If nobody sets off the ISI alarm bells, let's look for someone young," said Sahi. "Someone who could be a foreign agent. American, British, European, Russian, Chinese. Get me a list of any foreign males who arrived in the last 2 hours." "What are we going to do with the list?" asked one of his deputies. "It depends on the size of the list," said Sahi. "If the group is small enough, we'll put out an all-points bulletin." "Why do you think he killed them?" asked Hasni. "The question is not why he killed them," said Sahi, standing up. "The question is, why is he in Islamabad?" Chapter 46. Damak Tower, Solidaire District, Beirut. Aswan Fortuna and another man stepped into the lobby of the Damak Tower in downtown Beirut, near the marina. Damak Tower was brand new, with marble, steel, and glass. Modern art hung on every wall. But what was most noticeable about the lobby was none of these. It was the security desk, an elegant but intimidating 4-foot-high wall of steel over which flowed a small waterfall and behind which stood 2 large men in black uniforms, guns prominently holstered at their waists. Fortuna and his bodyguard showed IDs, then walked to the back of the lobby and into an elevator. His bodyguard was young, dressed in a long, shiny black leather coat, with a shaved head and a few days' worth of stubble. Beneath the leather coat, he carried 2 weapons. In his shoulder holster was a CZ-75 P07 duty 9mm handgun. Tucked into his pants at his front waist was a subcompact Glock 33 .357 Magnum. He walked in front of his boss. Fortuna wore a blue linen button-down shirt and jeans. As always, Fortuna was unarmed. They rode the elevator in silence. When it stopped on the 28th floor, they stepped directly into the only apartment on the penthouse floor of Beirut's most exclusive address. It was a sprawling, open apartment. Glass was everywhere, and the midday sun, the smells and sounds of the Mediterranean, all made it feel like a beach house. "Wait here," said Fortuna, nodding at a white leather Barcelona chair near the entrance. He stepped into the living room. Glass walls encased a space that was at least 1,000 square feet. The floor was concrete. The only furniture was a pair of bright orange leather sofas, at least 10 feet long, facing each other near the far corner of the room, and in the middle of the room, a stone sculpture of a reclining nude woman done by Rodin. The view was nothing but black ocean and blue sky. Seated on one of the sofas, smoking a cigarette, was Nebuchar Fortuna. He was wearing only a pair of red underwear. Nebuchar said nothing as his father approached. He watched as his father crossed the room and stood next to the sofa across from him, staring out the window at the sea. "What of you?" Aswan said, shaking his head back and forth as if in disbelief. "Magnificent. How much did this place cost you?" Nebuchar took another drag, but said nothing. Aswan sat on the leather sofa across from Nebuchar. For several moments he stared at his son, then attempted a smile. Still, Nebuchar had no reaction other than to continue puffing on his cigarette, then ashing it carelessly on the cement floor. Finally, Fortuna leaned forward. "I'm sorry, Nebi," he said. "What more can I say? I would like to think that if you were the one who had been murdered, and Alexander hadn't been able to find the killer, then I would have struck him too." Nebuchar looked at his father with a cold stare, then took another puff on his cigarette. "Now we both know that isn't true," said Nebuchar, "and even if it was, a man who would strike his son is no man." "How would you know what it is to be a father?" "I don't. Hopefully I never will." "Now don't say that. You'd be a good father." "Stop the flattery, Papa." "Why did you come here? To blame me for Andreas getting away?" Fortuna stood up and moved to the opposite sofa, next to Nebuchar. "First and foremost, I came here to apologize." Aswan reached out and awkwardly patted Nebuchar on his knee. "I'm very sorry for striking you. You know my temper." Nebuchar nodded. "Okay, great. Is that it?" "That's not it. I realized something this morning." "And what is that?" asked Nebuchar, a malicious smile on his face. "Did you finally realize that the only reason Candela fucks you is because of your money?" Nebuchar laughed at his own joke. Aswan remained silent until his son had finished laughing. "Perhaps you're right," said Aswan, controlling his anger at his son's remark. "But I would rather be making love to a 23-year-old model than a bottle of gin, like you do every night." Nebuchar nodded. He stared at his father for several moments. "Don't worry, father. I fuck whatever I want. I just don't have to pay for it like you." "Enough! Can we stop this? I didn't come here to insult you or be insulted." "Yes, fine. What do you want?" "I came here to tell you that I straightened it out with Hassan Nasrallah," said Aswan. "You'll make a payment to Hezbollah to atone for killing Passa. He wasn't happy, but he also didn't like Passa very much." "How much?" 10 million euros. "Is that why you came here? To collect the money?" Aswan Fortuna paused, then reached his hand out and placed it on his son's knee. "I realize what a bad father I've been to you. I'm sorry." Nebuchar looked down at his father's hand on his knee. "I want to talk to you about the money," said Aswan. "The money that Alexander left us, the money that funds jihad." "1 billion?" asked Nebuchar. "2?" 12 billion. Nebuchar sat up. He leaned forward, incredulous, taking another cigarette and lighting it. "I knew it was more than 1 billion, but—" "Yes. Your brother was a prodigy." "Yes, he obviously was, unlike me. Is that what you're thinking, father?" "No, it's not what I'm thinking. I'm getting old. I'm making you trustee, Nebuchar. You'll have a fiduciary relationship to the funds. You will have access to the money and, as you will come to understand, you will take on the responsibilities of the money. There are many people who depend upon the money, many groups." "Groups? What, Hezbollah?" "Hezbollah, Al-Qaeda, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Taliban, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Muslim Brotherhood. These are the main ones. But there are dozens of others you don't know about. We fund splinters, a small group who breaks off from Al-Qaeda, for example. We will back them. We don't choose sides and we don't tell them what to do as long as the group believes in violent jihad. How much did you spend to sponsor them last year? Last year, the total was $618 million. Much of that paid for IEDs used in Iraq. The details are all in here. Fortuna handed the folder to Nebuchar. In addition, we fund more than 900 madrasas throughout the Middle East, Africa, Europe, and Indonesia. That number is growing. What is that number? Last year we spent almost $200 million on the schools. That's our future. If I could spend more, I would. How does this all happen? Yes, it sounds complicated. It is complicated. Alexander designed it all. There are 3 primary agents, one in Moscow, one in London, one in Dubai. They handle the disbursement of funds. They're paid monthly from different accounts. These accounts are in banks all over the Middle East and Europe, even a few in Russia and Canada. Accounts are set up automatically each month based on a sequential series of numbers. For example, 3 accounts every month are established with an account number that is your birthday, followed by the date the account is established. These new accounts are funded by the oldest accounts, which are wound down. It's automated. Will the money eventually run out? I don't think so, said Aswan. The money is invested, also automated. The financial institutions are selected by the 3 agents. Are they aware of what you're doing? Yes, of course, they're believers. But the institutions themselves are oblivious. As for the recipients, they are largely successful in masking where the money comes from. It's always the challenge. The CIA, MI6, Interpol are constantly on the trail. Because it's so dispersed now, we are able to suffer the loss of one account. Lashkar-e-Taiba, for example, has accounts all over the place. Montreal, Moscow, Dubai, UAE, despite the fact that the money is used exclusively in Pakistan. Nebuchar flipped through the folder. Your brother was indeed a financial genius, said Aswan. Alexander's greatest gift to jihad is that he guaranteed its funding into the distant future, perhaps until its ultimate victory. What do you want me to do with this? He said, holding the folder open. Put it somewhere safe. Learn it. Ask me questions. It's time for you to begin to play the role that you must play, Nebuchar, and I must begin to teach you. I must also begin to treat you like a son. We have a great deal to be thankful for. Nebuchar stared at his father. He smiled. Would you like to share a glass of wine, Papa? Asked Nebuchar. Yes, that would be nice, Nebi. Chapter 47. Rawalpindi. Margaret met Dewey, Iverhart, and Miller in the back alley and took Karef's mistress. With her was a pair of men, both dressed in beasts. Who are they? Asked Dewey. Clean-up crew, Margaret said. Check the basement and the stairwells, said Dewey, and get rid of the Range Rovers out front. Iverhart drove the minivan and turned out of the alleyway behind the apartment building, retracing their path back to Jinnah Boulevard. Dewey glanced at his watch. Nearly 2 a.m. He sat in the back of the minivan. Miller sat to his right, bouncing his left leg up and down, the adrenaline flowing. How bad is it? Dewey asked, looking at Miller's neck. Miller pulled the blood-soaked neckline of his dark T-shirt down. The wound was covered by a small dishcloth soaked with blood. Dewey reached up, flipped on the light of the minivan, then pulled off the towel. The bullet had penetrated the skin and muscle at the very juncture of the neck and shoulder line. A small black hole was ruptured and torn, blood coursed out. Half an inch, and it would have hit the carotid. You're lucky you're not dead. From a small brown duffel bag, Dewey removed the IFAK. Inside was a small plastic package which he ripped open. He took out a pre-sutured needle. Dewey looked at Iverhart in the rearview mirror. Pull over. Iverhart turned the minivan into a parking lot next to a squat cement building, now dark. He extinguished the vehicle's lights. Miller leaned his head against the front seat so that Dewey had a clear view of the wound beneath the overhead light. Dewey took the sutured needle and stuck it into Miller's neck, puncturing the skin beneath the bullet wound. "Oh, fuck," groaned Miller. "That hurts." Dewey pulled the needle through the skin, stitching up the wound. In less than 2 minutes, Miller's bullet hole had been crudely sutured. Dewey placed the needle back in the IFAK. He removed a small tin canister filled with clotting agent. Dewey took a large pinch of the powder and sprinkled it on the wound. Miller flinched as he spread it around the suture. Dewey placed a large bandage over the wound and taped it securely to Miller's shoulder. "Let's go." Iverhart drove to the eastern section of Rawalpindi by Raval Lake, which they could see in the distance illuminated by the moon. After several more miles, Iverhart took a left onto an unmarked dirt road, then took a right into a deserted field. There, they saw the sudden, sharp, metallic outlines of the Black Hawk. Iverhart parked the minivan. The pilot started the chopper. Within 2 minutes, they were airborne. The Black Hawk flew across the dark sky at nearly 200 miles per hour. It stayed low, at less than 500 feet, moving to the east toward the warfront in Kargil. The chopper flew in darkness, the pilot relying on instruments and night vision technology. Dewey stepped into the cockpit and tapped the pilot on the shoulder. "ETA?" asked Dewey. 45 minutes, said the pilot. "We need to move drop-off," said Bradstreet over the combud. "I'm sending the coordinates right now." "Why?" asked Dewey. "You've got heavy air fire in the corridor east of Dras all the way to Kargil. The national highway is getting worse. Both sides are blowing everything out of the sky. You need to drop off farther back in the Pakistan supply line." "Is Boland still at the target?" "Affirmative. Boland hasn't moved, but you do not have a clear flight path. I don't want you to get shot down." "What about the approach to the building?" "Target is a high point-of-view structure, a house at the edge of Dras on the front side of a hill. Your team needs to come up from the south. There's a reservoir at the base of the hill. Target is due north from the reservoir, straight up the hill, maybe a mile." Dewey looked at his watch. 4:10 a.m. He moved into the cabin. Miller reached into his vest and removed a small tin. He quickly spread black on his face, then passed it to Iverhart, who did the same, followed by Dewey. Miller handed Iverhart and Dewey each a small plastic packet no bigger than a cigarette pack. Inside, raw protein in thick, agar-like syrup form, enough nutrient to sustain them for a week if necessary. After flying for a half hour, the pilot reached his hand up and showed 5 fingers outspread, closed it, then opened the fist again. 10 minutes. They checked their weapons and packed ammunition and grenades into the pockets of their vests. Dewey stared out the chopper window. The peaks of the Himalayas were visible in sudden, sporadic bursts of light from mortar fire in the valley beyond. A bright light flashed beneath them. A burst rocked the chopper, kicking it violently sideways. Out the right window, the horizon was increasingly dominated by orange and red flare-ups as the chopper moved closer to Dras. The steady sound of detonations could be heard across the night air as fires burned on distant hills. The outline of the battle was illuminated by fires. This was the heart of the battle, epicenter of the rapidly escalating war. Dewey leaned forward. "The drop-off has been moved," said Dewey over the din of the rotors. "We're going to need to hijack a vehicle." "Is there a contingency?" asked Iverhart. "Contingency? If Boland's not there. The contingency is to get the hell out of Kashmir." The chopper's nose arced down and shifted left. The chopper flew over a tree line, then a cluster of small huts in a village now consumed in flames. Another loud blast ripped the air. The chopper bounced hard. A mortar burst more than a mile away, its reverberation strong enough to send a shock wave through the chopper. They passed over a mountain ridge, and a great valley lay in front of them. Like a curtain being opened, the combat theater spread out before them across the shelf of the dark valley. Dewey stood, leaned into the cockpit, and registered the sight. The battle lines spread for at least 10 miles in 2 long corridors east to west. India was in the far distance, Pakistan closer. In between the 2 lines of combatants, the valley was dark. In the orange light of the mortar fire, Batteries of Pakistani soldiers were visible from above. Soldiers gathered in groups behind mortar cannons staged every 100 yards or so. There were thousands of men, spread out in a line as far as the eye could see. Behind the front line, a supply highway wound east into the mountains. Trucks, troop carriers, fuel tankers, and other machinery rumbled along, the small yellow headlights flickering in a line that stretched back toward Rawalpindi. A mortar blast hit the Pakistani supply line. The line of vehicles, like an ant trail, was lit up in the sudden burst of light. A constellation of flames came next. Several vehicles were now consumed by fire. One gas tanker burst into spectacular red and gold flames. The chopper moved in a straight line parallel to the supply highway, closer and closer to the front. It bounced and heaved as high-altitude winds roiled the air. Dewey glanced at Miller and Iverhart. Their faces were now darkened in black war paint. Miller had changed from his bloody T-shirt into a long-sleeve shirt. They had completed the first part of the mission, but time was running out, and they all knew it. In addition to the looming Indian deadline, there was now the added set of complications that would soon be created by Karef's disappearance. Despite Margaret's cleanup crew, his absence would inevitably trigger a reaction, most likely defensive in nature. Perhaps moving El-Kayab into hiding, or, if the Pakistanis thought his disappearance was part of an operation, perhaps another nuclear strike on India. Dewey tried to put the time pressure out of his mind. He needed to be calm. He needed to show confidence, for it was confidence above all that would enable Dewey and his team to insert themselves like a scalpel into the heart of Pakistan's war command. The pilot waved Dewey forward. "I need to put you guys down," the pilot barked over the din of the chopper. "There's shit flying everywhere." "Put it down over there," said Dewey, pointing to the line of trucks headed toward the front, "just off the supply line." The chopper swung right and descended toward the Pakistani supply highway. Within a minute, the Black Hawk was hovering above the ground. Dewey, Miller, and Iverhart pulled their night goggles down. Iverhart reached out and opened the door to his right. Dewey leapt from the chopper, followed by Miller and Iverhart. Seconds later, the chopper lifted back up into the dark sky, turning north and disappearing. They were on their own. Chapter 48. Rashtrapati Bhavan, New Delhi. President Gondra looked out the two-story window onto the square in front of Rashtrapati Bhavan, the presidential palace. Hundreds of small flames danced in the blackness, candles mostly, along with the occasional burning fire, a Pakistani flag being lit up, or else a photograph of Omar El-Kayab being torched. He looked at his watch. It was past 4 in the morning. There was a knock at the door. Then, before he could say anything, Indra Singh entered. "It's 4 in the morning," said Gondra. "Why are you still awake?" "Why am I still awake?" Singh asked rhetorically in disbelief. "Your country is on fire, Mr. President. Is there anyone alive who isn't awake?" "The crowd has grown larger." "Gate 35 is a bloody mess," said Singh, referring to the entrance into Rashtrapati Bhavan. He walked into the spacious living room. He placed his leather briefcase down on the leather sofa and sat down. He was sweating profusely. "The crowd is like rabid wolves. Since when are we the enemy?" "What do you mean?" asked Gondra. "What do I mean?" asked Singh, incredulous. "The only reason they haven't stormed the gates of the palace is because of the 20,000 men that General Nair has placed between them and you." Gondra stood at a window, looking down on the square in front of the palace. The square was packed with people, most holding candles. "How many people are there?" asked Gondra. "Nair estimates 100,000. It felt bigger. You're isolated up here, Mr. President. You can barely hear them. A group of young thugs attempted to flip over my limousine. They want to know why we haven't counterattacked El-Kayab." Gondra turned from the window. "Did you tell them about the coup?" asked Gondra, grinning. "You think it's funny," yelled Singh. "There are riots in Hyderabad, Bhopal, Chandigarh, and Mumbai. In southern Delhi, someone burned photos of you at a demonstration." Gondra walked from the window to a large mahogany cabinet, where he turned a key and opened the doors. Inside was a bar. He poured himself a glass of beefeaters. He walked to the sofa and sat down at the opposite end of the sofa from Singh. Gondra took a big sip from his glass of gin, but said nothing. "I told you the anger would rise," said Singh. "You didn't listen. The people of India want answers. You sit here isolated from it all while the people of India wonder if they even have a leader. With each passing minute of silence, they become more bitter and more embarrassed. Has Rajiv no pride? My own wife asked me. If I had listened to you, I would have gotten the people of India so riled up that any sort of peaceful resolution would have been impossible. At this moment, they would be tearing down the palace. If I had listened to you, Pakistan would no longer exist, and there would be hundreds of millions of people dead in both countries. We would probably be dead too, Indra. Your advice grows more foolish and idiotic by the hour. Get some sleep. The Americans are on schedule and the coup is going to work. And if it doesn't? If it doesn't, we will attack. The irony, Rajiv, said Singh, is that your desire for a coup d'etat in Pakistan could lead to a coup in your own country. Is that a threat, Indra? No, it's a plea from your oldest and dearest friend, said Singh, leaning forward, his face contorted and red with emotion. Your own military is questioning your strategy. They talk openly of your willpower. And what would you have me do? Asked Gondra. Hit back. Launch the nuclear attack right now. Apologize to the Americans later. Al-Qayyab is laughing at us right now. Osama Khan is painting the targets for the next attack. These men are radical jihadists. They want to push it further. Gondra stared down into the clear liquid in his glass. He lifted the patterned crystal glass to his lips and bolted the rest of the gin down. The sound of breaking glass caused both men to jump up from the leather sofa. A rock smashed through the window just to the left of where Gondra had been standing, then rolled on the green and red oriental carpet. Gondra stood up, stepped around the sofa, and walked to the rock, leaned down, and picked it up. It was approximately the size of a baseball. A good arm. Perhaps we can recruit him to play for the Daredevils, he said, referring to New Delhi's professional cricket team. Singh stared at Gondra for several moments, then smiled. You're not going to change your mind? Asked Singh calmly. No, Indra, I'm not. There are 8 hours left. Let's give America the time it needs. You know I support you no matter what, said Singh. I would never voice my doubts to anyone but you. When my wife said that to me, I yelled at her. I will need to buy her flowers for the names I called her. I'll think of ways to redirect the anger of our citizens. In a few hours, we'll make an announcement about the progress in Baltistan, something to quell the unrest. I'll call Jessica Tanzer. It's time for a report from the Americans anyway. Rajiv, said Singh, if America has failed, we will proceed with the original plan. Chapter 49. Brisbane Grammar School, Brisbane, Australia. Youssef pulled the semi into the parking lot at the Brisbane Grammar School, rolling the 18-wheeler to the darkest spot in the empty lot. It was 10 o'clock at night, 18 hours after he hijacked the truck north of Cairns. He shut off the lights, then the engine. The truck's driver lay crumpled in a bloody mess in front of the passenger seat. While being caught with a dead body in the truck would likely put him in an Australian jail for the rest of his life, Youssef thought the risk of being seen removing the body was even greater, so he left it there. In the humid Queensland air, the corpse had started to smell. Youssef's solution to that was to open the windows and breathe through his mouth. In the darkness, he climbed down out of the cab of the truck, then walked across the deserted playing fields. He could smell the fresh-cut grass. For a brief moment, the smell intoxicated him. Youssef had grown up in Damascus. But when his parents died, he and his younger brother Ahmed were sent by their grandfather to an all-boys boarding school in Scotland called Hampton Public. Hampton Public was one step above reform school. Most of its students were from somewhere in the United Kingdom and had been kicked out of better private schools. For a brief moment, the smell of the grass reminded Yusef of Hampton Public, of its big, open fields and brick buildings. He thought of Ahmed. The smell of the grass brought back a wave of bittersweet emotion. As he walked across the dark grass, Yusef recalled his last day at Hampton, only a month after he'd first arrived. It was the day a Scottish boy named Simon had pushed Ahmed down a flight of stairs, breaking both of his arms as well as his nose. "Did you do anything to him?" Yusef had asked, standing over the infirmary bed, horrified, crying as he looked at his badly injured younger brother. "Did you say anything to provoke this?" "No," said Ahmed. "Nothing, Yusef, I swear. I don't even know this person." "Did he apologize?" "No, he laughed. They all laughed." At dinner that evening, Yusef had gone directly to the silverware cabinet. After picking up a butter knife, he'd walked through the dining hall, searching for the boy who'd pushed Ahmed down the stairs. When he saw Simon, a tall senior, sitting at a table with his friends, Yusef had approached the table. He hid the dull butter knife behind his back. Everyone at the table had ignored him as he stood there, waiting to speak. "Excuse me," Yusef had finally said to Simon, interrupting his conversation. "Are you the one who pushed my brother down the stairs?" Yusef recalled the surprised look on the large boy's face, followed by the toothy smile, the food in his mouth visible as he looked at Yusef. "What about it, Mohammed?" he'd answered in a thick Cockney accent, to the amusement of his friends. "Yeah, I might have. He shouldn't have been getting in my way." Without saying anything, Yusef had raised the butter knife in his right hand, then swung it down as hard as he could. It ripped through Simon's blue blazer, through the button-down shirt, then plunged 4 inches deep into Simon's neck. Yusef remembered how the blood had spurted out like a garden hose. 10 minutes later, despite the best efforts of a variety of teachers and kitchen staff, Simon lay dead on the dining hall floor. He had never heard someone scream as loud as Simon had that day. The next few months were a blurry haze of policemen, detention centers, lawyers, mental hospitals, psychologists, foster homes, jail cells, until he and Ahmed ultimately ended up in an orphanage outside of Cairo. But he would do it all over again. The moment he swung that knife blade was the moment he became a man. The memory raced through his mind as he walked across the football fields toward the lights of the houses in the distance. He started crying. He'd always been there to protect Ahmed. He'd driven for 18 hours, and every time the thought of his younger brother crept into his mind, he pushed it away. He'd treated Ahmed like a dog he knew, but he was the only relative Yusef had. He wondered how Andreas had killed Ahmed. Yusef closed his eyes. Right now, he had to focus on getting out of Australia. He wiped the tears from his cheeks, then pushed the thought of his brother completely away. At the far end of the fields, he climbed over a wooden fence, then went right on Toombul Road. He then took another right and walked into the parking lot of the Novena Palms Motel. He knocked on the door of Unit 22. "Yusef," said an older man with a beard and glasses, who opened the door. "Sit down. Take off your coat." The man inspected the wound on Yusef's right arm, poking it with his finger, even sniffing it. "It's not infected yet," he said. From the table, he took a syringe. "This is an antibiotic, just in case." He stuck the needle into Yusef's arm. After the man bandaged his arm, Yusef went into the bathroom. He leaned into the tub, turned on the faucets, put on a pair of rubber gloves, then took a bottle of black hair dye and rubbed it through his hair, turning it black, then dried it. He removed the gloves, then put on a striped button-down shirt the man had brought. "Sit down," the man ordered. He took photos of Yusef. "There's food over there," said the man as he looked over the photos, deciding which one was best. "Crackers, fruit, and cookies. Eat while I do this." "Why the passport?" asked Yusef. "I thought Nebuchar had arranged for a private plane." "A charter," said the man as he worked on the fake passport. They will inspect your passport before takeoff. Half an hour later, a black Camry pulled into the Hawker Pacific Flight Center at Brisbane Airport. The car drove onto the tarmac and up to a shining dark blue and white Hawker 4000 jet. Youssef climbed out of the car and walked over to the Hawker's air stairs. At the base of the stairs, a young man in a light green Australian Customs and Border Protection Service uniform was waiting. He inspected Youssef's passport, then stamped it without asking any questions. "Have a nice flight," said the man. Youssef climbed up the air stairs, nodded at the pilots in the cockpit, then sat down in one of the leather seats in the back of the jet. When the jet was airborne, Youssef opened his cell phone. "I'm in the air," he said, running his hand through his short, spiky hair. "Thank you for making the arrangements. See you in Beirut." Chapter 50. Benazir Bhutto International Airport, Islamabad. Deputy Inspector General Sahi, Agent Hasni, and 4 other Capital District policemen, as well as a pair of customs agents, reconvened in the second-floor conference room at Benazir Bhutto Airport. "I ran the manifests," said Hasni. "For the 3 hours leading up to the discovery of the bodies, there were 11 arriving flights. 8 were domestic, 3 were from outside Pakistan. I ran all 11 manifests, a total of 1,944 passengers." "What did ISI flag?" asked Sahi. "None of the passengers set off the ISI watch list," said Hasni. "So I focused on the 3 international flights. There was a Thai Airlines flight out of Bangkok and 2 PIA flights, one out of Chicago, the other London. On those 3 flights, there were 480 passengers. 381 were Pakistani. I eliminated them as you suggested. We can always go back to the bigger list." Yes, go on." "Of the 99 foreigners, 42 were men. I removed anyone under 20 and over 50. This reduced the number to 20. Hasni pushed a short stack of papers toward Sahi. "And here they are, Inspector," said Hasni. Sahi started to flip through the small stack of papers. Each sheet was a photocopy of the individual passenger's passport entry page, along with photo, an entry customs visa form in which each passenger is required to list their profession, duration, and purpose of visit. Sahi analyzed the pages, quickly separating ones he felt were improbable from individuals who looked, at least hypothetically, like they could have killed the 2 men. Out was a group of 4 men from Colorado who were climbing K2, 3 doctors from Canada who were traveling to Baltistan to volunteer for a month at a rural health clinic, and several others were equally disqualifying backstories. It did not take long for Sahi to narrow the group of 20 down to 3. The first was an American from Chicago, who was an executive for a U.S. defense contractor called Sallyport. The second was a Chinese man from Shanghai who worked for a Chinese pharmaceutical company called Plein Air. The third was a journalist from Paris, a correspondent for Le Monde named Jean Milan. "Get these out immediately," said Sahi, pushing the 3 sheets of paper to one of his deputies. "Police, Border Patrol, Customs, TV stations, hospitals, newspapers, hotel, military. I want these men brought in for questioning." Back at Capital Territory Police HQ, Sahi closed his office door. He studied the 3 sheets of paper. Of the 3 photos, it was the photo of Jean Milan that Sahi found himself going back to again and again. The man simply didn't look French. He looked Pakistani. Sahi went to his computer and searched the CDP database, found a number, then picked up his phone. "Oui," said a groggy voice with a French accent. It was Pierre Toloff, Islamabad bureau chief for Le Monde. "Qu'est-ce que c'est?" "Mr. Toloff, this is Deputy Inspector General Sahi from Capital Police. Can you answer me a question?" "What time is it?" asked Toloff in a thick French accent. "Do I need counsel? Jesus, it's 4:30 in the morning." "You don't need a lawyer and you can go back to sleep," said Sahi, "if you answer me one question." Yes, ask your question, Inspector." "Who is Jean Milan?" "Jean Milan? Why do you ask this? How should I know?" You don't have a correspondent working for you named Jean Milan? Toloff was silent for several seconds, then hung up the phone. Chapter 51. Dras, India-controlled Kashmir. The air was cooler in the Mushko Valley than in Rawalpindi. They were more than 12,000 feet above sea level now. Through a night vision monocular, Miller studied the Pakistani supply line in the distance. Then they moved. The air was thin, and they ran at a good trail pace, 7-minute miles, one by one behind Iverhart, negotiating the boulders and cracks in the ground. They stopped on a bluff just above the supply line. In the distance, the sound of a truck could be heard coming toward the front. Miller stared through the monocular. "Fuel truck," he said, as he studied the 18-wheeler rumbling toward them in the distance. Dewey looked at his watch. 4:55 a.m. They moved down from the ridge above the road as the truck approached. "You're the shooter," Dewey said to Iverhart. "We'll fall in after you take out the driver from here." Iverhart swung the rifle from across his back to his front, then lay on the ground, unfolding the DTA SRS. He got down on his stomach, setting the rifle on the ground. He turned on the Renegade thermal sight. On the hill, in pitch black, Iverhart adjusted his ATN goggles. Through the goggles, the truck was illuminated in glowing shades of green. Iverhart, on his stomach now, placed his finger on the trigger of the sniper rifle and flipped his goggles up, then looked through the Zeiss optic on top of the rifle aligning the truck's path. He would have to hit a target moving at more than 30 miles per hour. Dewey and Miller lay on their stomachs a few feet off the road. The fuel truck rumbled closer, its engine louder, its headlights increasingly large as it approached, oblivious to the coming ambush. A low crack whipped through the air as Iverhart fired from the hill. The round passed 10 feet above Dewey and Miller as they waited on the cold ground. The slug hit the young driver in the skull, spraying blood across the back window of the cab. The truck jerked off the road, then slowed to a stop. Dewey ran to the truck and opened the cab door on the driver's side. He reached up, pulled the dead Pakistani soldier from the cab, and dragged the corpse to the side of the road, more than 100 feet out of sight. Iverhart arrived, sniper rifle slung over his shoulder. Back in the truck, Dewey and Miller brushed broken glass from the seat, then took an old rag and wiped blood and brains from the seat and windows of the truck. "We got company," said Iverhart from the ground next to the truck. The lights of an approaching troop carrier flickered less than a quarter mile behind them. Dewey took the wheel. Miller climbed into the passenger seat and moved to the middle. Iverhart climbed into the cab next to Miller. Dewey hit the gas and the large truck began to move. He steered it back to the supply road. The truck gathered speed and was soon moving quickly down the supply road toward the war front. Dewey steered a straight path east for more than 5 miles. The sound of mortar fire grew louder as they closed in on the front. The pace of the bombing seemed to uptick as dawn neared. When the sky was dark, the lights of the truck illuminated little more than the road in front of them. But the fires revealed an altogether different scene, a violent, chaotic beauty, composed of red and orange, framed by the ridgelines of the Ladakh Range, far in the distance behind the Indian front. Dewey kept moving toward the front down the supply road. They passed several departing Pakistani army vehicles, empty troop carriers, flatbeds, a few fuel trucks. "Dewey, it's Van," came the voice in Dewey's comm bud. "UAV says you want to break right as soon as you can now." Dewey moved his night vision goggles down over his eyes. He reached in front of the steering wheel and shut the headlights off. He turned right and eased the tanker truck off the dirt supply road. He kept the gas pedal floored, moving at the same pace in darkness across flat terrain, avoiding the occasional bush or boulder. They drove for several miles, parallel to the battlefront at their left. "You're approaching the reservoir beneath the village," said Bradstreet over the comm. "You're good on foot from there." Dewey downshifted, then eased the truck to a gradual stop. They climbed out of the truck. To the left was a large pond with a small shack at its edge. Dewey surveyed the hill above with a monocular. In the distance, the sharp incline of a mountain base sprang vertically skyward. several hundred yards up, was a village. "Why hasn't India razed it yet?" asked Dewey, tapping the bud in his ear. "They think it's abandoned," said Bradstreet. "They don't want to destroy the town if they don't have to. Remember, this is Indian soil." Dewey glanced at his watch. 5:25 a.m. The sky was stunning. The stars looked as if you could reach up and touch them. To the east, the horizon was turning gray as dawn approached. The light illuminated the mountain village, white cement and mortar flashing like an eyrie above the fray of the battle. Miller led a fast-paced run toward Dras. As advertised, he was in excellent shape, and it showed. The 24-year-old kept them running even in the thin, high-elevation air at a grueling 6-minute pace. Dewey brought up the rear, behind Miller and Iverhart. The air burned his lungs. The steady pounding of mortar cannons filled the air. They stopped to catch their breaths at the base of the mountain, a few hundred yards below where Bolin and his commanders were overseeing the battle. Despite the temperatures, now in the 40s, they were all sweating profusely. Dewey adjusted the settings at the side of his ATN PS-15-4s. The village of Dras sprouted in low, square buildings up the side of the mountain. The village was dark. A terrace jutted out from the hill above them. He saw movement on the terrace. 10 o'clock, said Iverhart. "I see it," said Dewey. "You guys see the building?" "Yeah, I got it," said Miller. "We're counting 15 to 18 people," said Bradstreet. "No one below the building, but there is a guard posted at the front door." "I'll torch one of the buildings below the terrace," said Dewey, pointing. He looked at Iverhart. "You come with me. We'll assault from the terrace. Alex, when you hear the bomb, move in hard from the front." Dewey reached into his back pocket and removed a photograph. He flipped on a low light on the underside of his MP7 and aimed it at a black-and-white headshot of a Pakistani man, longish hair, dark, slightly overweight, a mustache. "That's Bolin," said Dewey. "Whatever you do, don't kill him." They moved up the hill, through a quarter-mile of walnut trees and flat grazing plots carved onto steps. They split up beneath the terrace. Dewey and Iverhart moved to the side of the house and hid beneath the eastern precipice of the terrace. Miller went around the other side of the house and crouched at the corner of the building, just out of sight from a soldier guarding the front door. The sky was rapidly growing light as sunrise approached. Dewey could clearly see now, for the first time, the Ladakh Range across the valley. For as far as he could see in either direction, the dusty plain was interrupted by a sporadic line of vehicles, tents, and men, thousands of small clusters spread out for miles. Orange and red bursts lit up the line every few seconds. For the first time, Dewey could also clearly make out the front of the Indian line, its presence indicated by the dotted red of mortar rounds fired toward Pakistan. "Here we go," said Dewey, speaking into his comm bud. "Ready here," said Miller. Dewey took a grenade from a pocket on his vest. He pulled the pin, then hurled the grenade at a wood and stone hut down the hill below the terrace. The blast ripped the hut. The sound was thunderous as the cloud of smoke and debris plumed. The building was incinerated. Fire and flames engulfed the small structure. Shouting came from the terrace as soldiers ran to see what had happened. Dewey kicked in the door that led to the terrace. In front of him stood 5 soldiers. Dewey registered the faces, recognized no one. Then he triggered his MP7, cutting down a man who was clutching an Uzi. Iverhart entered behind Dewey, shooting a second soldier. Dewey pumped a cartridge into the chest of a tall, overweight soldier, while in the same moment, Iverhart killed the remaining pair of soldiers. Another soldier burst through the terrace entrance, his hands gripping a Kalashnikov. He aimed it at Dewey, who was sideways to him, oblivious to his entrance. Miller heard the explosion in the same moment he felt the ground tremor beneath his feet. He moved around the front of the building. A soldier at the door turned, but Miller fired his MP7, hitting him in the chest, dropping him. He opened the front door. The room was filled with mattresses pushed to the side and stacked. He burst through the room to another door. Shouting came from the room, then gunfire from the deck. He stopped at the door, flipped his goggles off his head, then booted the door in. He entered a large, brightly lit room. The haze of cigarette smoke hovered like a cloud. A wooden table was surrounded by more than a dozen men in military uniforms. The soldiers were staring at the door to the deck, their eyes following one of their soldiers, charging toward the deck, Kalashnikov in hand. At the sight of Miller, confusion swept over the men at the table. They swiveled between the terrace door and him, now standing at the opposite end of the room. Eyes moved between Miller and the black steel of the submachine gun in his hands, now aimed at their heads, and the Pakistani gunman running toward the terrace. On the terrace, Iverhart was momentarily stunned by the approaching soldier, whose Kalashnikov was now trained on Dewey. Recovering, Iverhart fired his MP7, swinging it around, trying to intercept the soldier. His bullets blew a line of dusty holes in the stucco next to the doorway, just as the gunman began firing at Dewey. A slug struck the gunman in his chest, sending him crashing to the floor against the door jamb. Inside, the commanders watched as their soldier was blown backward in a hail of bullets. At the far side of the table, one of the generals grabbed a pistol from his belt holster, but Miller cut him down with a quick burst from the MP7 before he could fire, throwing him back against the wall to the shock of his colleagues. Miller trained his silenced submachine gun at the table of military commanders. Wearing a blank expression on his blackened face, he covered the table slowly with the end of the suppressor. Every man in the room knew what the price would be if they tried to move. Iverhart moved in through the terrace door, stepping over the dead gunman, now lying in a contorted pile on the ground. He took up position to Miller's left, weapon trained on the generals. The war hierarchy stood in silence, unable to move. Only one man remained seated. He was a large man, his hair slightly long, with a bushy mustache. He wore a khaki-green military uniform, the chest and shoulders a medley of green, red, blue, and gold tabs. He held a cigarette in his hand. The man stared at Iverhart, then at Miller, impassive and calm, despite the intrusion. His eyes shot to the terrace door. Dewey stepped over the blood-soaked corpse of the dead soldier. Dewey's face, what was visible of it beneath the dark beard and long, sweat-soaked brown hair, was black with war paint. Only his blue eyes stood out in the light of the room. Dewey stepped slowly into the room, his demeanor calm, his confidence clear to every man in the room. At the center of the room, Dewey stopped. His silenced MP7 was aimed menacingly in front of him. His face was expressionless. Dewey's eyes focused, along with the tip of the silencer, solely on the man seated directly in front of him, the man with the mustache, Field Marshal Xavier Bolin. After several moments, Dewey spoke. "We don't have a lot of time, Field Marshal Bolin," he said. Bolin took a drag on his cigarette, then moved it away from his lips. His hands tremored as he ashed on the table. "What do you mean?" Bolin asked, his voice calm but trembling slightly. "India will launch a retaliatory nuclear strike on Pakistan," said Dewey. "This strike has but one purpose: wipe Pakistan off the map. 3/4 of India's nuclear stockpile is either in the air or launch-ready at the border as we speak. Karachi, Islamabad, Peshawar, Lahore, Rawalpindi, every other city and town in this country, gone." Bolin moved his cigarette to his mouth, his hand shaking slightly. He took a long puff, then exhaled. "What do you want me to do about it?" asked Bolin. "With America's help, you could become the next president of Pakistan," said Dewey. "Today, right now. India stands down, you make peace." "What about General Karef?" "He's dead." "Al-Qayyab?" Dewey said nothing. He didn't have to. Bolin finished his cigarette, then stubbed it out on the wooden table. He cleared his throat. He looked around the table at the other generals and military men. To a man, their faces remained blank, part fear, part shock. "And if I say no?" asked Bolin. Dewey paused. He waited several seconds, motionless. He kept the MP7 trained on Bolin. Finally, he spoke. "You say no, I empty this SMG into your head. Then we disappear into India and get the hell out of here before it's all incinerated." "In other words, I don't have a choice." "That's right." Bolin breathed in, a sharp gasp, but said nothing. He leaned forward, staring down at his hands, now clenched together on the table. Finally, he looked up at Dewey. "So it's happening right now?" Dewey stared at Bolin. He raised the silencer and aimed it at the ceiling. "Yes, Field Marshal," said Dewey. "Coup d'etat." Chapter 52. Aswan-e-Sadr, Islamabad. Omar al-Khayyab walked into the cabinet room. The conference table that dominated the room was surrounded by his war cabinet. A dozen different conversations were going on, the voices creating a din inside the large room. Led by his brother, who gripped the blind cleric's right forearm, al-Khayyab sat in a chair at the end of the table. It was 7:30 a.m. "Good morning, everyone," said al-Khayyab in a hushed tone as he entered the room. The talking around the table ceased. Outside, the chanting continued, despite the early hour. "Death to India! Death to India! Death to India!" "So what now is the report from the war front?" asked al-Khayyab. "General Karef?" "General Karef isn't here yet," interrupted Darius Mohan, Pakistan's foreign minister, a hint of anger in his voice. "More important than the war front, I think, are the implications of the nuclear bomb that was dropped at Coup." "All in good time, Darius," said al-Khayyab. "Where is General Karef?" "President al-Khayyab," interrupted Mohan, refusing to yield. "Your decision to drop a nuclear bomb on India, for which you consulted exactly no one, is creating great pressure for me and my entire ministry." "And I take it you don't like this pressure, Minister?" "Answers are being demanded of me, sir," said Mohan. "We cannot simply stonewall the world. It has been a day and a half and we have said nothing." "And there has been no response," interrupted a tall, thin man with a grayish goatee, afro, dark glasses, Pakistan's Minister of Defense, Osama Khan. "No response?" asked Mohan, incredulous. "The world has condemned us. Even our allies have condemned us. The United Nations is expected to slap sanctions on us today. Wide-ranging, highly punitive sanctions that will effectively isolate Pakistan." "The surgical utilization of the nuclear device has done precisely what we wanted it to do," said Khan. "It has flushed out the fundamental weakness of our Hindu enemy. They don't respond because America will not let them." "America has no control over New Delhi," barked Mohan. "New Delhi has put their bombs into the sky, have they not, Minister Khan?" "Yes, Darius," answered Khan, calmly glancing around the table. "They cruise along the borders of our country at 20,000 feet like birds, but nothing drops. Have you noticed that? Rajiv Gandhi is paralyzed by fear." "We need to reach out to Washington and to New Delhi," demanded Mohan, his voice rising. "Moscow, Paris, Beijing, our allies are demanding answers. We are allowing a small incident in Kashmir to explode in our faces." "This small incident has created an historic opportunity," answered Khan. "It has endangered every man, woman, and child in Pakistan," said Mohan. "We must seek a peace. We must do it now before it's too late." "It's precisely now that we must press on to destroy our enemy," said Khan. "They have demonstrated their weakness and indecision to the world. This is Islam's time. We have been chosen." "Stop this empty rhetoric!" screamed Mohan. "Do you realize what is occurring right now as we speak in New Delhi, at the Pentagon? We've thrown a rock at a bee's nest, and the hornets are now swarming around us. We are all going to die if we don't act to stop it." Al-Khayyab stood up from his seat. "Traitor!" he screamed, his voice inflecting to a high pitch, lashing the air like a viper fang. He swung his cane down onto the table, violently smacking the wood, snapping the cane in half from the force of his swing. "Impertinence! Get out!" "You've placed Pakistan in the crosshairs of America and China," shouted Mohan, standing, refusing to yield. "We're enemies to neither, but we will soon be destroyed by both." "Arrest him!" shouted al-Khayyab. Two soldiers moved toward Mohan. "Arrest me," said Mohan contemptuously as the two guards grabbed his arms. "But let the heavens witness it was I who fought to prevent—" "Be quiet!" shouted al-Khayyab. "The annihilation of Pakistan." Mohan was pulled from the table and dragged out the door. El-Kayab stood in silence for more than a minute. The chanting from Revolution Square seemed to grow in its intensity. "Death to India! Death to India!" Finally, El-Kayab cleared his throat and leaned forward. "General Karef," El-Kayab whispered, anger threading his words. "Is he here yet? When will we have our report from the war front?" "I've called the general 3 times now," said El Gioconda. "I still have no answer. I will try again." The black cell phone in front of Khan rang. He reached forward and picked it up. "Excuse me," Khan announced to the table. Khan flipped the phone open, placed it against his ear. "What?" he said into the phone. "Minister Khan, this is Field Marshal Bolan." Bolan held the phone against his ear with his right hand. In his left hand, a cigarette burned. Through the thick sheaf of smoke that filled the cabin of the helicopter, Bolan stared into Dewey's eyes. Dewey held another phone against his own ear, patched into the same call. "Where's Karef?" asked Khan, urgency in his voice. "General Karef is delayed at the front," said Bolan, exhaling. "He's ordered me to return to the capital to give the report." "When will you arrive?" Dewey held up 2 fingers. 2 hours, said Bolan. "President El-Kayab awaits. I'll be there as soon as I'm able, Minister Khan." He flipped the phone shut. Dewey looked at Bolan. "Perfect," he said. Dewey glanced at the 2 other Pakistani generals in the chopper, then looked out the window. He counted 2 more choppers, moving across the sky, bearing west toward Rawalpindi. Miller and Iverhart were each inside one of them, keeping an eye on the commanders from the war front traveling with them. Dewey's submachine gun lay across his lap, his hand casually across the weapon. Dewey nodded at Bolan's cigarette. "Would you like me to put this out?" asked Bolan. "No," said Dewey. "If you don't mind, I'd like one." Bolan smiled, then handed a pack of gitanos to Dewey. Dewey removed a cigarette, then Bolan extended a lighter. "Thank you," said Dewey. He took a long puff, then exhaled. "Are you ready?" 3 black Alouette 3 SA-319B choppers swept over the eastern edge of Rawalpindi, landing on the tarmac outside PAF Chaklala Air Base. The base occupied more than 10 square miles of territory, spread out in an ordered pattern of plain-looking tan and green buildings, barracks, landing strips, lines of fighter jets, helicopters, and assorted other structures. The choppers landed in the middle of an asphalt landing strip adjacent to a cavernous corrugated steel hangar. The 2 generals seated next to Dewey and Bolan descended from the chopper. Bolan started to follow, but Dewey stopped him, placing his hand on his knee. "Hold up," said Dewey. Bolan sat back. He lit another cigarette. After the other commanders had departed the chopper, Bolan shut the door behind them. "What is it?" asked Bolan. "Let them wait. You're the next president of Pakistan. You need to start acting like it." "You know what you're doing," said Bolan, puffing on the cigarette. "Yes," said Dewey. "The only danger right now comes from your own commanders. Ambition. Why Bolan? Why not me? You need to keep your eyes open. You need to take power. Right here, right now. If anyone opposes you, they need to be removed. Either they're with you or they're dead. Failed coups are caused by weakness at the top, guys like you thinking it's your charm and personality carrying you to power. Successful coups are accomplished through strength and fear, the barrel of a gun and loyal men at your side. In a year or 2, you can turn Pakistan back to democracy, but right now, it's all about strength and fear." "Your men can't carry their weapons," said Bolan. "Some will see it as a threat. Or worse, they'll think I'm a puppet." "Not an option. Let me explain something to you. The reason you're here right now and not lying on the ground with a hole in your head is because of America. When your commanders see us standing behind you inside that hangar, the thought in every head in that room will be Persam Karef. Right now, me, my team, the United States of America, we're an extension of you. Like it or not, we are your greatest asset." "Then what? You stay and babysit?" Get me to buy American war jets and tanks? Tell me when I can blow my nose? Is that why you think we're here? Do you really think we care what kind of jets you fly? Of course! Dewey laughed and shook his head. Field Marshal Boland, if we don't remove Omar al-Khayyab by noon, India will destroy this country. India will turn Pakistan into a radioactive sandbox, and when they do, it's highly likely China will move on India. America will be forced to respond. I'm here because America doesn't feel like fighting a war with China. Get it? You, Pakistan, even India for that matter, you're all a sideshow. I don't care what kind of jets you fly. President Allaire doesn't care what kind of jets you fly. To be honest, I don't even care who steps up and helps us take out al-Khayyab, but the fact is, you were chosen. You have the loyalty of the troops and the mid-rank commanders. You aren't religious, and we know of your dislike of al-Khayyab. You owe America peace with India. That's it. Peace and stability. You can buy jets from the devil as far as I'm concerned, but the war stops, and al-Khayyab is a dead man. Got it? We'll be gone by sunset. Chapter 53. Aswan-e-Sadr, Islamabad. President al-Khayyab stood next to a window that looked out on Constitution Avenue. The chants came in steady bursts now. "Death to India! Death to India! Death to India!" "They've gathered earlier than usual," said Atta. "I heard the chant until the middle of the night." Al-Khayyab remained silent. "They support you," said Atta. "You struck a great blow." "I've begun something whose ending I cannot foresee, brother," said al-Khayyab. "I don't like that feeling." "Then foresee it," said Atta. "What do you want it to be?" "Ummah," said al-Khayyab, "united under a caliphate. But is it Pakistan that is meant to start it all? Is it me who is meant to be the caliph?" "It is you, brother. It is your time. It is our time." The door to the president's office opened at the far side of the room. Khan, the Pakistani defense minister, and his deputy, al-Jakanda, walked in the room. "Hello, Mr. President," said Khan. "Has Boland arrived?" asked al-Khayyab. "He's at Chaklala. He will be here momentarily." Al-Khayyab turned back to the window. "Mr. President, we're at a crossroads." "Speak." "It is irrational for New Delhi to not react," said Khan. "I'm told that last night in New Delhi, more than 1 million people gathered. They burned effigies of you. They chanted death to Pakistan. More than 80 people were crushed to death in the protest. The Indians are enraged." "What is your point?" "They will react, Mr. President," said Khan. "Today, tomorrow, who knows? What I mean to say is if we don't continue to make the choices we desire for Pakistan, we will be the ones forced to react. New Delhi will assert itself. Frankly, it shocks me that they've done nothing so far." "What are the choices you speak of?" "The lack of Indian counterattack, especially in light of the pressure from Gandra's own citizenry. This can only be seen for what it is. America. America is somehow preventing New Delhi from counterattack." "Yes, I agree with you, Osama," said al-Khayyab. "Have we won?" "No," said Khan. "But we have it in our power to win. I believe we must now up the ante. Now, today, this minute. We must follow our first strike with a larger wave of bombing." "You mean?" said al-Khayyab. "Yes, more nuclear bombs, inside the Indian homeland. We have prepared a briefing sheet." Khan nodded to al-Jakanda. "We assessed 2 separate options," said al-Jakanda. "Option 1 would be a series of surgical nuclear strikes, spread out in a variety of geographies, west, south, and north. We contrasted that with a concentrated use of the same weapon set. Under this option, we selected New Delhi as the target. The design here would be to harm the focus of government, create more widespread political chaos, but leave most of the country unharmed, potentially open to a new form of government in the near future. Under the second option, we create an opportunity for political change," added Khan. "We open the door to a different kind of government, perhaps Islamic. At the very least, We create unbelievable, durable chaos. Al-Qayyab rubbed his bearded chin with his left hand and contemplated what he had just heard. And tell me, Khalid, how many people would die? In both scenarios, we recommend the use of 12 additional devices, said Al-Jakanda. Under option 1, between 4 and 5 million people would die. Under option 2, a strike on New Delhi alone with the same weapon set, we estimate a death toll of just north of 10 million people. Chapter 54. Security Room, Rashtrapati Bhavan, New Delhi. 6 stories below ground, President Gondra exited the elevator and turned toward the security room. Immediately, he heard shouting coming from the conference room down the corridor. He walked slowly down the brightly lit corridor toward the room where he knew his war cabinet awaited, listening to the angry voice of Indra Singh excoriating someone. "You'll do nothing of the sort," shouted Singh. "It's not your decision. You were not elected president." "Control yourself, Indra," the voice of Priya Vilokan, India's prime minister and head of the Nuclear Command Defense. "This is treason!" screamed Singh. "Have you been meeting in secret?" "It's not treason, you crazy bastard," came another voice, Gutta Morosla, the director of RAW, the Research and Analysis Wing, India's CIA. Gondra stepped into the frame of the door. On one side of the table was Singh, standing, his face beet red. Across from him sat General Prasad Dartalia, the head of armed forces. Morosla and Vilokan were seated at the far end of the conference table. Singh's anger was directed at Dartalia. His sleeves were rolled up, and he was leaning over the table. Dartalia sat calmly, reclined in the chair. His eyes shot from Singh to Gondra, standing in the doorway. "President Gondra," said Dartalia. "May I ask what this is all about?" asked Gondra. There was silence in the room. "Indra?" "Tell him what you told me," said Singh, looking at Dartalia. "Go on." "There is movement afoot," said Dartalia. "Near mutiny. Generals and strategic forces command. A large contingent of commanders in Punjab. Everywhere there is discontent." "Movement?" asked Gondra. "The upper ranks of the Indian armed forces believe you're weak," said Dartalia. "That the coup is a subterfuge." Gondra walked to the table and took a seat next to Dartalia. "Subterfuge?" Gondra asked. "What do you mean, Prasad?" "They're worried that when noon comes and the coup hasn't happened, that America will have yet another excuse for delaying the counterattack on Pakistan," said Dartalia. "And you will do what they say." "So what would be your plan?" asked Gondra. He looked at the clock on the wall, then pointed. "It's 9 in the morning, General. Thus far as we're all aware, the team of American Special Forces have killed Persom Karef and have succeeded in infiltrating the war command of Field Marshal Bolan. Haven't we been attempting to find Bolan's war command?" "Yes, Mr. President." "Well, the Americans found him," said Gondra. "They convinced Bolan to step into the Pakistani presidency. With 3 hours left, they have only to remove Omar al-Qayyab." Dartalia rubbed the bridge of his nose. "What is it?" asked Gondra. "May I speak frankly, sir, without being yelled at?" Dartalia asked, looking at Singh. "Yes, of course." "My loyalty is to India, Mr. President, and therefore it is to you as the elected leader of our country. I will not go along with any attempts to remove you. I am on your side, Mr. President. But I must warn you, if noon comes and Omar al-Qayyab is still in power, if India does not then strike Pakistan with the full weight of its nuclear arsenal, I fear your administration will be over. There will be a coup, but instead of Islamabad, it will be in New Delhi." Chapter 55. Chaklala Air Base, Rawalpindi. The hangar at Chaklala Air Base sweltered in the morning sunlight. Inside, more than 40 men were gathered. All wore military uniforms. The group included most of the commanding hierarchy of the Pakistani Army, Air Force, and Internal Security. The group stood inside the cavernous enclosure in front of a Chengdu JF-17 Thunder attack jet. Inside the hangar, the temperature had already reached 100 degrees. Suddenly, the steady purr of the approaching choppers buzzed the air. Through the open-air side of the large building, the group watched as 3 black Alouette 3 SA-319B choppers swept across the blue sky from the east and came in for a landing in front of the hangar. From each chopper stepped a group of military commanders who were part of Field Marshal Boland's Kashmir Theater War Command. A pair of men also emerged, unrecognized by the group, high-powered automatic weapons at their sides. Each of the strangers wore jeans and a T-shirt and had black war paint on his face. One was tall, an American. The other looked Pakistani. The generals and other military leaders in the hangar exchanged glances nervously. Boland's men entered the hangar and moved into the gathered crowd. "What's going on?" more than one commander asked. As instructed by Dewey, none of Boland's war command answered. The 2 strangers moved to the side of the hangar. Each man stood in silence, weapons aimed toward the ground, faces expressionless. Several minutes later, the side door to the farthest chopper from the hangar opened. Out stepped Field Marshal Boland, followed by another man carrying a submachine gun. This third outsider had long brown hair and a beard and mustache. He was tall. His chest was broad, barreled, his arm muscles tanned and ripped. Though Boland was the ranking officer, the most decorated soldier in the entire Pakistani military, it was the stranger who commanded the gaze of every officer in the hangar. At his side, he carried the same weapon as the others, MP7A1. As with the others, a long black silencer was screwed into the nozzle of the weapon. Boland walked inside the hangar. The plain-clothed stranger walked beside him, then joined the other strangers at the side of the hangar. Boland stepped into the group of generals which formed a loose semicircle in front of him. Boland looked about the semicircle in silence, meeting the eyes of every man in the group, saying nothing. After completing the arc, he removed his pack of cigarettes, took one, lit it, then took several puffs. Finally, he spoke. "It's time, my friends," said Boland quietly. He took a puff and exhaled. "You're here because you've given your life to Pakistan." Boland's voice grew louder. "Each of you has risked your life untold times to preserve and protect our country. You've done this for your families and for Pakistan." Boland's voice showed, in turns, confidence and a hint of anger. Above all else, it showed the resolve of a man not used to losing nor to wavering, the resolve of a strong man battle-tested, a warrior. "Many of you, like myself, have fathers and brothers who fought for our country and died. My own father died in the last war with India. I know that most of us have similar stories of pride and pain that come with being the defenders. We all have children and grandchildren who someday will stand here on this very ground, acting to do what they believe is best to preserve and protect Pakistan." Boland paused. The commanders were silent. "Today," he said, steel in his voice, "we take back our country." Boland took a large puff on his gitano, then blew into the air. "More than half a century ago, the Indians took Kashmir. They stole it. We all know that. But in the name of that mistake, that terrible legacy, will we see our entire country annihilated? Will we watch as an interloper comes into Pakistan and turns the theft of Kashmir into the destruction of our children, our land, and our future?" He paused. He again glanced around the group. "Field Marshal Boland," said one of the generals, a tall man in the back of the gathered group. "Where is General Karef?" "General Karef is dead," said Boland. "Today I ask for your allegiance and your loyalty. I want your support. If you cannot give that to me, I ask that you leave. You will not be hurt, but you cannot stay in this country. You'll receive safe passage out of Pakistan, along with your family. But you cannot enjoy the freedom and security that will once again be ours if you're not willing to help win it back from the evil forces that have threatened us with eternal darkness." Bolin stared at the general who had asked the question. "You have my loyalty," said the general. "Mine too," said another to the right. Soon the group had all expressed their support. "Thank you," said Bolin. "Now we have work to do." Dewey watched Bolin's speech, standing next to Miller and Iverhart. "How's the cut?" he asked quietly. "That's fine," said Miller. Dewey felt a small vibration in his pocket. He removed a small silver device, slightly larger than a credit card. He read the words as they scrolled across the top of the card. He placed it back in his pocket. Dewey stepped in front of Miller and Iverhart. "Do you recognize Isa Gorali?" Dewey asked, looking at Iverhart. Iverhart searched the crowd. "Yes," said Iverhart. "Back left. Third from the left. Short guy with a red beret." "Got it. Who is he?" "He runs ISI, Inter-Services Intelligence, the CIA here." When Bolin finished speaking, he signaled to Dewey. "Watch my back," whispered Dewey. Dewey walked to the group of generals. Miller and Iverhart followed him, but stood back at a short distance. Dewey stepped into the middle of the group. "Who is this?" asked one of the generals, looking at Bolin. "This is someone from the United States. He's here to help us." "We don't need the help of the Americans. We know whose side they're on." "He's right," said another general, shaking his head. "Are we to be a puppet regime of the United States, Xavier?" Several men nodded agreement, shaking their heads in disgust. Dewey glanced across the group of generals gathered in a loose semicircle around him and Bolin. "I'm not here to choose sides," said Dewey. "I don't work for India. Frankly, I could care less who wins your war. But when nuclear bombs start dropping on American allies, we start paying attention. You in this hangar, you all constitute Pakistan's military leadership. And what you need to understand is that your boss, the president of Pakistan, dropped a nuclear bomb on an American ally. When you do that, there are repercussions." "This has nothing to do with America," yelled one of the generals. "Field Marshal Bolin, is this the man who killed Persomkarev?" asked a different general. Dewey paused. He glanced back at Miller and Iverhart. He turned back to the circle of Pakistani generals. "Who sent you here?" another general asked. "Let the man speak," said Bolin. "I'll keep this brief because we don't have a lot of time," said Dewey. "You can listen to me or not, that's your choice. But I know you're all men who care deeply about your country, and your country is facing its gravest hour whether you care to admit it or not. If Omar el-Khayyab isn't removed and replaced by noon, the country of Pakistan, your cities and towns, your families, your way of life, all of it will cease to exist. India will destroy Pakistan. New Delhi will not ignore the destruction of Karoo, nor will they respond proportionally." "How do you know this?" yelled one of the generals. "IAF has 74 planes in the air as we speak," said Dewey. "Each of those planes is carrying 2 nuclear bombs. That's almost 150 nuclear bombs. In addition, there are at least 24 mobile units at the border. In about 2 hours, those bombs are going to fall from the sky like rain. Pakistan will be wiped off the map. After India destroys you, we believe China will attack India. The U.S. won't allow that." Dewey paused. "You asked why I'm here? I'm here because America would rather put a bullet in Omar el-Khayyab's head than fight a war with China. It's that simple." The gathered commanders stared at Dewey in shock. He glanced at Bolin. "If this is true, we must attack first," shouted a commander in the back, "before India strikes." "It's too late for that," said Dewey. "Before you could even get 1 nuclear bomb in the air, India would act. The die is cast." Dewey watched the hushed crowd of generals. "But even if you could surprise New Delhi, why would you?" Dewey continued. "So you can inflict the damage first? So that both countries are destroyed instead of just Pakistan? You're all patriots. You all care about your homeland. The solution is not to destroy India, General. The solution is to make peace. Finally, a short, bearded general in the front raised his hand. Who sent you here? The general asked. The President of the United States sent me. He looked into the eyes of the gathered generals, scanning the semicircle of men as if defying the gathered group to do something, to leave, get mad, anything to show their disapproval at his words, but no one moved so much as an inch. Now there's not a lot of time, Dewey continued. I'll get you out of this mess. But you all need to shut the fuck up and listen. You want to live? Do exactly as I say. The gathered commanders stood in silence, shocked by Dewey's candor, mesmerized by his words, awed by his physical presence, his big arms and chest, his height, the way the weapons on him, a handgun in his shoulder holster, the MP7 at his side, looked as if he'd been born with them. The most important thing right now is loyalty, said Dewey calmly. Not only is it important that you're loyal to Field Marshal Bolin, you must demand loyalty from your line officers. Loyalty equals stability. Disloyalty equals chaos. Dewey looked at the group of generals who stared at him, some contemptuously, others nodding, coming around. He reached to his shoulder holster and abruptly removed his silenced Colt M1911, raised it, and aimed it at one of the generals, a short man in a red beret, Issa Garali. "What the hell are you doing?" barked Bolin. Garali, in the red beret, stood motionless. "This man is in charge of ISI," said Bolin. "I know who he is," said Dewey, the weapon extended in front of him. Issa Garali. Dewey stared into Garali's eyes. 5 minutes ago, this man sent a text to Osama Khan. With his left hand, without moving the aim of the weapon, Dewey removed the small silver device from his pocket. He handed it to Bolin. Bolin studied the small device. His eyes shot from the device to Garali, whose eyes now darted about nervously. "Bolin, Coup," read Bolin aloud. A slight tremble shuddered across Garali's body. His eyes blinked nervously. "By the way, General, he never got the message," said Dewey. Dewey pulled the trigger, just once. A bullet hit him in the chest. Garali lurched backward and fell to the ground. Dewey glanced across the gathered commanders. He holstered his weapon, then waited. "This isn't a game," said Dewey finally. "You need to put your country in front of your own personal interests. Garali didn't do that, and now he's dead. If you step out of line, you should expect what just happened to him to happen to you." The generals listened as Dewey continued. "Some of you were involved in the Musharraf coup," continued Dewey. "This is different. Nawaz Sharif was not popular. El-Qayyab is. We need to anticipate widespread civil unrest. That's manageable. What's not manageable is fracture within Pakistan's military hierarchy. If you aren't united, the men in this room, you'll trigger a civil war. One of you, maybe more than one of you, is looking around right now and wondering, why isn't it me? Said Dewey. You're thinking, why Bolin? Bury the thought, because you won't win. You'll end up with a bullet in your chest, just like Garali. You need to be united. Being a soldier means you care about something bigger than yourself. It means you care about your country. I know you all care about Pakistan. Right now, your country is at risk. You men gathered here, Pakistan's military leadership, you're the only hope your country has right now. For your country, I'm asking you to be soldiers, to unite behind Field Marshal Bolin. How can we trust the United States? Barked one of the generals. I'm not a diplomat, said Dewey. I don't care if you trust me. I'm telling you the way it is. You have one shot at saving Pakistan, and it's right here, right now. He's right, said another general. Listen to the man. What's next? Asked Bolin. What do we need to do? The first phase of the coup is command and control, said Dewey. That's now through El-Qayyab's removal. It should be relatively straightforward, like removing a light bulb. We go in, remove El-Qayyab, then replace him with Field Marshal Bolan. Easy. This should be a light battalion. No more than a couple hundred soldiers. The group that accompanies Field Marshal Bolan should be SSG. We need to move right now. Get the soldiers outside the hangar immediately. We'll need to coordinate tightly with whoever is in charge of the president's security. We want to do this with as little bloodshed as possible. What do we do with El-Qayyab? El-Qayyab is removed from the premises, said Dewey. We're not going to treat him roughly at the palace. He'll disappear once he's outside the compound, but while there are still people loyal to him lingering around, we treat him like a little kitten. We want the story to be about saving Pakistan, not about killing an old blind man we disagreed with. Once he's off premises, India will demand proof that he's dead. Also, we need to remove Osama Khan. He gets a bullet. Today. Colonel Martu has oversight of SSG and El-Qayyab security detail, said Bolan. Reach him immediately. Yes, sir, said Cleric, one of his generals. Phase 2 is control and transition, said Dewey. It begins when El-Qayyab is removed and Field Marshal Bolan takes jurisdiction over the military and the other branches of government. A few hours. Legal formality of the regime change will occur, proper authorizations, that sort of thing. This is the most vulnerable stage of the coup. Any jihadists, El-Qayyab loyalists, or disloyal line commanders within your ranks could try and do something irrational. You need to kill off these threats immediately. No mercy. Access to Field Marshal Bolan should be severely restricted. The Field Marshal's main job during this phase is meeting with parliamentary leaders and negotiating a truce with India. America is doing what it can to prevent India from attacking, but you will still need to descale tensions. That's just a fact. The war in Kashmir has to end. You can't have a smoldering side fire while the change of government is taking place. During the transition, it's imperative that the media be kept completely in the dark. That means corralling reporters and, more important, photographers. We need to limit information coming out of Islamabad, at least until this afternoon, following Parliament's acceptance of Field Marshal Bolan's presidency. That means cutting off electricity and communication links to Al Jazeera, AP, CNN, Fox, BBC, and any other network. Just do it. We can apologize later. Also, if possible, we need to cut off access to Facebook and Twitter. We can help with that. Finally, we need to get people inside their houses, and we need to shut off visitors, at least for a few days. I assume Pakistan has some sort of martial law protocol? Yes, said Bolan. That's what we'll use, said Dewey. Shut down all border crossings for at least 48 hours. The point is, we want to send a signal that you are in charge, you're organized, and you will do whatever it takes to consolidate and control power. Fear and strength will lead to stability. That's what people want, stability. You give it to them with strict command and control. Bolan put his arm out, interrupting Dewey. General Ravi, General Pervez, Colonel Ayala. You three divide up this responsibility, said Bolan. He glanced at the corpse of Gorali. Bolan pointed at one of the generals. General Cleric, you'll oversee ISI. Yes, Field Marshal. Bolan nodded at Dewey. Finally, Phase 3 is called Transition and Peace, said Dewey. This comes after the general population becomes aware of the change in leadership and lasts until there's stability without the need for martial law. It could be a week, a month, or a year. This is the most dangerous phase of the coup. This is about internal security across Pakistan, bringing calm and security to the streets. This is not going to be easy. El-Qayyab is popular, and he's popular with people who are crazy. Several of the generals laughed at this remark. You'll need to be ruthless with Taliban and Al-Qaeda coming in from the Hindu Kush. They will seek to exploit instability created by the removal of Al-Qayyab. Phase 3 requires the tight cooperation of all Pakistani military working closely with local law enforcement. It also requires a realistic assessment of internal security risks within the presidential palace and governmental agencies. Be thorough, but not ruthless. Don't make the mistake of killing low-level political opponents. It's a slippery slope. A lot of people will resent you. Get over it. Unless they're willing to use violence against you, control them, lock them up, whatever, but don't start killing them. Under any circumstance, there will be international outcry. My strong suggestion when the UN calls, tell them to fuck off. Will we not want international support? Asked Bolin. They'll come around, said Dewey. After all, you're removing a guy who just dropped a nuclear bomb on 8,000 innocent civilians. You'll be a hero. Now we have to get moving. By my count, we have less than an hour and a half to remove Omar al-Khayyab and get India to bring their nukes home. Will the U.S. help us in this phase? Asked a general in back. Will you stay to manage things? We've already helped you, answered Dewey, watching the line of generals. We're out of Islamabad when the sun goes down. Tonight? Asked one of the generals, incredulous. Dewey ignored the question. He glanced behind him at Miller and Iverhart. One more thing, said Dewey, looking over the generals. We were never here. Chapter 56. Iwan-e-Sadr. It's been over an hour, Mr. President, said Osama Khan. You have to decide now if we are to advance the attack on India. You have my recommendation. The clock is ticking, sir. The planes stand ready to take off. The nuclear bombs are ready. The 12 targets are identified and locked in. Al-Khayyab smiled, but said nothing. The muted, steady din of the chant continued from beyond the window. Al-Khayyab reached forward, pressed his hand on a button beneath his desk. In a matter of seconds, a servant entered the room. "A cup of tea, please," said Al-Khayyab. "Osama? Khalid?" "Nothing, thanks," said Khan. "Tea would be fine, Mr. President," said El-Jakanda. "May I also use the restroom, sir?" "There," said Atta el-Khayyab, pointing toward the corner of the room, a small wooden door that was hard to see. El-Jakanda stood and crossed the room. El-Khayyab sat in blank silence. His thoughts were 1,000 miles away, from the room, from Khan. The dream had come again in the night, the horrible fire at his home when he was a child. This time, El-Khayyab saw his father as he carried him and Atta to the safety of the sidewalk, then ran screaming up the stairs to try and save his mother and sisters. How he'd run after him, only to be pulled back by Atta. It was the last time he would ever see his father. His last memory of his father was also his last sight before blindness came, the sight of his father's back as he ran into the flames to try to save his mother and sisters. El-Khayyab felt no pain as he thought of the vision. Rather, he felt an altogether different sensation: warmth, ecstasy. For in that moment, a moment that seemed to replay again and again in his mind, he saw the love that his father had for his mother, for his brother and sisters, and for him. It would be El-Khayyab's last and final sight as a human being. If Allah was the power that had cast the flames around his family that awful morning, it was for a reason. The flames, the painful loss, the destruction, they had created El-Khayyab. El-Khayyab felt a tear on his cheek, for he knew what was next, what he had to do. He felt the stirring, awesome tension throughout his body of a higher force, guiding his thoughts now and his steps. "You are deep in thought, Mr. President," said Khan. El-Khayyab removed his glasses. His eyes were wet, the red scar tissue surrounding the greenish, aged remains of eyeballs. Involuntarily, Khan flinched at the grotesque sight. "It's time," said Al-Khayyab. "We must go ahead with your design, Osama." "I'm glad to hear it, Mr. President. The planes stand ready." El-Khayyab stood. He walked across the room to the window. The ominous chant seemed to grow louder as he reached his left hand out from his bisht and placed it against the large window. "But there is to be one change," said El-Khayyab. "And what is that, Mr. President?" asked Khan. "If you're going to reduce the number of bombs, I must warn you, 12 bombs are not enough. Everything Pakistan has, everything that Allah has given us." Khan shot a look at Atta el-Khayyab, taken aback by his words. He struggled to speak. But, Mr. President, that is 160 nuclear bombs. Khan coughed. We will be committing. It is only through complete destruction, Osama, interrupted al-Qayyab, looking with his blind eyes to the crowd, that true light will come. Chapter 57. Iwan-e-Sadr. The black Mercedes sedan, holding Bolan, pushed slowly, foot by foot, through the thick crowds of Pakistanis gathered concentrically around the iron gates of Iwan-e-Sadr. Trailed by half a dozen black and green Humvees, the sedan rolled up to the main entrance gates where no less than 20 soldiers stood in a line, submachine guns aimed in front of them. The left rear window of the sedan lowered. The guard looked inside. "It's an honor, sir," said the soldier, recognizing Field Marshal Bolan. Bolan returned his salute. "Thank you, soldier. Now open the gates." "Yes, sir." The soldier glanced for a brief instant past Bolan, meeting Dewey's stare, then looking away. The large iron gates moved sideways. The soldiers, standing inside the compound, trained their weapons at the teeming crowd, lest anyone try to enter the compound. The Mercedes moved forward. It was followed by the Humvees, which rumbled by the armed soldiers. The gates to the Iwan-e-Sadr slid shut. The vehicles moved down a brick drive for several hundred yards, then went right, through a stone archway that led to an interior courtyard. The Mercedes parked in front of a set of long granite steps that led into the presidential palace. The Humvees lined up next to the black sedan. At the top of the steps, Colonel Martu emerged. Neat khaki uniform, medals across the chest, orange epaulets on top of the shoulders, a red beret. He descended to meet Bolan's car. Bolan climbed out of the sedan, stepped toward the steps that led gracefully up to the presidential palace. Martu met him at the bottom step, saluting. "Field Marshal," said Martu. "Thank God. If these walls could talk. I speak for the entire SSG leadership when I say we have been waiting for this day." "Thank you, Colonel. What is the report?" "Al-Qayyab is in his office with Osama Khan. I'll escort you." Dewey climbed out the other side of the Mercedes. He wrapped his submachine gun across his back and kept his Colt M1911 holstered beneath his left armpit. "Who is this?" asked Martu, looking across the front of the Mercedes. "A friend from America," said Bolan. "His name is Andreas. Now let's move." Dewey walked to the first Humvee, around to the rear. Rob Iverhart sat with General Cleric at the ends of the back seats, soldiers packed in behind them. Dewey tapped his ear, looking at Iverhart, indicating to keep his comm on. "I'll assemble men at the top of the steps," said Cleric. "No," said Dewey. "This looks like it's going to be painless." Dewey turned, walked to the next vehicle, where Miller sat. Dewey glanced at his neck, where a trickle of blood was moving in a fresh path south toward a shirt that was increasingly red and wet. Miller's face looked pale and ashen. "How you feeling?" asked Dewey. "Fine," said Miller. "Come on," said Dewey. "I might need you to translate." Miller climbed out of the Humvee. Dewey and he walked up the steps 20 feet behind Bolan and Martu. "So this is a coup," said Miller quietly. "Do they always go this smoothly?" "No," said Dewey. At the top of the steps was a set of bright red doors, 2 stories tall, with ornate gold ornament along the frame. 2 more soldiers, Uzis out, stood outside the door. They stared at Dewey and Miller as they followed Bolan and Martu inside. Bolan glanced back at Dewey. Dewey saw a trace of nervousness in Bolan's eyes. They walked down a long, high-ceilinged corridor with a floor of gleaming black and white marble. They passed door after door, all of which were shut. Ahead to the right was an open door. Dewey glanced inside as they moved past the door. "Cabinet room," said Miller. Inside, the room was half filled. Government officials in suits seated around the table talking. At the end of the table, one of the officials turned, spied Dewey, turned away, then did a double take as Dewey passed. "Colonel?" Dewey said after walking a few more feet. "Yes?" asked Martu. "You need to lock down the cabinet room. Most of them will be supportive." "Get some men in there and shut the door," said Dewey. "Tell them Field Marshal Bolin will be in to speak with them within the hour. Confiscate cell phones." Bolin nodded to Martu, who took out his cell phone and spoke rapidly before hanging up. At the end of the corridor, a stairwell led right. On the walls, large oil portraits of past Pakistani leaders. They moved past windows that overlooked Constitution Avenue, swarming with hundreds of thousands of people. Dewey registered the huge crowd from above. It was overwhelming. The large square was packed, along with the roads leading to the square. People waved signs and flags. The crowd spread out as far as you could see in every direction. The chant wouldn't stop. "Death to India! Death to India!" He glanced at Miller. "That's not good," said Dewey quietly as they ascended. "Why?" "There are certain things that can't be controlled," whispered Dewey. "Large angry crowds are at the top of the list." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying we need to remove this guy, then get the hell out of Dodge before things spiral out of control." They reached the top of the stairs. Bolin and Martu were ahead, out of earshot. "What about India?" asked Miller. Dewey looked at his watch. "We have 15 minutes. Once Al-Qayyab is gone, India will bring home its nukes. But I wouldn't want to be a pasty-skinned American when those crazy fuckheads," he nodded to the window, "find out their messiah is gone." Miller stared at Dewey, a hint of concern on his face. Dewey looked away and kept walking up the stairs. At the top step, Bolin and Martu awaited. The group moved down the corridor toward a set of doors, outside of which stood 2 more soldiers. They saluted Bolin and Martu as they approached. Bolin, Martu, Miller, and Dewey stood outside the door for a brief moment. One of the soldiers placed his hand on the large brass doorknob, then pulled the door open. Al-Qayyab's office was enormous, cavernous, and ornate, light-filled. Closer to the door was a large sitting space with 2 long, bright red couches facing each other and a table between them. Along the far walls, windows 10 feet high looked out on the Capital District. At the far end of the office was a long green marble table. In front of the table was a tall, middle-aged man in a tan suit, with neatly combed black hair, whom Dewey recognized immediately. The father of Pakistan's nuclear program, Osama Khan. From behind Bolin's hulking frame, Dewey's eyes flashed to the window, where a tall man in an immaculate white beast stood. He recognized him from the photographs. Omar al-Qayyab. Al-Qayyab's long gray beard spread down across his chest. His glasses were off, and even from across the room, the hideous scars were visible. Behind Khan, another man stood, this one in a dark blue beast. This was Al-Qayyab's brother, Atta. When the door opened, Khan turned and stood. "Field Marshal Bolin," said Khan from across the room. "Come in, join us." Bolin crossed the room. The chants from the square seemed to grow louder as he crossed the soft, ornate carpet underfoot. Martu stayed at his side, a foot behind him. "Field Marshal Bolin," said Al-Qayyab. "Thank you for coming all this way." Khan's eyes drifted past the approaching Bolin, past Martu, then found Dewey and Miller. Khan moved a step to his left, as if in disbelief. His arm lifted. Khan pointed a finger at Dewey. "Americans," said Khan. "What's going on?" "It's over, my friend," said Bolin. "What is this?" shouted Khan. "President Al-Qayyab, Bolin is a traitor. He is accompanied by Americans, CIA." Dewey said nothing. "Pakistan is taking back its government today," said Bolin forcefully. He glanced at Khan, then addressed Al-Qayyab. "Omar Al-Qayyab, you have brought Pakistan to the brink of self-destruction." America is stealing our government, yelled Khan, stepping toward Bolin. America is our friend. Mr. Andreas helped to save our country. You'll pay for this, Bolin. You've endangered the lives of every man, woman, and child in Pakistan, barked Bolin, out-shouting Khan. Khan reached to a holster at his waist. Dewey pulled his Colt from his shoulder holster in one fluid motion, then pulled the trigger. A slug tore into Khan's forehead, and he was knocked backward as if kicked by a horse. Dewey stepped forward, took aim again, and fired. The bullet cut a gumdrop-sized hole through Khan's chest. Bolin and Martu looked at Dewey, momentarily taken aback by what he had just done. "I do have one question for you, Field Marshal Bolin," said Omar el-Khayyab calmly. "What is it?" The chanting outside continued. "Death to India! Death to India!" "When they find out I am gone," he said, his voice trembling but smooth, barely above a whisper, nodding his head toward the window, the noise of the chants pounding menacingly at the air. "When they move toward the gates, when the people at the back push and crush the ones at the front, and the ground is spilled in crimson, when the gates come crashing down, when they climb the stairs and they find you, tell me, what will you say to the people?" Bolin paused. "Well, Field Marshal, have you no answer?" asked el-Khayyab, his voice trembling as he slowly moved away from the window. "It seems a simple question." "I'll tell them the truth," said Bolin. "I will tell them their children will live to breathe another day." Chapter 58. Iwan-e-Sadr. 4 members of SSG, along with Miller, escorted Omar and Atta el-Khayyab to the basement of Aswan-e-Sadr. In the basement, a green Humvee awaited. A pair of soldiers helped move el-Khayyab into the back of the vehicle. Iverhart and General Cleric climbed into the vehicle across from them. Atta el-Khayyab sat next to his brother. Miller sat directly across from the blind cleric, their knees almost touching, Iverhart across from Atta. El-Khayyab's eyes were now hidden by dark sunglasses. He seemed to focus in on Miller. Iverhart looked at Cleric. "Where will we take them?" "North," said Cleric, "to the hills." Bolin commandeered an office down the hall from el-Khayyab's office, a smaller room with several phones. Dewey followed Bolin to the office. He shut the door behind him. As Dewey picked up one of the phone receivers, he looked at his watch. 11:49 a.m. 11 minutes to spare. "It's Andreas," said Dewey to an operator once he'd been patched through to the Pentagon. "Let's make the call." Dewey listened as the phone clicked several times, then started a short beeping noise. He hit a button on the console and put the call on speaker. "Yes?" said the voice. Dewey nodded at Bolin. "President Gandra, this is Field Marshal Xavier Bolin." "Field Marshal Bolin, I've been expecting your call." "I'm pleased to tell you that Omar el-Khayyab is no longer in power," said Bolin. "He's gone. The government of Pakistan is now in the hands of the Pakistani military. I must now get through the next few hours and a smooth change of regime. After that, my immediate goal is to work with you on a rapid and peaceful resolution to the conflict in Kashmir. If you will allow me, I would also like to discuss the creation of a long-term peace between us." "I'm happy to hear this news," said Gandra. "As of noontime, in about 10 minutes, Pakistani armed forces will cease offensive war operations at the Kashmir front," said Bolin. "My field commanders have been ordered to stop all activities offensive in nature directed toward India. We will not abandon our defensive positions or any sort of right to self-protection, but we are no longer at war." "Thank you, Field Marshal Bolin." "Later today," said Bolin, "I suggest that you and I reconvene by phone. Obviously, I ask that you join me in this general stand-down of battle. It would be my suggestion that we declare an immediate ceasefire and begin to discuss in earnest the terms of a lasting peace for our two countries." There was a long pause. "India will stand down," said Gandra. It could take me a few minutes, but I will order an immediate stand-down. Thank you, President Gandra. As for the larger question of peace between our countries, said Gandra, I will tell you that it is Pakistan who has dropped the nuclear bomb on India. How we come to terms with this, I frankly do not know. Nor do I, Mr. President, said Bolan. But I must tell you, I was as shocked and appalled by the dropping of this bomb as you were. I can only express my condolences, President Gandra. I think the foundation of any future peace between our countries must be built on the recognition that there is a new and profound enemy among us. Today, he wore the clothing of a Pakistani. Tomorrow, he might speak Hindi. But make no mistake, the religious fanatic is enemy to us all. I agree with you, Field Marshal Bolan, said Gandra. At Indian Army headquarters in New Delhi, General Vinod Promuth climbed out of the back of a black Range Rover, followed by 2 aides. He cast his eyes suspiciously to his left and right, then walked quickly toward the front door of the main administration building. Inside his spacious office, Promuth had gathered 7 generals, including the top commander of Strategic Defense Command, the military branch charged with oversight of India's nuclear weapons. In addition, Promuth had with him several high-ranking commanders from within the Indian Army. Promuth himself was the second highest-ranking officer in the Indian Army. "It's noon," said Promuth. "Have there been orders from the President?" "No," said one of the generals. "All's quiet from Rashtrapati Bhavan." "And are we all in agreement?" asked Promuth, looking into the eyes of his cadre. "Yes," said one of the commanders. "It's time for India to fight back. The President has failed to protect the motherland." "Should we at least ascertain the status of the coup and the progress of the American team?" asked one of the generals. "It's too late for that," said Promuth. "Noon was the deadline. The President had his chance. It's time for the men in this room to reclaim our country and fight back against the Pakistani enemy. Gandra is obviously not going to do that." "I've laid out a digest of the steps necessary to ensure smooth regime change," said one of the commanders, looking at Promuth. "The first step is a general meeting of the Army and Air Force hierarchy here in New Delhi. With your permission, I will order a general session to take place this afternoon." "So be it," said Promuth. "In the meantime, let's go through the logistics of Gandra's removal and the process of parliamentary approval." In a deserted field 15 minutes' drive north of Islamabad, the black and green Humvee left the dirt road and began crossing an uninhabited landscape of stub brush, rocks, and sand. The Humvee drove for more than a mile across the untouched, empty terrain. Finally, the Humvee came to a stop. Omar al-Khayyab grasped his brother's forearm, then cast his blind eyes in Miller's direction. "Please spare my brother," said Omar al-Khayyab in Urdu. "He's done nothing wrong." "The sins of the brother," said Miller, also in Urdu. "So tell me, did he try to stop you, Imam?" "He did nothing," said al-Khayyab, "except take care of me. He is innocent." "Like the people of Carew," said Miller. Al-Khayyab nodded, then placed his hand on his brother's. The soldiers removed Omar al-Khayyab and his brother from the back of the Humvee. They were led away from the vehicle, a dozen feet or so. Al-Khayyab tripped, causing his glasses to fall from his head to the ground, where they remained. Cleric led them a few feet farther. Finally, they stopped near a low, flat boulder. Standing behind the Humvee, Iverhart aimed the small video camera at General Cleric, as Cleric removed a pistol from his waist holster. Cleric lifted the weapon and aimed it at Omar al-Khayyab. Al-Khayyab stood, motionless. His murky eyes stared blankly into the distance. Cleric fired. The thunderclap of the shot was shocking in the quiet air. Al-Khayyab dropped to the ground, rolled awkwardly to the side, his face smashed against the earth. Cleric turned his weapon and aimed it at Atta, then fired. Iverhart watched the film clip once, then uploaded it to CENTCOM. He looked at the timestamp on the upload. 12:07 p.m. Chapter 59. Indian Army Headquarters, New Delhi. At 12:18 p.m., President Gondra's motorcade pulled in through the gates of Indian Army Headquarters in New Delhi. He was accompanied by a force of 24 of the President's bodyguard, uniformed members of the Household Cavalry Regiment of the Indian Army. Gondra climbed out of the limousine and walked to the front doors of the main administration building. "Wait here," said Gondra to one of the officers accompanying him. "General Daltalia ordered me to accompany you," said the officer. "No need," said Gondra. "Please wait for me here. I will do this alone." Gondra walked down the hall and stood outside a large oak door, now closed, that led to the office of General Vinod Promoth. Gondra knocked on the door, then turned the doorknob and stepped into Promoth's spacious office. A group of military commanders, all of whom Gondra knew, was gathered around the conference table in the middle of the office. Gondra stepped inside the office but said nothing. He looked at General Promoth, who sat in a large black leather chair behind his desk. Promoth appeared to be stunned, his mouth agape, speechless. The generals seated at the table were also in shock at Gondra's surprise appearance. "Since when do the officers of the Indian military not salute their commander-in-chief?" asked Gondra, a hint of anger in his voice. He stared at Promoth, who stood up and quickly moved his right hand to his brow. One by one, the occupants of the conference table followed suit. "May I ask the purpose of your visit, Mr. President?" said Promoth. "No, you may not," said President Gondra. "Where's your phone?" Promoth glanced nervously at the conference table. "Yes, Mr. President," stammered Promoth. "Please." Promoth pointed to the black phone on the desk. Gondra picked up the phone, dialed a number, then waited several moments in silence. "It's the President," Gondra said. "Let's make the call." Gondra pressed the speakerphone. After a short time, the phone beeped. "President Gondra," said a voice over the speakerphone. "Thank you for calling me back so quickly." "It is my pleasure, Field Marshal Bolan," said Gondra, glancing around the office at the faces of the gathered military commanders. "I must tell you that you are on speakerphone, Field Marshal Bolan. I am joined by several of my top military commanders, including Field Marshal Ramal Domke, the senior commander of Strategic Defense Command." "Gentlemen," said Bolan over the speaker, "as I explained to President Gondra, Omar el-Khayyab has been removed from power. He is dead. The Pakistani military is in control of Pakistan, and I've ordered an immediate ceasefire in Kashmir and a withdrawal of our troops back to the line of control. In addition, all nuclear devices have been brought back from their offensive strategic positions. What you should also know," continued Bolan, "is that the bombing of Karoo was a surprise to me and to most, if not all, of my fellow officers, as well as the citizens of Pakistan. In my opinion, it was a grave mistake, a crime committed by war criminals. I did not know about the attack until after it occurred, and I am deeply saddened by it. But I cannot take back what happened at Karoo. What I can do is tell you that the reason we effected a change of regime was so that we could prevent further unnecessary loss of life in both of our countries." The room was silent. "Thank you for your sentiments," said Gondra, who stared icily at Promoth. "I know that you have designs on retaliation for what occurred at Karoo," continued Bolan on speaker. "Let me be frank. I ask for your commitment, for India's commitment, that you stand down your nuclear arsenal." Gondra looked into Promoth's eyes, then turned to Field Marshal Domke. "Would you like to answer him, Field Marshal?" Gondra asked. Domke, the senior commander of India's Strategic Defense Command, was momentarily stunned, then gathered himself. He stepped from the conference table to the desk next to President Gondra. He looked briefly at Promoth, then leaned over the phone. "You have India's commitment, Field Marshal Bolan," said Domke. We will order the stand-down of our bombers immediately. Thank you, said Bolin. I suggest we reconvene in a few hours. I look forward to it, said Gondra. Gondra pressed the speaker button on the phone, hanging it up. He walked toward the door. At the door, he turned. General Promoth, said Gondra, I will expect your letter of resignation by 1 o'clock. If I do not have it by 1 o'clock, you will be arrested and charged with high treason. Chapter 60. Iwan-e Sutter. Bolin stepped into the cabinet room. The room sweltered in the heat despite the air conditioning. El-Kayab's cabinet sat at the table. At the door, 4 soldiers stood, machine guns out, guarding the door. Bolin was immediately besieged. "What have you done with the president?" shouted one of El-Kayab's ministers. "Who's in charge here?" demanded another. Shouting overtook the room. Bolin raised his hand, but to no avail. The shouting continued. "Where is Omar El-Kayab?" yelled another minister. Bolin stood listening for more than a minute, waiting for the group to calm down. Finally, one of the ministers at the far end of the table succeeded in quelling the angry group. "Let the man speak, for God's sake!" he screamed. Bolin waited for silence to finally come to the crowded room. 1 hour ago, Omar El-Kayab was removed from office, said Bolin. The Pakistani military, under my direction, effected this change in order to prevent what we believe would have been a full-scale nuclear attack on Pakistan by India and the destruction of our country and our people. We acted today with a heavy heart. We acted to save Pakistan. I am proud that we did so." Bolin paused. He glanced around the room. The cabinet ministers remained quiet. "Some of you will be asked to continue your service to Pakistan," said Bolin. "Others will not. Under no circumstance will anyone be harmed, unless, of course, you attempt to disrupt the smooth transition of power. Today's actions are about ending further unnecessary bloodshed. Right now, until we have managed down the crisis caused by Omar El-Kayab's nuclear bomb, it is imperative that we control the news coming out of Islamabad. Therefore, you will remain here. Food and drink will be brought in, and these men will accompany you to the bathroom when necessary. Good day." Bolin turned and left the room as the shouting started up again. As of 2 hours following El-Kayab's removal from office, nobody in Islamabad, press or otherwise, knew of the takeover of government. To the massive crowd surrounding Iwan-e Sutter, nothing had changed. ISI, now under Bolin's control, succeeded in shutting off power and communications to all media outlets with bureaus in Islamabad or Rawalpindi. But it was only a matter of time before reporters, unable to broadcast, became suspicious, then found alternative means of communication to the outside world. One reporter, a BBC News correspondent, called BBC headquarters in London and described the power outage on a live broadcast. Soon, the office of Pakistan's foreign minister, Darius Mohan, was being pelted with calls. But Mohan was gone, and even members of his own department were clueless as to his whereabouts. This led to even further questions and confusion. A new and broader news cycle commenced just a few minutes after the BBC report. This wave of reports was sparked by a report from Kashmir. From Srinagar, near the war front, Al Jazeera reported that the battle between India and Pakistan had moved to a state of ceasefire. More calls flooded into the Pakistani Foreign Ministry as well as Al-Kayab's office. CNN, BBC, and Fox all picked up Al Jazeera's story from Srinagar. Sometime in the early afternoon, Fox's New Delhi correspondent, Caitlin Montgomery, went live with a report that quickly and dramatically altered the dynamics back in Islamabad. "According to anonymous sources inside the Indian Foreign Ministry," said Montgomery, "a temporary ceasefire has been negotiated between India and Pakistan. As reported earlier, there has been no battle activity at the Kashmir war front for several hours now. Perhaps more important, according to one source, repeat, this has not been corroborated, but according to my source within the Indian government, Omar El-Kayab, the president of Pakistan, has been removed from office in what he termed a coup d'etat." Chapter 61. Iwan E. Sutter. We sent a military jet to pick you up, said Jessica. It'll be there by 6. They'll take you 3 to Qatar. Rob stays in Qatar. The jet will bring you and Alex back to Washington. Alex is joining Special Operations Group out of Langley. Then there's you, Mr. Andreas. There are a lot of grateful people running around here. I was hoping maybe I could have 5 or 10 minutes of your time in between all the accolades you're going to be receiving. Dewey stood in a large conference room down the hall from Boland's office, staring out at Constitution Avenue. Iverhart stood next to him. Miller sat in a chair at a large conference table. Alex is wounded, said Dewey into the phone, glancing at Miller, whose bandage had been recently changed. He needs a doctor. There's a military hospital in Qatar, said Jessica. They can patch him up and Bethesda can handle the rest after you guys arrive. By the way, Islamabad police figured out he killed the customs agents. Hector is working with ISI to kill the warrant, but exfiltrating him to Qatar is probably a good idea. In the distance, at the far side of the square in front of Iwan E. Sutter, Dewey heard a crash, then the tinkling of breaking glass. He reached to the table and picked up a set of binoculars. Across the square, perhaps a quarter-mile away, he could see a group of young men hurling rocks at a storefront, whose plate glass was now broken. "How is Boland?" asked Jessica. "Can he do the job?" Dewey watched through the binoculars as one of the men in the square lit something on fire. Smoke suddenly wafted up from the sidewalk. People spread away from the small fire. From the corner, a pair of soldiers ran, weapons out. Dewey heard the faint crack of automatic weapons fire. One of the men fell to the ground. The others dispersed. "Yes, he can do the job," said Dewey, still watching the scene through the binoculars. "Without question, it was good intelligence work. He was the right choice. But you need to get us out of here. It's heating up." "What are you talking about?" asked Jessica. "The crowds are learning about Al-Qayyab's removal. It's going to heat up here, and Boland's going to need to clamp down. I've never seen more beasts in my life. I don't want to be around when they find out Al-Qayyab's dead." "Is Boland aware of this?" "I don't know," said Dewey. "I haven't seen him in a few hours. They've restricted access to him." "Even to you?" "Yes." Dewey watched as another pack of men came at the pair of soldiers at the far side of the square from behind. As a soldier was attempting to stomp out a small fire, one thug came from behind, a piece of wood raised over his head, and struck the soldier in the back of the head. He fell to the street. As 2 more men charged, the other soldier turned and raised a machine gun. The 2 men fell, shot to death, the sound of the machine gun fire coming half a second later. From the corner, 4 more Pakistani soldiers ran over, weapons out, and the remaining youth ran into the crowd. Pulling the binoculars away from his eyes, Dewey could barely make out the section of the crowd, much less the specific people. How many more small conflicts like this were taking place, here in Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Peshawar, Karachi, Lahore? How many more fires and riots were just beginning in large towns and small across the country? He glanced at Miller and Iverhart. Iverhart was calm. He had moved to the conference table. In front of him, he'd disassembled his SIG P226 and was absent-mindedly cleaning it. Miller looked tense. Every few minutes he wiped sweat from his brow nervously. He kept staring blankly out the large window at the crowd. A loud crash came from the square, the sound of glass breaking. Then, a big plume of smoke burst into the air. Dewey moved to the window, joined by Iverhart and Miller. To the right of the palace, on a block just east of Constitution Avenue, a 4-story office building was engulfed in flames, which mushroomed out from a first-story window. People ran from the flames, dispersing chaotically. Dewey's eyes met Iverhart's. "You need to get that jet here earlier, Jess." Chapter 62. Iwan E. Sutter. The first nervous minutes had turned into anxious hours for Khalid el-Jakanda. He sat in the dark on the quarry tile floor of the small private bathroom off of what had been President El-Qayyab's office, glancing every few minutes at the glow-in-the-dark dial on his Rolex Submariner watch. It had been more than 4 hours since Boland had interrupted their meeting with SSG in tow and a large, dangerous-looking American by his side. Whoever he was running the show. Whoever the mean-looking American with a quick trigger finger was, he'd changed el-Jakanda's world forever. He breathed deeply, as his cardiologist had instructed him to do, to try and control his anxiety, but it was of little use. He'd sat inside the dark, windowless bathroom for hours, trying to figure out how the hell he was ever going to get out of the bathroom, out of Aiwan-e-Sadr, out of Islamabad, and out of Pakistan, alive. His roughly sketched-out escape plan was simple. Wait until well after midnight, then try and slip out of Aiwan-e-Sadr. Once outside the presidential compound, he would attempt to go to his house to retrieve some belongings, then head north above Peshawar, where he had allies inside the Taliban. But there were major problems with the plan. First, there was the simple fact that eventually Bolin would come back to his office, and if he wanted to use the bathroom, he would just get one of his guards to unlock the door. If he found El Gioconda inside, he would be shot on sight. If he made it to midnight without someone finding him, he would then have the challenge of getting out of the building without being seen. There were soldiers from SSG on every corridor, and multiple soldiers at every entrance. If he could get outside, El Gioconda felt confident the rest would be manageable. The military was likely using all of its energy and power quelling popular uprising in the streets, especially the cities. No one would have the time to think about one little man, even if that little man, along with his boss, had, intentionally or not, instigated it all. El Gioconda had his cell phone, and every few minutes he pressed the button in order to have some light inside the small room. But the battery was running down. He'd scrolled through the numbers 5 or 6 times, thinking about whether any of his stored contacts could help him. The problem was, colleagues at the Ministry of Defense, even his assistant, Charit, would all be worried about their own hides right now. Any one of them would turn him in. A different dynamic existed with counterparts in other countries. He considered calling Mi Zhang, his closest associate in the Chinese Ministry of National Defense. But Zhang would care only about future sales of Chinese planes and missiles to El Qayyab's successor. Zhang would turn him in faster than you can say wonton soup. The one person El Gioconda came closest to calling was his brother, who lived in Chicago and owned 3 dry cleaners. He thought of calling him because he wanted to talk to someone, that was all, and to say goodbye. But El Gioconda was scared that someone would hear his voice. Then it came to him, and he cursed himself for not considering it first. You fucking idiot. He hadn't considered calling the one person who might be able to help him because his phone number was not in his contacts list. He had memorized the number instead, at that person's insistence. More than 2,000 miles away, a phone rang. Aswan Fortuna walked to his desk and picked it up. What is it? Aswan, he said. It's Khalid. Khalid, are you okay? I can't talk, said El Gioconda. What's wrong? Asked Fortuna. I can barely hear you. Coup d'etat, said El Gioconda. There's been a coup d'etat. President El Qayyab is dead. What? Said Fortuna. This is unbelievable, Khalid. I need your help, said El Gioconda. I know of no other. After a long pause, Fortuna cleared his throat. Where are you? Of course I will help you. I'm hiding in the palace. If they find me, they will kill me. Calm down. It's going to be fine. Who did this? Field Marshal Bolin, commander of the war against India. But the Americans were behind it all as one. The Americans? Asked Fortuna, momentarily taken aback. It was America. Some sort of special forces. I watched the whole thing. Americans, Fortuna said, barely above a whisper. Yes, Americans. They did the entire thing. I saw him. I heard his voice. Bolin was like a puppet to him. It was an American who shot Osama Khan. Fortuna gasped. This American, he said. What did he look like? Big, said El Gioconda. Tall, scary-looking, toughest I've ever seen. He looked like he would kill you just for looking at him the wrong way. Go on, said Fortuna, his heart racing. He had brown hair, said El Gioconda. He was plainclothes, jeans, a t-shirt, a beard and mustache, black paint beneath his eyes, but you could see that he was very tan. Fortuna's breathing grew rapid. This is important, Khalid, said Fortuna. Did you hear his name? They called him Andreas. Chapter 63. Iwan-e Sutter. At 4:30 p.m., down the hallway from his temporary command center, Field Marshal Boland walked into the media briefing room. He stepped behind a dais. Behind him, a navy blue backdrop covered the wall. Just in front of the backdrop stood an orderly, colorful line of Pakistani flags. In front of the flags, but behind Boland, stood two men in business suits, Azra Ankil, the leader of the Pakistani National Assembly, and Saranas al-Debula, the leader of the Pakistani Senate. A single camera sat in front of Boland, providing a pool feed to all news outlets. The address was being broadcast live on all stations inside of Pakistan and was carried live on news outlets across the world. Boland wore his military uniform. This morning, in order to end the violence and bloodshed that threatened to destroy our homeland, the Pakistani military acted to bring stability and peace to Kashmir, Pakistan, and our region, said Boland, reading from prepared remarks that he had placed on the dais in front of him. These actions were done in order to prevent further escalation of violence between Pakistan and India. I have spoken several times with Indian President Rajiv Gandhi, and our countries have agreed to stand down all offensive military activities directed against each other. The terms of this ceasefire will be made permanent over the coming hours and days. Moreover, President Gandhi and I have committed to meeting face-to-face in order to discuss what went wrong in Kashmir and how we might create systems and measures to prevent other such terrible activities from occurring in the future. Dewey watched Boland's address on a television down the hallway from the briefing room. Within minutes of the address, he could sense a change in the chemistry of the still substantial crowds gathered around Iwan-e Sutter and down Constitution Avenue. It was as if a lightning bolt had come down and struck the square. The crowd became more energized and violent. The sun was going down. Darkness had begun to cast itself across the Islamabad evening. The chant seemed to stop, then start again several times. What had been a unified chorus turned into an unpredictable, louder, chaotic wave of shouts. Some of the people left the square, no doubt India haters who nevertheless saw no point in remaining for what was sure to be a bloody evening. The others, the ones who remained, became aggressive. In several parts of the square, smoke now drifted into the sky. Fires started, too many fires for the Pakistani soldiers to extinguish. The sound of breaking glass became common now. Rocks, bricks hurled through storefronts and office building windows. The occasional popping sound of gunfire interrupted the noise every few minutes. At one point, the chant alternated. Death to India became death to Boland. For the first time since landing in Pakistan, despite the severe risk involved during the execution of the coup itself, Dewey felt a small electric wave of fear spread up his back. "There's no fucking way we're getting a Humvee through that crowd," said Iverhart. "Chill out," said Dewey. He glanced at the table. Miller's new bandage was crimson. "How are you?" asked Dewey. Miller stared at him. His eyes were glassy. "Not good," he said quietly. "I need some painkillers." In front of him, in the middle of the table, the MP7 machine gun lay on its side. Dewey left the room and walked down the hallway to Boland's temporary office. Two guards stood outside the office door. When Dewey approached, they would not move to the side. Their Kalashnikovs remained trained at Dewey as he approached. "I need to see him," said Dewey, stepping between the two soldiers despite their raised weapons. "We're under orders." "Yeah, I don't give a fuck," said Dewey. He reached the door and pushed his way in, throwing aside the two smaller men. Boland sat behind the desk, speaking into a phone. When he saw Dewey, he glanced behind him at the two guards disapprovingly. Two men sat in front of Boland, one of them General Cleric, and another general he didn't recognize. Dewey stood, waiting for Boland to finish his call. Boland hung up. He glanced at the two generals seated in front of him. "Yes, Mr. Andreas," said Boland, a hint of anger in his voice. "It seems the job is complete, yes? Time for you and your team to disappear. What do you want from me now?" "We need a chopper in here," said Dewey. He nodded to the window and the crowds gathered down Constitution Avenue. "There's no way we're going to make it through that, by Humvee or any other vehicle." Boland nodded. a slight grin on his face. "You like to order people around, don't you?" asked Bolin. "Have you ever considered using the word please?" Dewey stared at Bolin, at first in disbelief, then with unvarnished anger. "Please, Mr. President," said Bolin, grinning at the two generals in front of him. All three started to laugh. Dewey remained silent until the laughter stopped. "Just get me a fucking chopper," Dewey said. He turned and walked toward the door. At the door he turned and looked at Bolin. "One more thing, Field Marshal," said Dewey. "One last piece of free advice. You need more soldiers out there. Your battalion is soon going to be overrun. El Kayab was right. In case you're not listening, they're calling for your head." Chapter 64. Iwan-e Sutter. El Gioconda unlocked the bathroom door, opened it, then stepped into the cavernous, empty office of the President of Pakistan. The room was eerily silent and dark. The chanting from Constitution Avenue had stopped. He walked to the window and looked out. El Gioconda saw fires smoldering in buildings along the wide boulevard and smoke in the distant sky. Hundreds of soldiers patrolled the streets. El Gioconda had one opportunity to save his own skin, and it was right now. He walked to the door of the office. He reached for the engraved brass doorknob and opened the big door. El Gioconda stepped into the hallway, raising his arms above his shoulders as he did so. He was immediately besieged by 3 armed guards who raised their weapons. "Who are you?" shouted one of the soldiers, aiming his Kalashnikov at El Gioconda's head. "Down on the ground!" "My name is Khalid El Gioconda," he said, kneeling, then lying stomach down on the marble floor. "I place myself under your arrest. I was the Deputy Minister of Defense under President El Kayab. I intend no harm." "What were you doing in there?" "I was locked in the bathroom. Please, I must speak with President Bolin." One of the soldiers placed flex cuffs on El Gioconda's wrists. "You'll do no such thing," said one of the soldiers. "I was in charge of the nuclear weapons program," said El Gioconda. "It's imperative that I speak with him. One of the nuclear weapons is loose. It's outside the control of the Pakistani military. Khan sold it. I must speak with him." "You'll tell me." "I'll speak to nobody other than Bolin," said El Gioconda. He craned his neck from the ground and looked at the soldier who stood now with 4 other soldiers surrounding El Gioconda. "Tell me, soldier, do you want to explain to your superiors, when another nuclear bomb goes off, that you knew about it and could have prevented it?" They moved El Gioconda to a small office, a floor up. He was placed in a metal chair, his wrists and ankles cuffed. He waited in the room for 20 minutes. Every minute felt like an eternity. Finally, the door opened. Bolin walked in. "Khan's water boy," said Bolin as he walked in, 2 aides by his side. "I remember you. What do you want? What is this about a rogue nuclear device?" "I'll tell you," said El Gioconda, "but I want to speak to you alone." Bolin looked quizzically at El Gioconda. He shrugged, then turned to his aides and pointed toward the door. They left. Bolin shut the door. "Talk," said Bolin. "I'm busy cleaning up the fucking mess you idiots made." "There's no nuclear device," said El Gioconda. "This has to do with the American." Bolin was momentarily silent, stunned by El Gioconda's words. "What? You dragged me up here to talk about the American?" "Andreas," said El Gioconda. "I represent someone who is willing to pay you for Andreas. It's personal. Andreas killed his son." "Who?" asked Bolin. "Aswan Fortuna." Bolin was silent, and he showed no emotion. "How much are we talking about?" "As much as you want, Mr. President." Chapter 65. In the Air Over the Arabian Sea. Yusef was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. He opened his eyes. For a moment, he had trouble remembering where he was. He glanced about the cabin of the Hawker, then sat up. On the seat next to him was the leather coat that he'd taken off the dead rancher, Talbot. The sight jolted him, and he remembered where he was. He reached for his phone. "Hello?" he said. "Change of plans, Yusef," said Nebuchar. "Oh?" said Yusef. "What do you mean?" You're going to Pakistan. We need you to pick up a package. As nightfall approached, the situation in Islamabad went from bad to worse. Countless fires dotted the city. Smoke and flames were rife in the square mile surrounding Iwan-e-Sadr, small fires started by young, angry al-Qayyab supporters. A second battalion of Pakistani army soldiers helped quell the vandalism, but the jihadists just spread out across the city. Their anger now dispersed in neighborhoods and alleyways across Islamabad and nearby Rawalpindi. Reports of similar violence came from Peshawar, Karachi, and Lahore. At 5:30 p.m., Boland declared martial law. A general curfew would begin at 6 p.m. Dewey, Miller, and Iverhart waited in the office down the hall from Boland. On a small Sony television, a replay of a Pakistani cricket match was on, volume down. Miller watched, but neither Dewey nor Iverhart joined him. Instead, they stood at the large window, looking down across Constitution Avenue and beyond, into East Islamabad. The evening sky shimmered, a streaky orange-purple sunset, a picturesque ceiling above the smoke-filled chaos that teemed at ground level. In more than a dozen spots, distant neighborhoods far away from the square, cloudy silos of black smoke drifted up to the sky. Inside the square, which had been mostly cleared of people, soldiers with helmets and shields moved in lines against holdout militants who came at the soldiers in waves, throwing rocks, bottles, and other debris. Ambulances moved across the square, picking up bodies. It was hard to tell how many people had been killed, but the muted crack of automatic weapons fire from the soldiers came in a steady, if unpredictable, rhythm. "Still glad I picked you?" asked Dewey. "Yes," said Iverhart. "Good," said Dewey. "I was worried you wouldn't invite me to your Christmas party." "You realize we're going to die if we don't get out of here soon," said Iverhart. "We'll be fine," said Dewey. "I promise." "Should we have done something different?" asked Iverhart. "We accomplished our mission," said Dewey. "That's what matters. Our job was to remove al-Qayyab. The rest of this stuff is irrelevant." At 6:35 p.m., Dewey's cell rang. "The jet is at Chaklala," Jessica said. "I sent in one of the VIP Gulf Streams. I'm sorry it took so long." "That's okay," said Dewey. "What's the situation on the ground? All the networks are still down. The CIA Karachi station chief says it's chaos." "It's getting ugly," said Dewey. "Al-Qayyab had supporters. Islamabad is on fire." "President Allaire would like to speak with you," said Jessica. "Thank you, that sort of thing. Can I patch him in real quick?" A spectacular red flash burst at the far end of the square, an explosion that was bigger and louder than the small fires and Molotov cocktails up to that point. "Not right now, Jess. I need to focus on getting the hell out of here." Dewey shut his phone just as the door to the office was opening. Field Marshal Boland entered, followed by a servant. "Gentlemen," he said as he stepped into the room, "your chopper is on its way. You'll forgive me, but I have had a few fires to put out, so to speak." In the servant's right hand, he held a green bottle, in his left, a small tray with 5 glasses on it. He placed them on the table, then turned and left. "I haven't thanked you yet," said Boland. He unscrewed the cap to the bottle. "Pomegranate wine, made in Faisalabad. I hope you like it." Dewey smiled and picked up a glass. He glanced at Iverhart and Miller. Iverhart grabbed a glass. "No, thank you," said Miller, who looked ashen and remained seated. Boland poured wine into Dewey's and Iverhart's glasses, then into his own. He put the bottle down on the table. He raised his glass and looked at Dewey. "To the United States of America," said Boland, "for saving my country." Boland moved his glass against Dewey's, then against Iverhart's. He smiled, then threw the drink back in his mouth, downing the wine in one gulp. "Thank you," said Dewey as he drank the sweet-tasting wine. They heard the faint rhythm of helicopter rotors somewhere off in the distant sky. "No, my friend. Thank you," said Boland, smiling. Boland poured refills, which they drank down quickly as the chopper grew louder. Turning, Dewey looked out the window at the darkening sky. The lights of the chopper were now visible. "Come," said Boland. I'll walk you there myself. They followed Bolin down a long, cavernous hallway. At the end of the hallway, an armed soldier stood at the entrance to an open elevator. They rode the elevator up in silence. At the 6th floor, the top floor of the building, they got off. Bolin led Dewey and his team down a short hallway to a stairwell, which led to the roof. At the edge of the helipad, the group watched the approaching chopper. From the vantage point atop Iwan-e Sutter, the chaos of the teeming, anger-fueled crowds was shocking. Sirens pealed from several locations. Gunfire was now steadier. Fires dotted the terrain in virtually every direction. The chant was no longer uniform, but the shouting was constant. Thank God, Dewey thought to himself as he watched the chopper descend. A stiff breeze had arrived, sweeping down from the hills, helping to cool the humid, muggy city. A dark green Mill Mi-17 chopper approached from the east. It circled twice overhead, then descended in a slow, bouncy hover toward the helipad. The chopper lurched as it came closer, buffeted by the crosswinds. It settled onto the yellow triangle of LED lights at the center of the helipad. Ever so slightly, the rotors slowed. Miller stepped forward as the chopper's wheels touched down. He reached out to the rear door of the chopper. As he slid the door open, the loud crack of gunfire came from inside the chopper. Miller's head abruptly kicked sideways. Blood erupted from his head. He toppled backward to the helipad, dead. Dewey reached for his shoulder holster. His hand caught the butt of his Colt just as someone grabbed his arms from behind. "Look out!" Dewey screamed. The next bullet tore into Iverhart's arm as he lunged, trying to evade it. He ducked just as another bullet struck his throat. The killer inside the chopper kept firing. A third slug ripped straight into the bridge of Iverhart's nose. The front of Iverhart's head cratered. He was pummeled backward by the force of the bullets, falling into a growing pool of blood. Dewey was lifted off his feet and thrown to the ground, his shoulders slamming to the helipad. He tried to move, but the soldiers gripped his arms tight. One of the soldiers knelt on his back while another gripped his ankles. He felt flex cuffs tightening around his wrists and ankles. He turned his head toward the chopper. The killer climbed from the chopper. He held a Glock in his right hand. He stepped toward Dewey, training the weapon on him. The killer was young, no more than 25 years old. He had short, spiky black hair and a sharp nose. Dewey registered the face. It jogged a memory. Then he felt a sharp kick to the head. He looked up to see Bolin standing over him. He kicked Dewey again, this time cracking a rib. Dewey felt nothing. For several seconds, the pain somehow pushed its way to a different part of his mind as the shock and horror of what had just happened washed over him in a numbing wave. Then he tasted blood in his mouth, and the pain began. "Stop!" barked the young Arab. "You'll kill him!" "Goodbye, Mr. Andreas," said Bolin. He kicked him one last time, a blow to the stomach. Dewey groaned and coughed as blood filled his mouth, then vomit. Bolin turned and walked toward the door to the buildings. 4 soldiers grabbed Dewey by his shackled arms and legs, hoisted him up, then carried him to the open door of the chopper. They threw him inside the chopper, feet first. He struggled to move his head. He looked across the roof to Bolin, whose back was turned as he walked away. "Bolin," Dewey said in a clotted voice, barely above a whisper. Bolin kept walking. "Bolin," repeated Dewey, louder this time. At the door, Bolin turned. He walked casually back to the chopper. He stood over Dewey, smiling down at him. "What is it?" Bolin asked. "Do you need a Band-Aid?" Blood coursed from Dewey's mouth and nose as he struggled to focus his eyes. "You better pray," Dewey said, staring up at him. "And what should I pray for, Mr. Andreas?" he asked, shaking his head, glancing at the faces of the soldiers who stood watching. "What should I pray for, Dewey?" Dewey heard the rotors on the chopper accelerate. He felt a bounce as the first wheel lifted up from the ground. "You better pray they kill me." Chapter 66. Iwan-e Sutter. Bolin stepped out of the elevator and walked past a pair of soldiers who stood in silence. He walked to his office. Opening the door, he stepped inside. Inside, El Gioconda stood at the window, staring out at Constitution Avenue. "He's on the chopper," said Bolin. "Shall we make the call, Mr. President?" asked El Gioconda. Bolin walked to the desk and sat down. On the desk was a laptop computer, which he flipped open and turned on. El Gioconda sat down in a chair in front of the desk. He hit the speakerphone button, then dialed. The phone started to ring. "Yes," said a man on the speaker. "Good evening, Aswan," said El Gioconda, leaning toward the phone. "It's done. Andreas is on his way to Beirut." "Did he see his men die?" Fortuna asked. "Did he watch them suffer?" "Yes," said Bolin. "They died in front of him, just as you requested." "Good. Very good, President Bolin." Bolin started typing into the keyboard. The screen flashed to the Bank of Zurich customer portal. Bolin logged into his account. "Now it's your turn to act," said Bolin, leaning into the phone. "Until the money is wired into the account, the plane doesn't leave Rawalpindi." "Are you logged in?" asked Fortuna. "Yes," said Bolin. He glanced at El Gioconda, sitting in the chair in front of him, sweating and overweight. The funds on deposit line of Bolin's Bank of Zurich account flashed. The number jumped in length. Bolin smiled, temporarily shocked by the amount now in his account. He knew the amount. When the man had offered the obscene amount of money for Andreas, he hadn't even negotiated. It was more than he would ever need. Still, seeing it now before his eyes, the numbers laid out in a line, somehow it sent a shock through him. $250 million. Bolin sat in silence, staring at the screen. "Well?" asked Fortuna. "Our business is done," said Bolin, flipping the laptop closed. "Thank you, Mr. Fortuna. The plane will leave Rawalpindi when we get off the phone. Flight time to Beirut will be approximately 6 hours. Enjoy your new toy." Bolin leaned forward and hit the speakerphone. In front of him, El Gioconda sat back in the chair. He smiled nervously. "Field Marshal Bolin," said El Gioconda. "I trust this has been a fruitful transaction." Bolin looked at El Gioconda in silence, a blank look on his face. "Would now be a good time to discuss our arrangement," continued El Gioconda. "Arrangement?" asked Bolin, grinning. "My share of the transaction," said El Gioconda. Bolin leaned back in his chair. He folded his hands together across his chest and looked at El Gioconda. He had never met El Gioconda, the Deputy Defense Minister, though he had heard of him. A political appointee. Bolin viewed El Gioconda and others like him as detritus, leeches who traveled for free on the backs of people like him who took the actual risks. He stared at El Gioconda with a wide, friendly grin on his face, a smile that masked the contempt he felt for the rotund man in front of him, Khan's deputy, who had helped drag Pakistan into the mess it was in. "And what were you thinking?" asked Bolin. "Since you asked, sir," said El Gioconda, "I believe splitting it down the middle would be a reasonable approach. After all, while you delivered the goods, I delivered the money, as it were." El Gioconda smiled at Bolin. 50-50, asked Bolin, contemplating the offer. "Are you sure you could survive on that much?" "Of course I could survive, Field Marshal," said El Gioconda, shifting in his seat. "But, of course, perhaps less. What if we split it more like 60-40, or even just 1/4? Yes, that's it. 1/4 is just fine, sir." "1/4?" asked Bolin. "Why, I would be too worried about you, Khalid. How could any man survive on such a pittance? A fat fuck like you needs money for food. What if I give you 200 million? That seems better for me. I would be worried about you with anything less, or better yet, why don't you just take the entire thing?" Bolin laughed contemptuously. El Gioconda's happy demeanor slipped away. His smile disappeared. He blinked nervously, and beads of perspiration appeared on his forehead. "Field Marshal." "President," said Bolin harshly. Bolin casually reached to his waist and removed his weapon, a Smith & Wesson .45 caliber handgun. He raised it in the air and aimed it at El Gioconda. Mr. President, said El Gioconda, holding his hands up. I will go. I need none of the money. I was being greedy. I'm sorry. Bolin fired the weapon. The gun made a loud thunderclap in the tall, ceilinged office. The slug entered El Gioconda's throat at the larynx. He reached his hand up to his neck. In the same moment, the force of the shot threw him off balance. The chair leaned sideways, and he fell backward. Bolin stood and stared down at El Gioconda, whose hands gripped his throat. Blood coursed over El Gioconda's fat fingers. Through a clotted, blood-filled throat, El Gioconda tried to speak from the ground. The sound of footsteps came from the hallway, then a knock at the door. Bolin aimed the gun at El Gioconda. He pulled the trigger and fired another round that ripped into El Gioconda's chest. He died instantly. The door opened. A young soldier entered. Seeing El Gioconda on the ground, the soldier paused, then looked at Bolin. "Call the janitorial department," said Bolin. "Then get back to your watch." Chapter 67. Fortuna Estate, Brumana, Lebanon. Fortuna placed the phone back on the receiver. He stood up. A smile creased his lips. He shook his head in disbelief. Fortuna walked out of the room that served as his office, a small room whose walls were lined with bookshelves. He went to the kitchen. Behind an island at the center of the room, beneath a line of copper pots that hung from an iron rack, stood Candela. She was tall and stunning. Her dark hair lay halfway down her back and shimmered like black leather. She stood at the marble counter quietly grating a piece of ginger into a silver bowl. On the other side of the kitchen was a long harvest table. 5 men sat around it, smoking cigarettes and talking. Fortuna walked to the table. "It's done," said Fortuna. "Andreas is in the air. The plane will land in 6 hours." "Be careful what you wish for," said Nebuchar. "This is what you used to always say." Tonight, in a matter of hours, Aswan Fortuna would finally have his quarry. He thought briefly of the many hours, dollars, and lives that had been sacrificed searching for Andreas. The payoffs to various middlemen, arms dealers, corrupt intelligence officers. The lead that sent them to Australia, then the failure there too. He grinned. He considered the fact that he could simply have taken the year off, saved his money, and done nothing, for Andreas had found him. Now, for a mere pittance, Andreas would be dropped off like a FedEx package on his doorstep. "That's not the expression that comes to mind right now," said Fortuna. "And what is, father?" asked Nebuchar, laughing and glancing at the 4 men seated with him. Fortuna walked to the large door that opened out onto the terrace. He stared at Beirut's twinkling lights in the distance. "Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord." Chapter 68. Chaklala Air Force Base, Rawalpindi. The door to the chopper opened. 2 soldiers pulled Dewey from the back seat by his arms, then let his large body fall to the hard cement of the tarmac. The 2 soldiers were joined by 2 more. The 4 men lifted Dewey and carried him more than 100 feet across the dark tarmac. They carried him toward the rear of a large, dark green C-130 cargo plane. A young Arab walked behind the soldiers, smoking a cigarette. "Is that all you could get?" he asked, flicking the cigarette to the ground. "It's a fucking cargo plane. We need a jet, a fast jet." The soldiers carried Dewey's 225-pound frame up the rear ramp and into the cavernous, empty cargo bay. The soldiers dropped Dewey to the hard steel at the right side of the bay. "We follow orders," answered one of the soldiers, barely acknowledging the young terrorist. "It's a 6-hour trip. I'm sure you'll survive." The Arab looked around the spacious cargo bay as the soldiers exited through the rear of the plane. Long canvas benches were strung on each side of the plane. Above, an array of equipment, piping, and electronics spread across the walls. He looked down at his prisoner. Blood continued to ooze from the American's nose and mouth, forming a puddle in front of him. On his left shoulder, blood now coursed down from a long, wide scar that had torn along the edge. The hydraulic buzz of the rear ramp interrupted the silence. That was joined by the sound of the big plane's 4 turboprops sputtering to life. After a few minutes, the plane began to move down the runway. The roar of the propellers grew louder. Then the plane began a slow, steady roll down the tarmac, accelerating, picking up speed, then lumbering into the air. Dewey opened his eyes. In front of him, across the cargo bay, the young Arab with the spiked black hair, who killed Miller and Iverhart, sat on an orange canvas bench, smoking a cigarette, his legs crossed. Dewey felt pain in multiple locations. It emanated like electric current from his rib cage, shoulder, and stomach. There was nausea, too, from Boland's last kick. He began throwing up on the ground. When he was finished, he struggled to move his head away from the vomit. The flex cuffs around his ankles and wrists made it almost impossible to move. The sound of the plane's engines drummed out all other noise. Dewey felt the nausea again, but he held the vomit down inside his throat. "You almost killed me there on the mine road," the Arab said, flicking the cigarette across the cabin, where it landed next to Dewey. "This is where you hit me." He removed his leather coat. He pointed to a white bandage on his arm. "Australia," said the terrorist. "Do you remember? My name is Youssef. Enjoy the flight, because when you get to Beirut, Aswan Fortuna is going to make you wish you were back in Cooktown getting eaten by a shark. By the way, you killed my brother, so I'm enjoying this." Dewey said nothing. A memory came into his mind. Why it came to him at that very moment, he didn't know, but it did. In his head, he had a vision of a small gray tombstone. After killing Alexander Fortuna more than a year ago, Dewey had flown to Boston, then driven to his parents' farm in Castine. He'd arrived at the cemetery at 4 in the afternoon. It had been a bitter cold day. He pictured it now and tried to remember what the cold felt like, the wind tearing off the ocean. He tried to remember walking down the fence line of the old cemetery. He walked to the tombstone of his son, his only son, Robbie. It was the first time he had ever seen it. Dewey understood then, at that very moment, as he thought of his own son's grave, that Aswan Fortuna would never stop. The old man had hunted him to the ends of the earth for a reason. Finding Dewey had not only been predictable, it had been inevitable. In some strange way, Dewey respected what Fortuna had at long last accomplished. Dewey felt his body shiver. He understood, in that moment, that what awaited him in Beirut would be a death unlike any man's. It would be days, weeks perhaps, of torture, humiliation, degradation, but mostly just pain. Dewey steeled himself. He fought through the nausea. He needed to fight now. He had to focus, and he had to fight. If he was to avenge the cold-blooded murders of Alex Miller and Rob Iverhart, he needed to fight now. If he was to survive, he needed to swallow the pain. It was beyond skill now, beyond training. The bullet had been fired, and in that hellish moment Dewey grasped that he was trapped between the end of the gun and the target. "Help me, God," he whispered as the nausea returned and a fresh flood of blood-streaked vomit came rushing from his mouth. Chapter 69. The White House, Washington, D.C. The phone on Jessica's desk rang. She hit the green button on the console. "Yes," she said. She glanced at the clock on the wall. 5:34 p.m. "What is it?" "I have CENTCOM, Josh Brubaker." "Put him through." The phone clicked. "Hi, Josh. Are they in Qatar yet?" "I'm in contact with the pilot," said Brubaker. "He's still on the tarmac at Chaklala Air Force Base." "Are you kidding me?" she asked, incredulous. "It's past midnight over there. Have you spoken with Polk?" "Yes," said Brubaker. "They're en route back to the U.S. The operation is over. Should I have them turn around?" "Dewey and the team should have been on the ground in Qatar by now, or at the very least up in the Gulf Stream flying somewhere over the Arabian Peninsula out of Pakistan." "I'm sure there's an explanation," said Brubaker. "Are you in the Situation Room?" she asked. "Yeah," said Brubaker. "I'll be right down. Keep trying to reach him." She hung up the phone. She hit a red button in the right corner of the phone console. Calabrese. Where are you? Langley, said Calabrese. Why, you want to celebrate? You deserve it. Let's grab a drink at the Willard. Hector, said Jessica, we have a problem. Jessica ran down the hallway and climbed on the elevator, inserting a thick black plastic card into the slot on the wall panel inside. The elevator descended 2 flights. She exited and walked through a security checkpoint, then into the Situation Room. 6 people were gathered in the room. All were members of the interagency group that had been assembled to monitor the coup. They were, if not relaxing, at least pausing in the aftermath of the successful takeover of the Pakistani government. 4 of the large plasma screens displayed scenes from Pakistan, either live MQ-9 Reaper feeds of Islamabad, Karachi, or another city in Pakistan, or news, volume down, alternating between Fox, BBC, Al Jazeera, or CNN. On one of the screens, a replay of a Washington Redskins football game was playing. Assembled were Josh Brubaker, an NSC staffer who was point on the Pakistan operation, Andrew Corrado from the NSA, Tony Helm and Beau Revere, both from CIA, and John Bolter from the Pentagon, a Marine serving on the staff of the Secretary of Defense. Every person sat at the table, a computer screen and phone console in front of them on the table. Helm, Brubaker, and Bolter were each on the phone. When Jessica walked in, she went to the wall and stood in front of a large plasma screen. 2 of the screens displayed alternating aerial shots of Islamabad and Rawalpindi, the lights of the city glowing in the evening darkness. The sight of orange clusters, small fires, dotted the screen. There were at least a dozen fires raging across the cities. One of the screens replayed a blurry clip of Iwan-e Sutter, followed by a flash of red. "What is it?" she asked. "It's the chopper sent in to pick up the team," said Corrado from the NSA, without looking up. He was typing on his computer. "Circa hour and a half ago." "Where's it going?" "That's what I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to do a patch of the Reaper feeds we have running." "Meaning?" "I'm overlaying different Reaper video sequences of that particular flight path at that particular time, trying to build a unified narrative." "Has anyone spoken with Bolin or someone on his staff?" Brubaker hung up the phone. "Yes, that was Martu, the head of Special Services Group. He said the chopper took off with them on it. He said it should have arrived at Chaklala more than an hour ago. He's going to try and reach the pilot." "Do we actually believe him?" asked Jessica. Bolter, from the Pentagon, held up a finger. He was finishing a call. He listened for one more moment, then hung up the phone. "That was Poke," said Bolter. "They were able to get a hard location on the GPS inside their earbuds. According to Poke, all 3 are still at Iwan-e Sutter. They haven't left." "Maybe they left the buds there?" volunteered Revere from the CIA. Jessica looked at Brubaker. "Find Bolin. Tell him I want to speak with him right now." Brubaker picked up the phone, directed the team back at the Pentagon to find Bolin. Within a minute, Brubaker's phone buzzed. He hit it, then held up a finger, covering the mouthpiece. "It's Bolin," said Brubaker. "You want privacy?" "Put it on speaker," Jessica said, stepping toward Brubaker. "Good evening, Miss Stanzer," said the voice, a husky, deep voice in broken English. "What can I do for you?" "Good evening, Field Marshal Bolin," said Jessica. "We haven't heard from Dewey Andreas and his team in more than an hour and a half. Where are they, sir?" "I ordered them a chopper," said Bolin. "It left more than an hour ago." "We've got their communications devices traced to Iwan-e Sutter," said Jessica. "We can't reach any of them. Our pilot is sitting at Chaklala and hasn't heard a word from them." "In case you haven't noticed," said Bolin, exasperation in his voice, "I've been a little busy, Miss Stanzer. As I told President Allaire, I am grateful to you and to America for helping my country. I will look into it and get back to you." "Thank you, Field Marshal." The phone went dead. Jessica looked around the table. Her expression was blank. She tried to remain calm. She gripped the edge of the mahogany table and, out of view of everyone in the room, squeezed as hard as she could, trying to calm herself. "Check out the screen," said Corrado. "It'll be choppy, but I think I have it." Corrado stood up and moved to the left side of one of the plasmas. On one of the screens, a video began to play, the first clip beginning at Iwan-e Sutter. The red flash of lights moved in a line away from the palace, the 4 lights the only part of the chopper visible against the black of night. "That's the chopper," said Corrado, pointing at the lights. "We're heading west now toward Chaklala." "What time is it?" asked Balter. 12:40 local time, said Corrado. "Now here's the first transition from the first UAV to the second." The chopper's path on the screen shifted as a new video stream replaced the last one. This one captured the same lights, but from a higher altitude. "Here we're getting closer to Rawalpindi," said Corrado. "The chopper starts picking up speed here." The lights moved steadily across the black sky, the occasional sight of lights below sparking on the screen. The chopper moved across the screen. "One more UAV patch," said Corrado, pointing at the plasma. "On 3, 2, 1. The view shifted once again. The screen displayed a new frame that picked up the red lights of the chopper coursing across the black sky, past an occasional cluster of lights. It moved across the screen, slowed, then stopped. "The picture's not great," said Corrado, "but this is Chaklala. We know that because of this." He pointed to a green light on the screen. "That's our Gulf Stream. According to the video, the chopper landed at Chaklala." Jessica glanced around the table, frustrated. The phone at the center of the table buzzed. "CENTCOM, I've got President Bolden for Jessica." "Go, CENTCOM," said Jessica. The phone clicked. "President Bolden," said Jessica. "Miss Dunzer, I may have something," said Bolden. "We do too, sir," said Jessica. "In reviewing the—" "Miss Dunzer," interrupted Bolden. "I am sorry to report that the chopper appears to have crashed while en route to Chaklala Air Force Base." A cold wave shot up from Jessica's spine. She looked around the room, the shocked glances of the group greeting her eyes. "Everyone aboard was killed in the crash, including several Pakistani soldiers," said Bolden. "I'm very sorry. Andreas and his team were truly brave." "I don't understand," said Jessica calmly. "I'm in a bit of shock." "The chopper, I'm afraid, is still smoldering," said Bolden. "We, of course, will do everything we can to find the remains and ensure they are returned to the United States." "Field Marshal Bolden," Jessica said. But before she could get her words out, the phone clicked out. The Situation Room was silent for more than half a minute. Jessica walked to the screen and stared at the shot of the chopper, sitting on the dim tarmac. "Is there any way we tracked the wrong helicopter?" asked Jessica. "That's the only chopper to or from Iwan East Sutter in the past 24 hours, said Corrado. Jessica stared at the screen. "What do we do?" she asked, a hint of helplessness in her voice. "Why would he lie?" asked Helm from CIA. Jessica stared back blankly at him. "At the very least, we should get a team in there," said Balter. "I've got rangers we can send in from Kabul." Jessica's face showed a stoned, shocked look. She turned from the screen. She leaned forward and pressed the speakerphone, which started ringing. "This is Calabrese. What is it?" "We have a big problem," said Jessica. "According to Bolin, the chopper crashed. Dewey, the others, they're all dead." "My God," said Calabrese. "NSA tracked the chopper," said Jessica. "It didn't crash." Corrado raised his finger. "I have something," he said. "What?" asked Jessica. "The same UAV. Check it." The screen showed the chopper lights. Then the screen went blank. "This is 5 minutes later, same aerial view." The screen showed a line of yellow lights in the exact spot where the chopper lights had been. "That's a plane," said Corrado. "Hercules." On the speakerphone at the center of the table, the sound of Calabrese clearing his throat. "It's fairly obvious, isn't it, everybody?" asked Calabrese. "What's obvious?" asked Jessica. "You've got a plane taking off?" asked Calabrese. "Right after they're flown to Chaklala by chopper? You can track it all you want, but you're wasting your time." "What are you talking about?" asked Corrado. Jessica stared at the plasma screen. "Beirut," she said finally. "That's right," said Calabrese on speaker. "Run the financials on Bolden. I want to know how much Fortuna paid him." "On it," said Revere. "The question is not did Bolden sell Andreas," said Calabrese. "The question is, how much did he get?" How did Fortuna find out he was there? It doesn't matter, said Calabrese. We need to figure out a way to divert that plane. I don't have the flight path, said Corrado. We weren't tracking it. Looking at the satellite feed, there are about a dozen planes now heading toward Beirut. I don't know how we pick out our plane from the others. What kind of plane was it? Asked Jessica. Can we at least determine that? It's a cargo plane, said Bolter. C-130. How long do we have? Asked Jessica. The plane took off an hour ago, said Corrado. Assuming it was a C-130, that means it will land in Beirut in approximately 5 hours. I've got something, said Revere, slapping his hand down on the table. What? Said Jessica. Holy Toledo, said Revere. I looked at the Fortuna funds we have a track on. Half an hour ago, he transferred $250 million to an account at the Bank of Zurich. Can we get into that account? Asked Brubaker. Well, not if we're going to stay within the boundaries of international law, said Corrado. Fuck the law, said Calabrese. Hack it! I'm in, said Corrado. I should rob banks for a living. I assume there's no name attached to it, said Calabrese. We'll have to petition the bank itself. That'll take too long, said Jessica. It's Bolin. There's no other explanation. Josh, get Bolin on the phone. Freeze the money while you're in there, said Calabrese, if you can. Done, said Corrado. There was $250 plus another $30 in a different account. I froze it all. Brubaker leaned forward and pressed the speaker button. The phone clicked several times. After a minute, Bolin came on. You're very persistent, Miss Danzer, said Bolin. What can I do for you now? Stop the plane, said Jessica sharply. Order it diverted, right now. The plane? What plane? The cargo plane that left Chaklala 1 hour ago headed for Beirut. You're accusing me of lying to you? Asked Bolin, indignant. I explained to you. The chopper crashed on its way to Rawalpindi. We watched it from the sky. The chopper landed safely. How dare you? Barked Bolin. Corrado held his thumb up, nodding. Jessica leaned in, pressed mute. What? I got a link, Corrado whispered. I found a way inside one of the bank's databases. It's his account. Jessica pressed the mute button again. Field Marshal Bolin, explain why Aswan Fortuna transferred $250 million into your bank account less than 2 hours ago. Bolin was silent. This is an act of war, said Jessica, not making any effort to hide her rage. You are a corrupt and vile man. These men risked their lives for your country. Bolin was quiet. We expect you to order that plane diverted, said Jessica. Right now. The plane went with the deal, said Bolin. The pilots don't work for me. I have as much control over that plane as you do. So you admit it? Grow up, said Bolin. El-Qayyab is gone. India and Pakistan have stood down their nuclear arsenals. You have your coup d'etat. Isn't that what this was all about? The phone clicked and went silent. Jessica glanced around the table. She sat down and shut her eyes. She reached up and rubbed the bridge of her nose. Finally, she opened her eyes and looked at Bolter. How long until they land? 5 hours tops. There's nothing we can do, said Jessica, looking at the phone. They're going to land. Aswan Fortuna is waiting for them. He'll torture Dewey. He'll torture him, then kill him. And there's nothing we can do. The room was silent. All eyes were on Jessica. She stared straight ahead, with a look on her face that none of them had ever seen. A pained look, innocent and broken. Finally, Calabrese spoke up. There is something, said Calabrese. I'm just not sure there's enough time. What is it? Asked Jessica. Tears were in her eyes, which she made no effort to hide. You'll need the president to make the call, Jess, said Calabrese. Make the call to who? Asked Jessica. Tel Aviv, said Calabrese. The Israelis might be able to save him. Chapter 70. Beirut Rafiq Hariri International Airport, Beirut. 2 hours after sunset, Beirut Rafiq Hariri International Airport was crowded. One of the busiest airports in the Middle East. A pair of flights, an MEA flight from Damascus The other, a Lufthansa flight from Munich, had just landed. Hundreds of people packed the main terminal building, greeting the arriving passengers. Meanwhile, people getting ready to board the planes gathered with their families. The main terminal at Beirut Rafik Hariri spread in a straight rectangle nearly half a mile long. Its soaring, modern white lines showed the country's effort to try and resurrect a feeling of safety, security, wealth, and beauty that had once been the hallmarks of this troubled city, especially its architecture. Some cracks, chipping paint, and, in one section of the terminal, a partial hole in the roof near the Cedar Lounge showed the reality of present-day Beirut and its generations of conflict and war. A few miles from the airport, a white school bus rumbled along through a busy neighborhood in Dahia, a suburb in southern Beirut. Inside the bus, Rouk Khalid, a commander in the Al-Muqawama brigades, the paramilitary wing of Hezbollah, walked down the center aisle of the vehicle. Khalid wore jeans and a short-sleeved button-down khaki shirt. A thick nylon ammunition belt was wrapped around his waist. Khalid had a thick black beard and mustache, short-cropped black hair, thick eyebrows. His eyes were blank, cold, as he walked the line of soldiers who, like him, all wore jeans and a khaki shirt. They sat upright, staring out the window at the passing neighborhoods of southern Beirut. In Khalid's right hand, aimed at the ceiling, a Kalashnikov. Its gray steel chipped and scratched, the weapon's half-moon magazine clutched tightly in his right hand. He walked to the back of the bus and tapped the glass of the back door with the toe of his boot, then turned and walked forward to the front of the bus. He counted 42 men in all, plus himself. The bus passed the entrance gate to Beirut Rafik Hariri. At Rue Farid, the driver took a right, then a quick left onto a service road. After more than a mile, the driver took another right onto a small, unnamed service road along the south edge of the airport. The bus moved down the quiet, dark road. It passed several small office buildings, a large lot filled with parked bulldozers and forklifts, and a few warehouses. At the last building, the driver took a right and drove past a darkened corrugated steel warehouse to an empty parking lot and back. He parked at the back of the lot, the front of the bus a few feet from a chain-link fence at the southern perimeter. Behind the fence, the runway spread out in a gray plain in front of the bus. Wide and flat, the tarmac moved in a straight line for more than 2 miles from the unlit end, where they were now parked, to the brightly lit main landing area at the far end of the runway. The lights of the main terminal building twinkled in the distance. Khalid stepped down the bus stairs. He was followed by 2 similarly dressed Hezbollah soldiers, plain-clothed, neatly attired. One of the soldiers carried a set of long-handled wire cutters. In near darkness, he began to cut through the links of the fence, starting at the ground and working his way up. Soon he had cut a line 6 feet high. Then he cut to the right. He took the fence and pushed forward. He stepped through, dropped the wire cutters, then with both hands yanked the fence toward himself. The section of fence fell to the dirt. Khalid stepped through the opening. He nodded at the young Palestinian who had just cut the fence. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one, then lit it. "That will do," he said. A few miles away, in a busy, densely populated industrial area in northern Beirut called Burj Hamoud, Aswan Fortuna entered a plain, run-down 6-story cement and glass building through the front door. Nebuchar followed behind him. It was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. They swept past a pair of young Palestinians who stood guard, glancing about nervously. The guards' weapons were not visible, but their leather coats bulged at the sides. Aswan and Nebuchar stepped quickly inside the lobby of the building. Inside the door, they were met by a stocky man in his late 20s. He was bald and olive-skinned. He had a thin mustache. His left ear was noticeable because half of it was missing, severed in a jagged line across the top, as if it had been cut by a saw. His skin was badly pockmarked with acne. He had a look, a demeanor, that could only be described as vicious. His black eyes were like pools of raw anger. He gripped a weapon, a sawed-off Beretta 12-gauge shotgun, in his right hand, aimed down at the floor. "Hello, Muammar," said Nebuchar. "Nebuchar, Aswan," said Muammar, nodding. Come in. Quickly now." He waved them inside. Muammar nodded to one of the two men, who quickly shut the door. "Bless al-Muqawama," said Nebuchar. "Thank you for your help on such short notice." "I received the calls from Naim Qasim himself," said Muammar. "We're happy to help, but we must be quiet. Lebanese armed forces does not know we're here. Even the airport operations will be tricky." "How tricky?" asked Nebuchar, concern in his voice. "Don't worry," said Muammar. "It will be difficult, but we will get it done. LAF is very, very disorganized. Getting him off the plane will be easy. Getting away, that will be more difficult." Aswan and Nebuchar followed Muammar back through the darkened lobby of what had been an office building, now empty. At the back of the lobby was a door. Muammar stopped, glanced at Nebuchar and Aswan. He held up a finger. "Listen," he said. "Do you hear anything?" "Nothing," said Nebuchar. "Why?" Muammar did not answer. He turned, went through the door, then flipped a light switch on the wall. It was a dark, musty-smelling stairwell. The three men descended 2 flights of stairs. They went through a doorway, into a long hallway that was lit up by a single bulb dangling from a wire in the ceiling. The floor of the hallway looked derelict. It was littered with empty bottles, soda cans, and old newspapers. It was a squalid place, abandoned, as if it hadn't had visitors, occupants, anyone for years. There was no sound, save for the footsteps of the 3 men walking quickly across the cracked cement. Aswan and Nebuchar followed Muammar down the long, dim hallway. At the end of the hallway, they took a left. They walked down another long, littered corridor, beneath another light bulb that dangled from a wire. At the end of the second hallway, Muammar turned. "Can you hear it now?" Aswan glanced at Nebuchar, then at Muammar. He heard nothing. Then, after several seconds, he heard something. Barely above a whisper, someone's voice. Or perhaps a radio playing somewhere far away. "A radio?" asked Aswan. Muammar turned the knob on a large steel door. As it cracked open, the silence was replaced by music, a rap song blaring at full volume. Muammar pushed the door completely open. The room was large and windowless. In the middle of the room stood a long steel table. To the right was a wooden chair. Both were empty. Against the right side wall, chains hung from hooks in the ceiling and dangled down to a machine on the floor with a large steel wheel and handle. He walked to the radio and turned it off. Aswan stared at the chains. He let out a small gasp as he registered the splatters of dried blood layered on the walls behind where the chair sat, the ground covered in red. Nebuchar walked slowly across the room. His eyes bulged in horror. On the ground against the left side wall, a collection of objects was arranged on the floor in a line. Saws, knives, a machete, piles of rope, several car batteries with wires coming out, red plastic gasoline canisters, a chainsaw, a television, several more radios, too many hammers to count, a pile of pliers, garbage bags, a large leather whip, chains, bricks, a small pile of long branches from a tree, a staple gun, filthy towels. "You look like you're going to be ill," said Muammar, looking at Aswan. "This is the war. This is what happens in the war, on both sides. The Jews are just as bad." "Do not mistake my mood," snapped Aswan. "I am nauseous, yes, but this is my duty as a father. This place, this room, is precisely what we have asked you for. It could not be any more perfect." "You have given us much, Aswan," said Muammar. "We share your thirst for revenge. This man, his name is Andreas?" "Yes," said Nebuchar. "Dewey Andreas." "We have all heard his name," said Muammar. "He is an enemy to us all for killing Alexander. It is an honor to help you destroy the American." "Is the team at the airport?" asked Nebuchar. Muammar glanced at his watch. He reached for his cell phone and pressed a button. He spoke rapidly in Arabic, listening for a few moments, spoke again, then hung up. "They're waiting," said Muammar. 43 in all. The pilot is in touch. They're 2 hours away." And their instructions are clear? They're to bring Andreas directly here. They're not to harm him. Good, said Aswan. Muammar smiled briefly and glanced at his watch. It's going to be a long wait, said Muammar. There's a more comfortable room upstairs. Muammar turned and walked to the door. Nebuchar followed. Aswan remained still. I'll wait here, said Aswan. He walked to the chair and sat down. I would like to wait here. This is the last duty I will perform for my son. Chapter 71. En route to Beirut. Dewey awoke with a shudder. Slowly he moved his head. For a moment, he had forgotten where he was, but it came back to him now in a wave of pain, fear, and nausea. How long have I been passed out? He was angry at himself. How could I drift off like that? Then he remembered. Beirut. Fortuna. He would be waiting. Whatever it took to get Boland to turn on him, it just showed how far Aswan would go to avenge his son. Dewey shuddered at the thought of the torture that surely awaited. Dewey shut his eyes. He shook his head. No, he whispered to himself. Not yet. I'm not ready to die. He needed to think, to strategize. Dewey focused his eyes. The nausea was gone now. He saw first the pool of blood and vomit that spilled across the corrugated steel of the cabin floor. It ran back toward the rear, the motion of the plane pushing it backward. Dewey's legs were straight out in front of him. Flex cuffs held the ankles tightly together. His arms lay on his lap, flex cuffs tight around his wrists. He looked across the cabin at the young terrorist. He sat on a fold-down canvas seat, staring at Dewey, smoking a cigarette. On the ground in front of him, a small pile of butts had collected. Dewey's eyes met the young killer's. The terrorist stared at him, refusing to look away. He's awake, said the terrorist. I was afraid I lost you. Do you know that if you're dead when I deliver you to Aswan, I myself will be killed? Dewey said nothing. Slowly, painfully, he sat upright. You killed my brother in Australia, said the terrorist. You recognize me now, yes? Dewey leaned back against the steel rebar. His hands were between his legs. With his shoulder, he wiped blood and vomit from his beard. What's your name? Asked Dewey. Yosef. Dewey showed no emotion, but the memory stirred. The face of the terrorist in the car, shooting at him. Now you remember, said Yosef. Thought you killed me. You thought wrong. Dewey stared in silence. Would you like some peanuts? We'll begin the in-flight movie in a few minutes. Today we're showing Bambi. Dewey ignored him. Looking down, he saw a glint of steel at his ankle. They had neglected to remove his Gerber blade from the sheath at his ankle. Slowly, he leaned forward, his wrists cuffed tightly together, and he pulled the cuff of his pant leg down, making sure the tip of the blade was covered. When do we land? Asked Dewey. The terrorist stood up. That's a good question, he said. I myself would like to find that out. I have a woman in Beirut, and tonight I would like to get laid. I haven't fucked anything in over a month. I guess you guys don't count goats, do you? Asked Dewey. Yosef laughed. That was good. You see, I appreciate the sense of humor. Not bad, Andreas. I would never fuck a goat, though. A cow, maybe, but not a goat. Yosef walked to the front of the cargo hold. A large steel door shut off the hold from the flight deck. Quickly, Dewey moved his cuffed hands to his ankle. The terrorist took a small mouthpiece from a radio near the door. With difficulty, Dewey pulled the knife from the sheath. Working as fast as he could, his hands bound tightly together, he sliced the flex cuffs from his ankles. He turned the knife and slowly, carefully, inserted the tip of the blade between his tightly bound wrists, then pushed. In Arabic, Yosef spoke into the mouthpiece and then placed it back on the radio. He walked back and stood over Dewey. He took out a cigarette and lit it. You smell like throw-up. Dewey stared up at the terrorist as he clasped his big hands over the hilt of the Gerber concealing it just in time. "Where did you train, Yusef?" asked Dewey. "Jaffna? Darfur?" "Bekaa Valley." "Have you ever guarded someone before?" asked Dewey. "Did they teach you how to keep watch?" The terrorist smiled. He shook his head as he looked down at Dewey. "Stupid question," he muttered. "Of course." "What's the first rule?" asked Dewey. The terrorist took another puff. He exhaled, then smiled. "The first rule is don't look away." "What's the second rule?" asked Dewey. "Keep your weapon with you," said the terrorist. "Very good," said Dewey. "What's your point?" asked the Arab. "What does it matter? You are tied up like a pig. I could fuck your mother in front of you and you couldn't do a thing." "My point is, in the span of a minute, you broke the two most important rules," said Dewey. "You looked away, and you left your weapon over there on the seat." Dewey stared at the terrorist. Yusef took a drag on the cigarette, shaking his head. His eyes revealed a small streak of fear. Dewey glanced from the terrorist's eyes across the hold. The killer's Glock sat on the canvas seat, the silencer pointing out. Dewey looked back up at the terrorist. Calmly, Dewey took his wrists and held them up toward the terrorist. The blade was now tucked between his wrists. He yanked and pulled the flex cuffs apart. They dropped like ribbons to the ground. Yusef paused. He was momentarily confused. Then he lurched backward. But Dewey caught him with his leg, tripping the terrorist as he tried to run for his weapon. Yusef fell to the ground. Dewey stood. He was dizzy and weak. He stepped toward Yusef, who was desperately trying to stand up. Dewey caught him in the mouth with a hard kick from a steel-toed boot, shattering his jaw. A tooth fell to the steel floor. A piercing scream rose in the hold as Yusef tumbled sideways. In Dewey's right hand, he held the combat knife. He pounced to Yusef's chest, bringing the blade tip in a slashing motion down above the killer's heart. He plunged it halfway in, pausing as the killer looked up at him. Dewey waited for the moment of recognition. He wanted to see the panic in the black eyes of the terrorist and the final understanding that he had been beaten. Blood flamed out from his nose, ears, and mouth. "That's why the rules are so important, Yusef," said Dewey as he stared into the terrorist's eyes for a brief second, then thrust the razor-sharp blade through his heart. Chapter 72. The White House, Washington, D.C. Jessica sprinted out of the Situation Room, past a pair of Secret Service officers stationed just outside the door. She took the flights of stairs, 2 steps at a time. At the first floor, she slowed slightly, stepped through the office of Cecily Vincent, the president's executive assistant, who looked up but did not try to stop the national security advisor, one of only 2 people allowed to walk into the Oval Office at any time, the other being Vincent herself. Jessica opened the door to the Oval Office and stepped inside. Inside the Oval Office, President Allaire was seated in a wing chair. On the Chesterfield sofas in front of him sat half a dozen U.S. senators, one of whom, the Senate Majority Leader from Texas, Senator Greer Callahan, was in mid-sentence. Jessica's eyes immediately met the president's. "Excuse me, Greer," said the president, interrupting Callahan. "Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to reconvene." "Jessica, should we be concerned by that look on your face?" asked one of the senators, Joe Sharp from Missouri, as he stood up to leave the Oval Office. "I apologize," said Jessica, not answering Sharp's question directly. Cecily Vincent shut the door as the last of the senators exited. "What is it?" asked the president. "Bolin," said Jessica. "He double-crossed us." "What do you mean?" asked the president. "Bolin sold Dewey to Aswan Fortuna. We believe Dewey's on a plane right now bound for Beirut. The rest of the Coup team is either with Dewey or already dead." The president stared at Jessica in disbelief. Anger crossed his face, then reddened his cheeks. "How do you know?" he asked, stepping behind his desk. "Video, cash transfers," said Jessica. "I confronted him, and he admitted to it." "That son of a bitch," said the president. He reached for the phone on the desk. "Ungrateful motherfucking bastard." Right now, Mr. President, we have to forget about what Bolin just did, said Jessica. We have at most 4, maybe 5 hours until that plane lands in Beirut. So let's intercept the goddamn plane, said President Allaire. Scramble some F-18s. It's too late, said Jessica. We weren't tracking the flight path. We don't even know if it's going to land in Beirut. We're guessing. But it's all we have. We need to meet the plane. How? Asked President Allaire. Israel, said Jessica. Prime Minister Shalit, said Allaire a few minutes later, clutching the phone to his ear as Jessica listened in on another headset. I apologize for interrupting your vacation. I'm here with Jessica Tanzer. It's quite all right, said Shalit. Gestad will get along without me for a few hours. We need your help, said the president. We have a situation. I don't have time to brief you fully on all the details, but the bottom line is there's a plane bound for Beirut. On board is one and possibly several American GIs. They were kidnapped. Why Beirut? Aswan Fortuna, said Jessica. He paid handsomely for one of the men. When he receives possession of him, he's going to torture and kill him. This man is very important to us, to America, to me personally. He saved our country when Alexander Fortuna attacked us. Benjamin, this is the team we sent in to remove Omar al-Khayyab, said Allaire. So that was you, said Shalit. Thank God for that. What's your soldier's name? Andreas, said the president. Dewey Andreas. So Aswan paid for his revenge? Asked Shalit. Yes, said Jessica. The CIA's assumption is that Hezbollah will be waiting for the plane. I'm curious, said Shalit. How much did Fortuna pay? We believe the figure is $250 million, said Jessica. My God, said Shalit, momentarily taken aback. How much time do we have? 4, maybe 5 hours, said Jessica, maybe less. 4 hours? Asked Shalit. That's not a lot of time. Hold on the line. Let me get General Dayan. Menachem Dayan, said Jessica to President Allaire, the head of IDF. The president put his hand over the receiver. I know who the hell he is, Jess, said Allaire. Sorry, habit. It's okay, I'm not senile yet. A slight grin came to his lips. Israel. It was all he said, but Jessica knew exactly what he meant. It was moments like this when you understood who your true allies were. The phone clicked again. There we go, said Shalit. President Allaire, Jessica, I'm joined by General Menachem Dayan. Good evening, said Dayan, his voice deep and gravelly, a heavy smoker with a thick Israeli accent. President Allaire, Miss Tanzer. It sounds like we have a little bit of a predicament on our hands. Yes, General, said Jessica. Do we have enough time? It'll be tight, said Dayan. We'll try our best. Thank you, said Jessica. What I need right now are 2 things, said Dayan. First, I need to know what kind of plane the prisoners are on. C-130, said Jessica. It'll be tan, desert camo, the colors of the Pakistan Air Force. Okay, that's good, said Dayan. Second, I need photos of the prisoners. Immediately. Can you do that, Jessica? Yes, said Jessica. Give me 60 seconds. Jessica typed furiously away on her BlackBerry. Can you help us, General Dayan? Asked President Allaire. I have already dispatched the squads from Shayatet 13, said Dayan, referring to Israel's elite team of Special Forces commandos, their version of the Navy SEALs. My best commander, a kid named Kol Mayer, will be running the recon. Fortunately, Rafik Hariri is near the sea, but there's not a lot of time. We'll do our best. Get me the photo. My Shayatet team will be doing a lot of killing tonight. I don't want them to accidentally take down any of your team. Chapter 73. In the Air. Dewey sheathed the knife at his ankle and walked to the front of the cabin. A steel door led to the flight deck. He grabbed the door handle and moved it slowly down, but it was locked. The door was hermetically sealed. The edges of the door were seamless, steel on steel, no edge. He looked at the radio next to the door. He could pretend to be the terrorist in the hope of luring one of the pilots back. But if he failed, he would only be giving whoever was waiting on the ground more time to prepare. Dewey's Arabic was non-existent, and as much as he wanted to risk it, he knew the odds were low. Right now, the element of surprise was his only asset. That, along with his trusty Gerber blade and Yusef's Glock, no doubt reloaded, sitting on the canvas bench. Dewey stepped past the blood-soaked corpse of the terrorist. Near the rear of the plane there was a small bathroom. He stepped inside and flipped the light switch on. Dewey looked in the mirror. From the nostrils down, his face, mustache, and beard were covered in blood and dried yellow vomit. Blood continued to drip from his nose. At the side of his face, the skin was broken where Bolin had kicked him. His boot had left a gash near Dewey's ear that continued to bleed. The ear itself was caked in dried blood. He turned on the small faucet and splashed his face with water. The sink ran red with his washed-off blood and vomit. Dewey looked at himself in the mirror. He had to think. Killing the young, overconfident Yusef was easy. What happened to him now, upon landing, would be beyond his control. A heavily armed team of Fortuna's men would be waiting for him at the airport. If they caught him, he knew his fate. The revenge of an angry father, a man who also happened to be one of the world's foremost terrorists. Dewey knew it would be more pain, more torture than any amount of training had ever prepared him for. There was torture designed to elicit information. That was torture he'd been trained to survive. There's an advantage when your abductor wants something, information, ransom, whatever, because they must at all times worry about keeping you alive. But what waited for him on the ground was something altogether different. It was the torture of vengeance, a father's vengeance. He reached into his coat pocket. He felt the small white cyanide pill that he took off the terrorist in Cooktown. He removed it from his pocket. For several moments, he stared at the small white pill. Dewey looked in the mirror. He focused his eyes, his head still clouded in concussion. He stared into his bloodshot eyes. There he found himself. He tossed the small pill into the sink and watched it go down the drain. If I die, it won't be at my own hands, he thought. Dewey exited the bathroom. He searched the cargo hold for anything that might help him escape. A parachute would have been a godsend. On the right side of the hold were steel storage cabinets. Most were empty. One contained a first aid kit. The last one held several round coils of wire. He searched the other side of the cabin, but there was nothing of any use. He ransacked the bathroom, the space beneath the orange canvas troop benches, everywhere. He searched frantically for a parachute, but he found nothing. Dewey had flown in so many Hercs in his life he'd lost count. During Ranger School, the interior of a C-130 became almost like a second home. This was an old one, but still, he couldn't remember ever being in one and not being able to find a parachute. Above one of the troop benches, he found the switch box that raised and lowered the rear ramp. Dewey had run down enough Herc ramps to know exactly how these worked. The plane arced right, then began a lazy downward descent. The pilot had begun his approach into Beirut. If you have no options left, you must create opportunities. Dewey moved to the storage cabinet at the side of the cabin. He lifted the steel door. He reached in and removed more than a dozen heavy coils of thick steel wire. Beneath the wire, he found a toolbox. Inside the toolbox, he found a large socket wrench. Dewey moved to the middle of the cabin. A long rectangular steel plate was bolted in place. He took the socket wrench and placed it on the nut, then, with all of his strength, turned the wrench. The bolt loosened and he removed it. He worked his way down the edge of the steel plate, removing bolts as quickly as he could. Sweat poured from his face and chest as he loosened the bolts. He removed 18 bolts in all. He took his knife, pried it into the edge of the steel plate, then lifted it up, getting his fingertips beneath the small seam. He lifted the heavy plate and pushed it to the side. Beneath was a dark compartment, the opening approximately the size of a refrigerator. He reached down and felt the hard rubber of one of the Herc's big wheels. The plane dipped and lurched to the right. Dewey stood and ran to the small porthole window at the left side of the cabin. Through thick glass, he could see the lights of buildings. They were still a few thousand feet in the air, but were descending quickly. Dewey ran back to the rectangular opening. Next to the opening was the round coil of wire he had found in the storage locker. He unfurled the wire. At one end was a round eyelet. Dewey took the eyelet and reached down into the wheel compartment. He threaded the eyelet through a hole in the steel hubcap at the center of the wheel. He pulled the eyelet through. The thick wire was now threaded through the center of the wheel. Dewey pulled the eyelet across the cargo hold. Protruding from the wall was a steel hook. He put the eyelet over the hook. The plane turned again, this time to the left. Dewey found the other end of the steel coil. He went to the other side of the cabin and wrapped it around a steel pipe along the wall until it was tight, then placed the other eyelet on a hook. The wire now ran from one side of the cabin to the other, through the hub of the wheel, taut as a guitar string. But would it hold? He'd find out soon enough. Dewey moved to the window. Beirut was lit up like a Christmas tree. From the canvas bench, Dewey grabbed the terrorist's handgun. He checked the magazine, then tucked it into the back of his jeans. He sat down and strapped himself into a seat near the ramp. He reached up and opened the box containing the ramp controls. A green light flashed inside the cabin. A loud bell chimed 3 times. There was a loud cacophony as the landing gear hatches opened to the air. Wind abruptly blew into the hold from the one open compartment. Seize the opportunity. Dewey reached up and placed his hand on the ramp switch. He flipped the switch down. The ramp at the rear of the C-130 cracked open. Slowly, like an alligator's mouth, the ramp opened wide to the Beirut sky. He felt the vacuum as his body was pulled toward the open air, but the seatbelt held him to the canvas bench. As the landing gear descended, the steel wire he'd strung through the wheel went tight. The cabin was filled with a loud grinding noise as the wheel hydraulic fought against the coil, but it held. The C-130 struggled to maintain a steady landing course as the back of the huge plane lurched violently to the left. Youssef's bloody corpse rolled, then bounced through the open hold. The seatbelt was strapped across Dewey's chest, and he held it with both hands. It was the only thing preventing him from being blown out the back of the plane. He closed his eyes as dirt and debris blew through the furious hurricane of wind. The plane was nearly sideways, lurching nearly vertical as the pilot struggled to right the craft. Dewey braced himself. He had either just committed suicide, or he'd created an opportunity. The opportunity he would need to avoid the clutches of Fortuna, whose men he knew would be waiting on the ground below. Chapter 74. Mediterranean Ocean off the coast of Lebanon. A mile from Beirut's rocky coast, due east of the now empty public beach called Ramlat al-Baida, the black waters of the Mediterranean glimmered under the starlit sky. Moving across the water's surface, 4 dull yellow embers of light coursed steadily toward the shore. 8 feet below the surface, 4 specialized delivery vehicles, SDVs, moved at a fast clip. These SDVs were bottle-shaped objects designed to deliver Israeli commandos as quietly, as invisibly, as quickly as they could to enemy shores. The front of each SDV was lit by a pair of powerful halogen lights. At the rear of the slender 6-foot-long units, water churned in a bubbleless, frenetic eddy. On the back of each SDV were 2 steel handles. Clinging to each handle was a frogman. 2 commandos per SDV, 8 men in all. A squad from Shayatet 13, S-13, Israel's elite special forces unit, their version of the U.S. Navy SEALs. Each frogman was as black as the ocean itself. Each man wore tactical combat wetsuits, light-duty scuba packs, and carried airtight weapons caches. The commandos kicked their flippers in a steady rhythm, helping move the submersibles through the cold water toward Beirut's heavily patrolled coast. They ranged in age from 21 to 27. They were young, But the men of S-13 were the most fearsome and the most fearless soldiers that Israel dispatched to the most dangerous of places. They were the cutting edge of a deadly conflict that had no end. The commandos swept into Ramlat al-Baida. The SDVs slowed, then shut off 100 yards from the coastline. One of the commandos decoupled a coil of wire cable from his belt, then hooked it through the nose of his submersible. He passed the lead to the next diver. Soon, all 4 subs were linked by the cable. The first diver cinched the cable taut. He and another diver dove down beneath the water. They searched the murky seafloor with a small halogen flashlight for more than a minute. Finally, they found a small steel ring sticking up from the ocean floor, a red LED glimmering on its side. One of the frogmen clipped the end of the cable to the ring, then cinched down the other end until the 4 units were submerged and secure. They moved along the wave break to the far west side of the resort beach, where an old pier still stood on barnacle-covered, withering timbers. The S-13 team knew the beach like the back of their hands. Infiltration of Beirut's unfriendly shores was a core part of the Frogman's training and ongoing activity. Each commando removed his fins, then jogged up the wet sand to a dark break beneath the overhanging pier. Cloaked in the shadows, the 8 commandos quickly removed oxygen tanks, masks, weapons caches, and wetsuits. Quickly, each man pulled a pair of running shoes from backpacks and put them on. Nylon ankle sheaths were strapped on next, one for each calf. The left for an SOG double-serrated combat blade, the right for a Glock 26. Next, each commando pulled on a pair of black Adidas running pants. Each man removed a Heckler & Koch MP7A1Z customized fully automatic submachine gun, retractable stock, Zeiss RSA reflex red dot sight on top, silencers screwed into the nozzles, then strapped the weapons over their shoulders and across their chests. Each man strapped a Colt M203 combination carbine and grenade launcher across his back, and fastened a nylon ammo belt around his waist. Finally, they put on matching black Adidas running jackets, which loosely covered the weapons that now covered their torsos like armor. They did it all in silence. It took each man less than 2 minutes to complete the wardrobe change. A trained soldier, looking at any of the men, would have noticed the telltale bulge of the weapons. A trained operative would also have identified the look in their eyes. It was the death-cold stare of the trained killer, now mission operative. The leader of the S-13 squad, Lieutenant Colonel Cole Mayer, was a 24-year-old Israeli from Bethlehem. He gathered his team in a circle. He wrapped his arms around the men on his left and right. The others followed his lead. Soon, they all stood in a tight huddle. They stood in silence, praying. Mayer removed his arms while the others held the huddle tight. In the center of the huddle, he flipped a small wrist light on. He pulled a sheet of paper from his waist pocket. He shone the light on the paper. It was a photograph of Dewey. "He has a beard and long hair now," said Mayer. "What's his name?" asked a commando to Mayer's left. "Andreas," said Mayer. "Dewey Andreas. He's American. He was Delta. He was on the team that killed Ayatollah Khomeini's brother." Every commando knew exactly what Mayer meant by this comment. He's a brother. Mayer then showed them photos of Miller and Iverhart. "These are the other Americans who are with him and might be with him now if they're still alive. Let's move." Chapter 75. Beirut Rafiq Hariri International Airport, Beirut. A cell phone in Khalid's chest pocket vibrated. "Yes," said Khalid. "The plane is on approach. Less than 15 minutes. A C-130. Try not to damage the plane. It's ours when this is all done. A gift from Maswan." "That's nice," said Khalid. Khalid stood next to the white bus. He could hear the faint, rhythmic chant of some of the men on board, praying. While he believed, of course, he certainly didn't have time for such things at a time like this. Every thought, every ounce of his being, was instead focused on the mission at hand. In this case, an easy job. Picking up a package, delivering the package. After the pilot lands, he'll taxi, turn back to face the terminal, then stop. He'll lower the rear ramp, so it's out of sight line from the tower. That's when you move. The prisoner will have to be carried. He's in very bad shape. Carry him to the bus, then move him to the project building at Al Akbar. What about airport security? Be careful and be quiet. The police won't notice a thing. You're almost 2 miles away from the main terminal. They're focused on security inside the building. Grab the American and move. The plane is large enough to hide any movement should someone be observing. Who are we delivering? Asked Khalid. The man who killed Alexander Fortuna. Andreas? Asked Khalid, a hint of shock in his voice. Yes. He's bound, weaponless, and outnumbered. Keep it simple. Oh, I will, said Khalid angrily. And don't hurt him. He is to be delivered. That's it. The phone clicked out. Khalid tried Youssef, but there was no answer. He took a last puff on the cigarette, then dropped it to the ground. He stepped back onto the bus. The sky was almost pitch black outside, the only light being the light of the stars, and even that was partially blocked by the fir trees whose branches hung overhead. The air was humid and fetid. The smell of the 42 Hezbollah soldiers and his own odor filled the tight space in stench. After a few minutes more, Khalid clapped his hands twice, loudly. It's time, he ordered. Chapter 76. Ramlat al-Baida, Beirut. The 8 Israeli commandos moved inland from the deserted public beach, one at a time, at different points along the dark, empty boardwalk. They spread out over a quarter mile so that any sighting would be of only one man, alone. The distance to Rafiq Hariri Airport was just more than 3 miles. They would split up and move across the western edge of the city along 8 separate routes. It was an indirect infiltration. The airport sat on the water on the opposite side of Beirut, but the Lebanese patrols near Rafiq Hariri were virtually impenetrable. Crossing the city was the only option. Each commando began a fast jog, 8 different routes through the coastal neighborhoods, down 8 separate streets. Each man knew the neighborhoods of Beirut well, better even than many of the city's inhabitants. Through a secretive network of informants, they knew where Lebanese armed forces, LAF, tended to congregate. Each man knew he had to avoid being caught. Hezbollah had friends throughout Beirut, including many in the senior leadership of LAF. Many had learned to play both sides of the conflict between Hezbollah and the Lebanese government, knowing that it was a question of when, not if, Hezbollah someday ruled the entire country. The capture of one of the S-13 commandos this night by LAF could quickly lead to a transfer of the Israeli prisoner to Hezbollah. Then, a terrible journey would begin to one of the al-Muhawama camps in the Bekaa Valley. Meir ran at a 6-minute pace up the street. A baseball cap was pulled down low just above his eyes. The windbreaker covered his weapons. Meir's short-cropped brown hair was soaked with sweat that then covered his face. Beneath the windbreaker, sweat drenched his arms, back, and torso. He ran with his head down, along the sidewalk, a jogger out for a night run. Meir had taken the busiest route, along Rafiq Hariri, to Al-Aqtal al-Sagir. He jogged past storefronts, electronics stores, past throngs of Lebanese, past cafes and bars. A few noticed Meir as he ran along the tar edge of the cracked street, enough to look up, but people went about their business. At one street corner, Meir ran past 2 LAF regular corps soldiers, who noticed him but did nothing. On 7 other streets, the other members of the S-13 recon team moved toward Rafiq Hariri, a little more than 3 miles from the public beach. For the most part, the quickly designed infiltration to Rafiq Hariri went smoothly. Not for Ezra Bor. Bor, a 22-year-old commando from East Jerusalem, ran through a poor neighborhood abutting the coastline, less busy this time of night. He ran south along a thin, winding, darkened street, barely wider than an alley, toward the airport. A mile into his run, beneath a lone street lamp 2 blocks ahead, Boer saw 3 men loitering against the wall of an apartment building, smoking cigarettes. As he came closer, they stepped away from the wall. They stared down the dimly lit street at the approaching runner. The young Israeli felt his heart race. The perspiration poured down. "Jew," said one of the men, pointing. Boer quickened his pace slightly as the men stepped toward him. He saw an alley halfway between him and the thugs. Sprinting, he ducked right into the alley as the 3 men dropped their cigarettes and began a sprint toward him. A dozen feet inside the shadow-cast alley, Boer stopped. He listened to the footsteps of the Arabs as they ran down the street. He reached down to his left calf and grabbed the SOG combat blade from its sheath. Dim light from the street cast diffuse shadows into the alley. The Arabs moved quickly and entered the alley at a sprint. Boer pressed against a cement wall and held the blade in his right hand. He waited for the first man to pass, then lurched at the second and slashed the razor-sharp blade at the thug's throat, dropping him with barely a sound. As quickly as he stabbed him, Boer pulled the blade out. He took a step back and waited. The third punk entered the alley and tripped on the corpse of his dead friend. He let out a yell as he tumbled forward. Boer swung the blade viciously down, stabbing the man in the chest, a quick hole in the man's heart that killed him instantly. The first Arab heard the yell from the third man, then turned and came at Boer with a silver switchblade. Boer stepped back, evaded the swinging arm of the thug, then lunged, stabbing him deeply in the gut. As the Arab tumbled to the ground next to the other screaming, Boer completed the kill with a quick stab into the man's carotid artery at the base of his neck. It had taken less than a minute to kill the 3 attackers. Boer watched the alley entrance for movement. Seeing none, he moved back to the street. He began his run. He glanced at his watch, then quickened his pace slightly to make up for lost time. Chapter 77. Beirut Rafiq Hariri Airport. Khalid pointed to the opening in the fence at the end of the runway. He nodded to the first al-Muqawama soldier. "Go!" he barked. The soldier ran across the dark tarmac at the end of the runway. He moved toward the dirt edge of the blacktop, running in a low crouch, Kalashnikov at his side. At the corner of the runway, he went right. He arrived at a line of low cement barriers. Khalid surveyed the airport. He waited several seconds for signs that his first man had been discovered. Seeing none, he nodded to the next terrorist in line. "Go!" he barked. Khalid sent half the men, 21 in all, in 15-second intervals. They moved to the edge of the runway, up along the cement barriers. After the last soldier moved out, Khalid held his hand up. He looked at the first man in the line. "Wait here," said Khalid. "Do nothing unless there's trouble." "Trouble?" "Airport security, that sort of thing. We'll be back quickly." Khalid stepped back through the fence. His men were at the cement barriers at the point in the runway where the C-130 would be turning and lowering the ramp. In the dim light, he could just make out the tops of the heads of his soldiers. Khalid followed the others to the cement barriers. He took up his place at the end of the line of soldiers, crouching. In the distance, he heard the loud engines of a jet preparing to take off. The plane moved down the runway. Its nose lifted up, followed by its front wheels, and soon the jet was off the tarmac, sailing loudly overhead. The al-Muqawama soldiers watched from their positions behind the barriers. One of the soldiers down the line from Khalid leaned forward, pulled a cigarette from his chest pocket, and lit it. Seeing the spark at the end of the lighter, Khalid jumped up, ran to him, and yanked the cigarette from his mouth. He threw it to the ground and stubbed it out with his boot. "Stupid idiot," he whispered, staring at the young terrorist. "Stupid fucking idiot." He grabbed the lighter from the man's hand and hurled it into the dirt field beyond the tarmac. Khalid moved back to his position at the end of the barrier. A few minutes later, another plane took off. Then, the low drone of an approaching plane rumbled in the distant sky. The terrorists got up on their feet as the plane descended. The roar of the plane's engines was what the Hezbollah soldiers heard first. Then they could see its red and white lights. The silver nose of an approaching jet appeared. It came smoothly toward the runway, its wheels touching down. The jet landed and sped down the tarmac. It wasn't the plane they were waiting for. The Lufthansa jet came to a sudden halt more than a quarter-mile from the soldiers, then turned back around toward the main terminal. Khalid leaned back against the cement barrier, relaxing slightly along with the other soldiers. But as the Lufthansa jet taxied back toward the terminal, there came a sudden noise from somewhere off in the dark, distant sky. It was the deep drone of another plane, accompanied by the high-pitched sound of straining metal. Khalid looked for the lights. There in the sky above the main terminal, he saw the silhouette of an approaching cargo plane. The plane was tilted sideways, its wings tipped diagonally. The right wing struggled to level out. The plane crossed perilously close to the top of the control tower. The dipping right wing of the C-130 seemed to almost brush the top of the tower. The noise grew louder. The deep pounding of the plane's 4 propellers combined with the high-pitched scream of the broken hydraulic. "It's going to crash!" yelled one of the men. The cargo plane barreled over the control tower, leveling out as it approached the tarmac. It was at this point that Khalid registered the plane's missing landing gear. Emergency sirens sounded at the main terminal building. As if in slow motion, the plane lumbered to the tarmac, dropping like a wounded duck. The right wing, which had been dipping, popped up. The plane leveled, bleeding off airspeed. Khalid stood. Sweat poured down his face as he watched the distance between the plane's bare underbelly and the black tarmac shrink, then disappear. Chapter 78. Lebanese University, Beirut. Kol Meir came to Old Saida on the outskirts of Lebanese University. He turned into a parking lot behind a tall cement dormitory just east of Rafiq Hariri. In the distance, he could see the airport. Meir was the first of the commandos to arrive at the meetup point. Within a minute, 2 more commandos had arrived. Within 3 minutes, the remaining men, including Ezra Bor, were there, 8 in all. The team moved toward the airport. Running in pairs, they sprinted in the shadows, across the dark lawns of the Lebanese University campus. Meir registered the loud roar of an approaching plane. "Pick it up!" Meir commanded. At a hard sprint, Meir led them past the walls at the western edge of the campus. They came to a service road that ran along the south perimeter of the airport. Meir led the 7 commandos across the service road. At the other side of the road was a chain-link fence. 2 commandos removed wire cutters from their waist belts and began to furiously cut metal. They could see the white fuselage of the jet descending from the north. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" barked Meir. After a minute of cutting, Meir reached down to the bottom of the fence and lifted it up. He held it as his commandos crabbed through. They ran across a 100-yard apron of gravel and dirt as the descending plane came closer, a commercial airliner, the bright yellow Lufthansa logo on its side. Its tires touched down on a runway to the north, followed by the ear-splitting roar of the jet braking. The S-13 squad stopped at the edge of the tarmac. They were halfway down the runway, cloaked in darkness. Each commando ripped off his running jacket. They unstrapped their carbines from their backs and the SMGs from their chests. On the tarmac, the commercial airliner that had just landed quieted, the high pitch of its braking replaced by the deep barreling of an approaching plane. In the distance, above the brightly lit main terminal building, the PAF C-130 suddenly appeared out of the dark sky. The plane's wings were sloped at a 45-degree angle, the right wing hanging perilously low. As the plane descended, the wing looked as if it was aimed directly at the control tower. The pilot was clearly struggling to prevent the plane from going completely sideways and tumbling over onto its back. Meir watched, mesmerized, as the plane dropped toward the tarmac in front of him. The wing recoiled and passed just feet above the control tower, then leveled as it continued a rapid descent. Then it struck the ground. Sparks burst from the belly of the plane. Flames abruptly shot out from the fuselage. The plane slid out of control down the runway. The sound was horrible, metal ripping apart against the cement tarmac. One of the Israeli commandos removed a small night vision thermal monocular. He scanned the fence line around the airport. Meir took the monocular and looked through it. He found the cut in the fence line at the end of the runway left by the terrorists. Several hundred yards in from the fence, Mayer saw movement in the dim light. He adjusted the magnification. He saw the telltale red from the body heat of men at a cement barrier. He counted heads. "They're here," said Mayer, pointing calmly. The C-130 kept sliding, gaining momentum as it moved in a fiery slalom down the runway. Sirens roared at the terminal. Flames on both sides of the fuselage plumed as the fire spread. The front of the plane began to rotate to its left, and the plane began a slow, destructive spin as it slid. Mayer stared through the monocular. Straight ahead, across the tarmac, he counted yet more men, waiting for Andreas. "I've got Hezbollah all over the place," said Mayer. "At least a dozen, maybe more. We need to move now." Mayer looked again at the cement barriers at the end of the runway. He saw the silhouettes of men now standing. They started moving toward the plane, anticipating where the plane would come to a stop as the flames grew brighter around the fuselage. Mayer removed a small earpiece and inserted it in his left ear. "We're at the main tarmac," barked Mayer. "Send the chopper." The flames from the plane illuminated the south end of the runway, not brightly, but enough for the Israeli commandos to be seen. The attention of the Arabs, however, was on the sliding plane. Mayer moved the fire selector on his carbine to full auto. 3 commandos took up positions to Mayer's right, the other 4 to his left. One of the wings tore off, dropping with a loud crash to the tarmac. There was a sudden burst of flames as one of the fuel tanks behind the propellers exploded. Flames, black, orange, and blue, shot into the sky. Mayer began his run across the tarmac. The team of Israeli commandos sprinted into the darkness just behind him. They moved in a straight line toward the Hezbollah position. As he ran, Mayer had a sudden momentary flash of panic. The situation at Rafiq Hariri was moving rapidly beyond his control. Chapter 79. In the Air. As the plane descended, the steady high pitch of the landing gear fighting against the cable grew louder, like fingernails on the proverbial chalkboard. Dewey stared out through the open hatch. The city of Beirut was lit up, a canopy of lights that appeared to be closing in on the descending craft. He could see automobiles, the lights of apartment buildings and offices, people walking beneath lamplights. The ground was coming, he knew. Had he done too much damage to the plane? Could the pilot land the badly lurching aircraft? If they hit a building, a field, if they missed the smooth plane of the runway, it wouldn't matter. Death would happen before Dewey had time to realize it. He shut his eyes and clutched the Glock. He heard a siren from somewhere on the ground. He opened his eyes. Out the open hatch, he saw the control tower as the plane barely slipped over it. Inside the tower, panic-stricken workers were running frantically around the glass-enclosed room at the top. He gripped the weapon and braced himself in the same instant he was bounced violently back against the wall of the plane. Dewey's head slammed into the steel brace behind the bench. Then he felt the plane's fuselage hitting the tarmac. Looking back, he saw flames through the hatch and the black tar of the runway, a line of orange sparks and flames as fuel ignited on the ground. The plane slid quickly and began to turn sideways. The sound of metal scraping against metal was deafening. The bottom of the ramp bounced violently, rubbing hard against the ground until it broke off and tumbled to the side. The big cargo plane slid down the tarmac, spinning counterclockwise. It completed one 360-degree turn, then another, slowing all the while. Dewey reached up and uncoupled the seatbelt. The front of the hold burst into flames and the steel braces buckled at the sides. Instinctively, Dewey checked the magazine on the Glock. It was full. He stepped to the back of the plane and looked out the open hatch. Flames danced at the hatch's entrance. He saw nothing but darkness at the end of the runway. He heard sirens in the distance. Dewey paused a moment, then leapt from the hatch, through the smoldering flames, and landed on the tarmac. He began a sprint down the runway, toward the dark woods at the end of it. His feet were unsteady at first, but then he forgot it all, the dizziness, the blood that now coursed from his nose and shoulder, his cracked rib. He pushed it out of his mind as he ran for his life. Dewey was suddenly struck from the side. Steel hammered into his ribs. He tumbled to the ground. He rolled, looked up, then saw his attacker. Bearded, long black hair, a submachine gun held sideways. The terrorist smashed Dewey across the rib cage again. He screamed in pain. Behind his assailant were others, too numerous to count. As Dewey rolled, he turned the Glock up at the first assailant and fired. The bullet killed the terrorist instantly, his body dropping to the ground. Dewey pulled the trigger as fast as he could, shooting at anything he could. He pumped a slug into the chest of one man. Another struck the eye of a tall man, dropping him in a mist of brains and blood. He kept firing into the marauding crowd descending around him. From the side, Dewey got a sharp kick to his head, while another kick to his hand sent the Glock flying. Someone slammed a boot down on top of Dewey's head, pressing his face against the black tar. Dewey smelled gasoline. He felt his wrists being forced behind his back. Dewey kicked out, striking someone. He heard a dull crack, then screaming as blood burst from a destroyed nose. A terrorist jammed the nozzle of his Kalashnikov into Dewey's cheek as someone finally succeeded in shackling his ankles. "Stop!" screamed another man, and Dewey looked to his left. A tall Arab stepped through the small circle of terrorists. He pulled the nozzle of the Kalashnikov away from Dewey's face. "Carry him! Quickly now!" Dewey felt himself being lifted up from the ground. On the ground, he counted 4 bodies contorted on the tarmac, blood pooling around them. One of the Arabs looked back at Dewey as they lifted him, a murderous stare in his dark eyes. A moment later, the staccato thud of silenced machine guns came up from the runway. Dewey turned his head around and tried to get a view. A fast-moving line of black-clothed commandos was running at them. Automatic weapon fire pulverized the air. Dewey watched as the men carrying him fell, one by one, blown away by the oncoming hail of slugs. Then Dewey felt the hands gripping him let go. His body dropped to the ground, shackled within a loose, bloody circle of dead Hezbollah. Chapter 80. Beirut Rafiq Hariri Airport, Beirut. Mayer watched as he ran across the runway as a dark figure leapt from the rear of the burning C-130 onto the tarmac. Partially obscured by smoke, the figure began a desperate run down the tarmac, away from the terminal, in the direction of the waiting terrorists, obviously guessing wrong. It was Andreas. It had to be Andreas. The Israelis moved in unison behind Mayer, a fast-moving, almost silent line of commandos running toward the American. As they came within 100 feet, Mayer watched in the dim light as Andreas was tackled to the ground by the waiting Hezbollah. There was a struggle. Andreas fired a handgun, killing one of the Arabs, then another. He kept firing. The Israelis continued a silent run toward the scene, coming at the tumult from the dark edge of the runway. The gunfire from Andreas abruptly stopped. At least 4 men were now atop the American, 2 holding his feet down, while a third man bound his wrists and a fourth held a rifle at his head. He heard shouting in Arabic. The terrorists bound Andreas, then lifted him and began to carry him down the runway, away from the plane, toward the fence through which they'd infiltrated the airport. The terrorists and Andreas were oblivious to the oncoming wave of S-13. Mayer's men waited his go. His shots would be the first. Mayer leveled his M203 as they came within 20 feet of the scene. He fingered the steel trigger of the carbine, then fired. A spray of silenced bullets flew across the first man carrying Andreas, blowing him back onto the tarmac. Then more bullets struck the one next to him, then the terrorists holding his feet. Andreas dropped to the tarmac. "Cover 3!" shouted Mayer, pointing left, down the runway, ordering Bohr to take a couple of commandos and engage the terrorists to the left at the end of the runway. Mayer reached Dewey, who now lay on the ground. From his knees, he pulled a combat blade from his ankle sheath as bullets hit the runway behind them. He sliced off Dewey's flex cuffs. "Israel?" asked Dewey. "Welcome to Beirut," said Mayer. "Grab a weapon." Unmuted automatic weapons fire erupted from the cement barriers at the end of the runway as Bohr and the pair of commandos moved to face them, firing their silenced carbines at the Hezbollah positions behind the barriers, crouching to avoid bullets, aiming their weapons down the runway, where at least a dozen men pulverized the air with weapons fire in their direction. A violent firefight enveloped the southern end of the tarmac, but the Israelis were out in the open. Only the darkness helped protect them, and that would not hold for long. Bohr, down the runway now at Mayer's command, glanced behind him toward the burning C-130, then to Mayer, who was cutting the American loose. Bullets from Hezbollah were seemingly everywhere around them. He kept his trigger pulled back, but he started to panic amid the onslaught of bullets. "Fall back!" screamed Bohr, crouching, realizing that he and the two other commandos were badly outnumbered, sitting ducks in the middle of the runway. Suddenly, Bohr was propelled violently backward as a slug hit him in the chest. He was thrown to the tarmac on his back, dead. "Ezra!" screamed the Israeli to Bohr's left, who reached for Bohr, then was himself struck in the neck with a bullet, knocking him to the ground. He screamed as his hands went to the bullet hole, and he attempted in vain to stem the blood flow. Mayer heard Bohr yell, then turned to see him hit, then watched as another one of his men, Ben Shin, went down next to Bohr. "Fall back!" Mayer screamed over the din to the last of the three, Rabin, who was firing desperately at the terrorists from the ground, on his stomach, next to the contorted bodies of Bohr and Ben Shin. Beyond them, in the dim light, Mayer saw a wave of Arabs pouring through the cut in the fence. At the barriers, the nozzles of weapons sparked red like fireworks. Mayer glanced to the western sky, looking for the Israeli chopper, but saw nothing except for the starry night, now clotted in smoke and fire. Next to Mayer, Dewey was on one knee, a Kalashnikov in each hand, firing at the terrorists. 4 other commandos were on their stomachs, firing back at the cement barriers. "Yosh, fall back!" Mayer screamed again at Rabin. "We need to get beyond the plane!" Dewey yelled. To Mayer's immediate right, another Israeli, Lutanz, was suddenly knocked to the ground as a bullet struck him in the chest. Mayer ran to Lutanz's side and knelt. His eyes had rolled back up into his head. Mayer placed his hand beneath Lutanz's neck. "Yon," he said. He shook his friend's hand. "Jonathan!" But Lutanz was gone. Mayer didn't have time to think, to register emotion, to pause. But as he watched Lutanz's eyes roll white, he felt a kick of desperation as he understood he was in danger of losing his entire team. As Mayer held Lutanz's head, he was interrupted by Andreas as the American, out of ammunition, pushed his arm away from Lutanz and yanked the carbine from the dead man's hands, then turned, firing at the terrorists now surging closer. "Fall back!" shouted Andreas, glancing at Mayer. "Get your men behind the plane!" Mayer reached down and grabbed Lutanz. He lifted the dead soldier and threw him over his shoulder as Dewey kept firing down the runway, holding off the steadily encroaching swarm of Hezbollah. Another explosion rocked the air as a second fuel tank on the C-130 ignited. Orange and black smoke-crossed flames shot up violently from the wing of the plane, less than 100 feet from where Dewey now crouched. Dewey moved his index finger forward and pulled the second trigger of Lutanz's M203. The grenade lofted into the air, flying toward the Hezbollah stronghold. A terrible blast ripped the ground near the back fence as the grenade burst. He heard screams. Dewey fired the grenade launcher again. The round landed behind the barriers, and again screams echoed down the tarmac from the Hezbollah positions. Within the lull following the grenade blasts, Dewey sprinted forward toward Bohr. He reached the bodies, where he saw that all 3 men were now dead, including Rabin. He threw the carbine strap over his shoulder, moved the weapon over his back, reached down, and with great effort, picked up 2 of the dead Israeli soldiers and hoisted them onto his shoulders. He ran for his life, with the dead commandos on his shoulders, back toward the shelter of the plane as cover fire from Mayer and the others sailed over his head. He passed Mayer, running to retrieve the 3rd corpse. As he reached the back of the plane's fuselage, Dewey found 3 remaining commandos, crouched, sniping terrorists as they came in through the fence cut. "We're running out of ammo!" yelled one of the Israelis. The staccato crackle of weapons fire again filled the air as the Arabs regrouped, along with the smell of smoke and burning fuel. The scene was chaos. A slug struck the commando to Dewey's right, knocking him forward, screaming. Dewey crawled to him. He was on his stomach, face down. Dewey flipped him over. The young Israeli could not have been more than 22 or 3. He had a gaping hole at the top of his neck where the slug had hit. Dewey tore off the man's shirt. He wrapped the shirt around his badly bleeding neck, then began to perform CPR, pressing down on his heart in timed rhythm. Dewey pushed against the Israeli's chest, trying to keep the young boy alive. He looked into the boy's eyes, brown eyes that stared out at Dewey in the light from the burning plane. "Hold on," said Dewey, trying to save the boy who was about to lose his own life, saving a man he didn't even know. Dewey had seen fierce battle before. He had watched as men he knew were killed by enemy fire. But he had never been in such a hellfire as they were in now, running out of ammunition, outnumbered and outgunned. Dewey felt no pain or fear. He felt nothing. There wasn't time. He heard rotors cutting the distant sky. It was a chopper somewhere above. He looked up at Meyer, now next to him, a shell-shocked look on his face. The chopper moved down the runway from the main terminal building. "What kind of chopper are we looking for?" yelled Dewey. "Panther," said Meyer, looking up, shaking his head. "That's not Israel." The black chopper moved quickly down the runway from the terminal behind them. It honed in on the Israelis. "LAF!" yelled Meyer. "Cover!" From the chopper's right side, a minigun began firing rounds on the Israeli position as they dived for the protection of the wing. Bullets rained down on the cement, riddling the tar around them. The chopper circled overhead and around the flaming C-130. It swept back in, and the sound of the minigun cut the air. The weapon pounded the steel wings just in front of the Israeli position. From down the runway, Hezbollah moved closer, their bullets dinging the metal of the C-130. From the ground, crouched against the fuselage, Dewey, Meyer, and the remaining commandos fired blindly up at the chopper, which attempted to move into a position directly above them. One of the Israelis, 3 feet to Dewey's right, was struck in the head by a round from the sky. The round tore his head clean off, down to the shoulders, and he was thrown violently back from the fuselage. The sound was deafening now. Chopper blades ripped the air, machine gun fire was like a drum beat, sirens pierced the silences in between. Dewey counted 3 men alive, including him, Meyer, and 1 other commando. The deadly circle was growing closer, Hezbollah to the south, and now LAF from the north, hemming them in by chopper, cutting them off. Dewey made eye contact with Meyer. He could not have been more than 25 years old. He had short brown hair and freckles. He was tan, with a sharp nose. Meyer looked at him with a blank look. There was no anger there, nor fear. There was no emotion at all, and Dewey knew that in some way he was looking at himself. Both men knew time was up. "I'm sorry," said Dewey. Meyer stared back, expressionless. "You would have done the same. America would have done the same." Dewey had had tough moments like this before, in other battles, with other men, the moments that forged the brotherhood of soldiers, but he'd never felt as close to death. The look, both men knew. It seemed to say, "We'll die this day, at this hour, but we'll do it together. We'll do it the way soldiers are supposed to, believing in something right, fighting against the forces that would destroy us all." A loud hissing noise rose above the pandemonium of the battle theater. Dewey's head jerked up. A white comet of movement blazed through the black, smoke-clogged sky. He traced the trajectory of where the missile had come from. In the distance, a single black object, an attack chopper that Dewey recognized immediately. Panther. The Israeli chopper lurked like a deadly metallic vulture, moving into the air above the airport with menacing speed. The Mistral air-to-air missile fired from the Panther emitted smoke from its tail as it accelerated through the humid Beirut air, its high-pitched whistle cutting through all other noise. It tore into the side of the LAF chopper directly overhead. Bright white light mushroomed. Then the detonation an instant later, as the chopper and everything inside was pulverized mid-sky. Metal and body parts dropped in a fiery wash across the tarmac just behind their position. Another piercing hissing noise as a white burst sparked from the Panther, followed by the telltale comet of the Mistral. The missile ripped across the sky in the opposite direction, toward the end of the runway. Hezbollah dispersed in every direction as the missile honed in, but it was futile. They were too late. The missile exploded near the fence in the center of the Arab position. Every terrorist within 20 feet was eviscerated by the blast. The Panther turned its nose and began firing 20-millimeter rounds from the Jihad M621 on the side of the chopper, pounding the Hezbollah positions behind the cement barriers, closer to Dewey, Mayer, and the other commando. Then the Panther turned and swept forward, moving down the tarmac. The chopper descended onto the runway, 20 feet from Dewey and the Israelis. Dewey picked up a dead Israeli, then moved with Mayer and the other commando, carrying corpses on their shoulders to the Panther. Dewey ran, the corpse over his right shoulder, his left hand triggering the carbine down the runway at yet more Hezbollah, who were still attacking. Up the runway, a pair of troop carriers sped down the runway from the direction of the terminal, carrying LAF soldiers. Dewey reached the Panther first. He lay the body inside the cabin, then turned toward the terminal, where LAF troops began firing from the north, moving closer to the Panther, whose rotors tore the air as Mayer and the other surviving Israeli hastily loaded the corpses of their fallen comrades. Dewey swept his carbine across the line of Lebanese soldiers, killing several men, while the others dived for cover behind the troop trucks. The Panther's nose remained targeted at the south end of the runway. As they finished loading the dead, the gunmen fired 20-millimeter rounds through the smoky, chaotic din back at the terrorists at the southern end of the runway. They packed in 6 dead Israelis. Dewey and Mayer stood side by side, Dewey gunning up the tarmac at LAF soldiers, Mayer firing at Hezbollah to the south. "Get on!" screamed the commando, already on board. "Call! Andreas!" Dewey and Mayer stepped back toward the chopper, which was already above its weight capacity and packed to the rafters with dead Israelis. Mayer sat in the door, feet dangling out. He grabbed a safety strap above the door frame with one hand and started firing behind the chopper up the runway. Dewey sprinted to the other side of the chopper and knelt in the door, holding a safety strap with his left hand while he fired. "Go!" screamed Mayer. The pilot lifted off, but the weighted-down Panther barely got its wheels off the ground before it settled back down onto the tarmac. Lebanese soldiers moved closer as the chopper stalled. The low hiss of a surface-to-air missile sounded. A white blur scorched through the air from behind the cargo plane, sailing just in front of the Panther. Then, a second later, Mayer lurched forward as a slug from somewhere on the ground struck him in the leg, just above the knee. "Get rid of the fuel!" screamed Dewey to the pilot. "Now! Dump it!" Beneath the Panther, a flood of gasoline spread as the pilot emptied 3 of the 4 tanks on the chopper. The smell of gasoline was suddenly everywhere. The pilot revved the Panther's engines, and the chopper lifted slowly into the sky. Mayer, blood pouring from his leg, fired at the ground as the chopper climbed. He fired his weapon north, at the government troops who now ran in groups, weapons raised, trying to shoot the chopper from the sky. Mayer picked off soldier after soldier, creating clusters of corpses in a loose line behind the smoking C-130, ignoring the pain in his leg. Dewey, on the other side of the Panther, registered 6 Hezbollah running up the tarmac like ants, firing at the climbing chopper. He fired calmly from the open door, striking terrorist after terrorist, like target practice. The chopper climbed higher. Dewey and Mayer gunned from the open doors, firing their weapons as the Black Panther AS-565 AA climbed higher and higher above the tarmac into the smoldering, smoke-clouded sky. Suddenly, the chopper arced hard right, the engine churned furiously, and the Israeli Panther rushed away from the battlefield into the protective sky above the black waters of the Mediterranean. Chapter 81. Mount of Olives Cemetery, Jerusalem, Israel, 4 days later. Jessica walked through the open gates of the cemetery. The simple, solemn burial ground sat on a windswept hill a few miles south of downtown Jerusalem. The cemetery was Israel's most solemn burial ground, more than 3,000 years old. Many of Israel's greatest heroes were buried at Mount of Olives. Today, that number would grow. Long, uneven lines of tombstones ran in every direction. Dotted throughout the cemetery were olive trees and small patches of lush green lawn. In the background, the cemetery arose in sandstone hills, uneven steps of graves that spread to ivy-laced walls, Jerusalem's clustered mass of buildings in the distance. The sky was bright blue. The sun shone down fiercely. The temperature was in the 70s. Wind came softly from the east. It was a perfect day. A comfortable, clear, beautiful day. A single violin player near the gates played a soft, slow, mournful sonata by Boccherini. In straight lines, beginning at the North Cemetery wall, gravestones descended in simple serial geometry, rectangular slabs of sandstone decorated in Hebrew letters. These were the markers of Israel's sons and daughters, her buried heroes, the pained, proud legacy of a young country whose survival was earned only with the barrel of a gun, the thrust of a blade, the blood of its children. Jessica took her place in line at the heavily guarded gates to the cemetery. She followed an elderly couple who walked slowly down the long pebble-stone center aisle. When she reached the row of seats, which were mostly filled, she looked to the front. She saw her boss, Rob Allaire, the President of the United States, seated next to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Shalit. Behind them, she saw Secretary of State Lindsay, Ambassador Priest, several senators and members of Congress. Toward the front, on the left, she saw Hector Calabrese seated by himself, his eyes closed in prayer. A uniformed Israeli soldier, standing at the front of the aisles, nodded to her, then walked to meet her. "Miss Danzer," he said, "please follow me. General Dayan has asked that you be seated next to him." Jessica felt herself pulled, her gaze drawn to the right, away from the Israeli soldier. Her eyes moved to an empty seat in the back row. Next to the empty seat sat a lone figure. Large, muscled arms filled a navy blue blazer. He had long brown hair that was combed back. His face was covered in a beard and mustache. He was an outcast here, a rugged-looking man with a blank, merciless look on his tanned face. He returned her glance, his eyes drawing her to him from across the crowd. Jessica held his gaze for a long moment. She felt her heart race, the familiar feeling. She stared at him, trying to understand what he was thinking at that moment. Guilt, she guessed, at the death of the Israeli commandos, men he hadn't even known, but who, Jessica knew, he wouldn't want to have died so that he could live. Responsibility. He probably felt that too, she thought to herself, for the murders of Rob Iverhart and Alex Miller in Islamabad. She looked for something, anything, but he was emotionless. The wall that she'd worked so hard to climb over was now as tall as ever, shielding memories she knew were too fresh, too painful. Jessica willed herself to avert her eyes, to look away. She followed the Israeli soldier down the pebble aisle. Jessica stepped to her seat, just 2 seats from Prime Minister Shalit, next to the head of Israel Defense Forces, General Menachem Dayan. In front of her, in the front row, the mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters of the dead Israelis, the families of the 6 men who died at Rafik Hariri Airport, the men who died saving the life of the American in the back row. In front of the families, 6 wooden caskets lay atop a green hill. On top of each casket, the flag of Israel, white with the blue Star of David. To the right of the caskets stood 2 men. One was a rabbi, dressed in a long robe, a yarmulke on his head. He had glasses on, a beard, and was elderly. The other was a young Israeli with short brown hair, a large, sharp nose, tough-looking. He stared ahead, above the caskets, above the walls of the cemetery, toward a place only he knew. For several minutes, the soft strains of the violin were the only sounds that could be heard. Time, during those moments, seemed to fall away, to stand still and linger, as if the finality of what was about to happen, the bitter memorial, the ending of it all, could somehow be prevented, delayed, or altered. But it could not. Finally, the violin went silent. The Israeli soldier standing at the front of the gathered crowd stepped forward and walked behind the caskets. He limped as he walked, and for the first time, Jessica saw that he held a cane. He moved slowly across the ground to a simple wooden podium. The young Israeli officer looked out at the large crowd. He stepped to the podium and spoke into a microphone. "My name is Cole Mayer," he said, his voice deep and soft. For the first time, in the light of the direct sun, which now illuminated the Israeli's face, Jessica saw that the area beneath his eyes was wet with tears. "I would like to read to you the names of my 6 colleagues who died at my side. All 6 were members of Shayatet 13 and served under my command. Please remember them as the heroes they were. Lieutenant Colonel David Ben Shin, Tel Aviv, age 27. Lieutenant Joshua Rabin, Dimona, age 22. Major Ezra Bor, Hafiz, age 24. Lieutenant Colonel Samuel Ivry, Beersheba, age 25. Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Lutans, Uvda, age 25. Major David Isa, Tel Aviv, age 27. Dewey remained seated as the last of the funeral guests left the cemetery. He was alone now. He stared down row after empty row to the caskets. "You okay?" Dewey turned. He saw Jessica's legs first, thin, brown, sculpted legs that climbed to her white skirt, blue piping edged just above perfect knees, white button-down blouse, auburn hair, then her face. Green eyes, sharp nose covered in freckles. So pretty. "Yeah, I'm okay." Jessica moved down the aisle and took the seat next to him. They sat silently for more than a minute. Finally, Jessica placed her hand on Dewey's thigh. "I know you don't want to talk, but I'm here for you." "Thank you," said Dewey. He looked at her hand on his thigh. Such a small gesture, and yet it sent a large wave of warmth through his body, warmth he needed so badly in that moment. "We retrieved the bodies, Alex and Rob. The president and I are meeting the families at Andrews tonight." Dewey looked at the ground, then back to her. "I'm leaving for the United States in 1 hour," Jessica said. "I would like you to come with me. Would you come with me?" "No, I can't." "It's not your fault, Dewey. I'm the one who asked you to go to Pakistan. I'm the one who called General Diane. I'm the one who got the Shayatet team sent in. I'm the reason the 6 Israelis are dead, the reason Alex and Rob are dead. If you're going to blame someone, blame me, but don't blame yourself." "I would never blame you." "You saved millions of lives this week," said Jessica. "Innocent lives, children and families all over India and Pakistan. You prevented the United States from being dragged into a war that could have cost millions of American lives. Had Omar al-Khayyab remained in power, it is certain that our allies, Israel first among them, would have been dragged into the conflict. You prevented what could have been war between America and China. You alone, Dewey. Do you understand that?" Dewey placed his hand on top of hers, covering her hand. He held it tight, but said nothing. "We're at the front edge of a very sharp blade," she whispered. "The tip of the spear, isn't that what they say? And at the edge, there's death. That's the world we live in. But without the spear, our world, our freedom would disappear before you know it." "What happens to Bolin?" asked Dewey. Jessica paused. She looked to the ground, then shook her head. "The Middle East is a screwed-up place, you know that," she said. We're only at the beginning. This conflict, this war, it's barely even begun. You're not ready to fight the war I was born to fight, said Dewey. What's that supposed to mean? I'm going to kill Fortuna, he said. Then Bolin. Jessica stared into Dewey's blue eyes. There are no winners over here, Dewey, she said, turning her hand up and interlocking her fingers in his. Let's get out of here, you and me, before something bad happens. You promised you'd come home alive. Let's go home. Let's put it all aside for a while. She paused, then squeezed his hand. Let's try and build something, she whispered. They killed my men in cold blood. They died in front of me. Alex Miller was 24 years old. I can't just walk away. I can't let them get away with it. Jessica forced a smile across her face, but it held back deep sorrow that brought tears to her eyes. She had to bite her lip. I didn't want to talk about this, she whispered finally. I wanted to tell you that I miss you. Save Fortuna for another day. Please, let's leave before... Her voice trailed off. Dewey said nothing. His eyes looked away from Jessica, up at the caskets at the front of the cemetery. Okay, she said in resignation. Slowly, she stood up. She looked at Dewey, placing her right hand on his shoulder, then brushing it across his cheek. He looked at it. Thin, long, elegant fingers, short, unadorned fingernails, a simple, shining emerald ring on her finger. He looked up at her beautiful face. Can I ask you something? She asked, looking into Dewey's eyes. Did you... What? Well, did you find someone else while you were in Australia? Jessica stared, then looked away, afraid of what the answer might be. She waited, looking at the white chair in front of him, but he said nothing. After several moments of pregnant silence, she turned, closing her eyes as she did so. She walked away from Dewey, down the pebblestones to the aisle. Jess, he said. She turned as Dewey stood. He walked down the pebble path. He didn't stop until his chest was pressed against her white blouse, the neat, perfect crown of her auburn hair just beneath his chin. He leaned toward her, their lips nearly touching. Jessica's red lips were close enough to feel the gentle wind from his breathing. Promise me something, he said. What? You'll be there when I come home, Dewey said. She looked into his eyes without expression. Then a smile appeared on her lips. A breeze blew through her hair, fanning it across her shoulders. She leaned forward on her tiptoes, and their lips touched, and they kissed, and for a moment they escaped together, escaped it all. Promise, she whispered. Chapter 82. Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Rothschild Boulevard, Tel Aviv. The bar at the Ritz Tel Aviv was nearly empty. A couple from Spain sat at one end, the woman laughing every few minutes, slightly inebriated. Two older women, visiting from England, sat near the middle of the bar, chatting with the bartender. It was 1:30 in the morning. Dewey sat at the bar, his fifth Jack Daniels in a glass on the obsidian marbled bar top in front of him. After a few minutes, the Spanish couple stood up, holding hands, leaving to go upstairs to their room. Dewey swigged the last of the whiskey, then nodded at the bartender and ordered another. Certainly, the bartender said. I must tell you, we close at 2. Dewey said nothing. A woman walked quietly into the bar, taking the seat immediately to Dewey's right. She caught the bartender's eye. He did a double take, in fact, as most men did when they saw her for the first time. Bordeaux, she said, barely above a whisper, a soft French accent. Petrus. I'm sorry, said the bartender. We don't sell Petrus by the glass. Then give me a bottle, she said. She turned to Dewey. He looked at her blankly. Her long black hair behind her ears shimmered so straight, down past her shoulders. Dark skin, the color of soft leather, blazing eyes of smoldering blue. She was perfect, a dazzling, exotic-looking beauty. Saudi, Dewey guessed. He glanced at her, then looked away without saying anything. The bartender opened the bottle of wine. She tasted a small amount, then nodded to the bartender, who poured her a full glass. She took a sip. "He said you were quiet," the woman remarked after several moments. Dewey sipped his whiskey without looking at her. "He didn't tell me you were such a, tall drink of water?" She turned and looked appreciatively at Dewey's face, now clean-shaven, his blue eyes, then down at his blue short-sleeved shirt, arms tanned and ripped, then back to his eyes. "Who sent you?" Dewey asked coldly. "Hector Calabresi?" Dewey turned, his bloodshot eyes becoming slightly more alert. "My name is Candela," she said. "You are to come with me." "Where?" Dewey asked. "A house in Brumana," she said. "I always live up to my ends of the bargain. Hector told me to tell you that." Dewey looked at her. He bolted down the last of his whiskey as the first smile in a long time appeared on his face. Chapter 83. Petula Hill, Brumana. Dawn arrived at 6 o'clock sharp. The horizon brightened by incremental shades, black to gray, gray to peach, peach falling away to dust-filled, ageless yellow. The villa, made of ornate interweaving sandstone, spread out in a rambling line atop Petula Hill. The early sun caught the villa's terracotta roof, heating the clay. Shimmering tendrils of steam drifted almost invisibly up to the sky. Inside, the house was so silent you could have heard the proverbial pin drop. A missel thrush, sitting on a distant tree branch, sang a song repetitively, the high staccato tune barely audible, and yet the only sound that could be heard inside the large house. The sound of footsteps came from down the hallway. As Juan Fortuna walked into the kitchen, he was naked, his body tanned and wrinkled, yet still retained a healthy tone despite its 75 years. He walked slowly to the counter, filled a teapot with water, then placed it on one of the burners on the large stove and ignited the gas. He coughed several times, working himself into a lather, then spat into the sink. He walked around the marble island, toward the wall of glass that looked out on the swimming pool. He looked above the pool to the distant, dark waters of the Mediterranean, shimmering in the early morning light. Fortuna's head jerked back as his eyes focused for a second time on the slate deck surrounding the gunite pool. On the ground, in various states of contortion, lying in pools of blood, 4 armed guards lay dead. He reached his hand toward the door handle. "Don't." Fortuna turned to the table. Sitting at the head of the table was a man. He had a face Fortuna immediately recognized. Brown hair cut short now. Penetrating, vicious eyes of stone blue. Older than the photograph. Meaner. Adrenaline shot through Fortuna. In a strange way, he had found the quarry that for so long had eluded him, the man who had killed his son. But then he realized it was the quarry who had found the hunter, and that he would soon be like dust in a hurricane, wiped from the face of the earth forever. In the man's hand, a weapon was trained casually upon him. Fortuna didn't have to guess the make of the weapon. He already knew. Colt M1911 semi-automatic .45 caliber handgun. Screwed into the nozzle, Fortuna noticed, a long black silencer, whose cap-end hole was aimed directly at his skull. "Ever have one of those days you just wished you'd stayed in bed?" the man asked. Fortuna shut his eyes and shook his head. "Andreas," he whispered. Dewey stood up from the chair. He stepped calmly around the back of the table. He wore an old blue t-shirt, a large orange Puma logo on the front, jeans. His boots made a loud tapping noise on the slate floor as he walked toward Fortuna, weapon trained at all times on the terrorist. Fortuna stepped away from the window. He faced Dewey, waiting for him as he walked toward him. "May I at least get a towel?" asked Fortuna, remaining still. "To cover myself." Dewey walked around the long pine harvest table, not answering. "Candela?" Fortuna asked. Still, Dewey said nothing. He moved closer to Fortuna, keeping the silenced M1911 aimed at his skull. "I always suspected," Fortuna said nervously. "Nebby said, 'Why would such a stunning girl as her be interested in someone as old as you?' But I thought, perhaps, at first it was about the money." Dewey pulled the trigger. A mechanical thud sounded as a silenced .45 caliber slug tore into Fortuna's left shoulder. Blood and flesh splattered across the glass behind him in the same moment the cartridge passed through his shoulder, shattering the glass door. Large pieces of glass rained loudly to the slate ground below. As if kicked in the chest by a horse, Fortuna was knocked backwards. He tumbled sideways onto the floor. An instant later, he screamed and reached his right hand reflexively up to grab at the wound. His hand returned covered in blood. The side of his face and neck were dotted in crimson, splashed up from the shoulder. Dewey took another step forward. Fortuna turned from staring at his destroyed shoulder and looked up at him, a grimace of unspeakable pain on his sweat-covered face. His breathing grew rapid. "There will be more," Fortuna coughed. "That's what your son said," said Dewey. "Bring 'em on. I'm starting to like this." Dewey aimed the handgun at Fortuna's right foot and fired. A silenced bullet ripped into the front part of the foot, shattering the bones. Blood washed across his legs and torso from the shot. Fortuna screamed horrendously, tried to reach for the ruined foot, but could barely move because of the wound to his shoulder. "Nebuchadnezzar will hunt you down," said Fortuna, struggling. "He's the one. Alexander always had the poetic side, his mother's side, but Nebuchadnezzar is pure stone. He'll find you. He will—" Dewey pumped yet another slug. This one ripped into Fortuna's right chest, silencing him. His head slammed back on the hard slate. His eyes shot back into his head as the pain went from acute to a level only people about to die know. Finally, he opened his eyes and looked up helplessly at Dewey. "If you had left me alone, you'd be sitting by the pool drinking your chamomile tea right now," said Dewey. "If Nebuchadnezzar minds his business, he has no reason to worry." Dewey stepped closer, then trained the weapon at Fortuna's head. He waited one moment, then another. He watched as Fortuna's eyes opened and shut, then opened again. "But if Nebuchadnezzar fucks with me, he'll die the same way as you and your precious Alexander, from a bullet stamped 'Made in the USA'." Dewey flexed his finger on the steel trigger. A slug ripped out and tore a crisp, dime-sized black hole in the middle of Fortuna's forehead. Dewey stared for a moment longer, turned and stepped toward the door. He heard the tea kettle beginning to whistle. As he crossed the kitchen, a thought came into his head. A memory, out of place, out of context, but there it was. A rain-soaked afternoon during Delta training so many years ago, running with a 100-pound pack on his back through the North Carolina woods, torrential downpours, rainstorms the likes of which Fort Bragg hadn't seen in a generation. The water drenching his team in blinding sheets of warm, cleansing rainwater. The kind of afternoon no Delta likes, and yet that was the memory he had at that moment. Like the rain that day, Dewey let the memory wash over him, then cleansing him as he walked the first steps that would take him away from the villa, from Brumana, from Lebanon, from the Middle East. The steps that would deliver him away from the war he knew had only just begun. Chapter 84. Islamabad. The black Mercedes limousine moved slowly out of the basement-level parking lot beneath Iwan-e-Sadr. Two dark green PAF Humvees moved in front of the limousine. Behind the limousine, two more Humvees trailed. Inside the bulletproof Mercedes, President Xavier Bolin sat alone in the back seat, staring out the window. Constitution Avenue was quiet and empty. The protests that followed the removal of Omar al-Khayyab had lasted for a week, but eventually the overwhelming force of the Pakistani army, deployed in cities across Pakistan, had snuffed out the popular uprising before it spiraled out of control. Martial law, a general curfew, and an almost complete blackout of the media had succeeded in calming the country down. The fear of being locked up or shot had driven al-Qayyab's supporters back to their apartment buildings, back to their villages, back to their mosques, back to their caves. Most people assumed that hundreds had died in the aftermath of the regime change, but no one knew for sure except Bolan and his advisors. As of that morning, following yet another nighttime riot in the Taliban hotbed of Peshawar, the body count stood at more than 2,000 dead Pakistani citizens, not including casualties of the war with India. Bolan reached for a small black button on the center armrest and pressed it. A thick sheet of black glass slid up from behind the driver, sealing off and soundproofing the rear compartment. Bolan picked up the phone tucked into the armrest and dialed. He waited for the phone to ring. Bolan's chest felt tight. He could feel his heart beating wildly. Bolan had accomplished many things in his career. He had risen to a rank in the military he never would have dreamed of when he first enlisted, the son of a factory worker. Bolan was proud of his accomplishments, but try as he might, his presidency was marred by what he had done to the Americans. He'd let his greed get the best of him. It had all been so chaotic. First, there was the war itself, days on end without sleep, the pressure of managing the rapidly escalating war with India. Then there came the unexpected, even bizarre use of the nuclear device by al-Qayyab, a man Bolan already despised, and yet the leader of the country. Then there followed the constant fear that India would counterstrike at any moment with nukes of their own. And like a lightning strike, the most shocking event of all, the infiltration by the Americans. All of it, Bolan knew, had made him act irrationally. He wasn't thinking correctly. Surely no human being could be expected to act perfectly under such pressure. Yet as much as Bolan sought to rationalize his horrid behavior, nothing could remove the stain of what he had done. Bolan was ashamed of what he had done. He hated himself for doing it. But there was nothing he could do now except move on, put it behind him, forget about it. Bolan had already squirreled away nearly $30 million in a Swiss bank account by the time Aswan Fortuna offered him the staggering amount of money for Andreas. Like so many other military leaders in Pakistan, Bolan had figured out a clever way of skimming money from his own government. There were no victims. Everyone did it. Why, he asked himself as he listened to the phone begin to ring, why did he need more than the $30 million nest egg he'd already built for himself? The $30 million would have been more than enough. Now there was nothing, not even 1 rupee. America had sucked the money out of his Swiss accounts within hours of the deal with Fortuna. So much for the vaunted secrecy and security of the Swiss banking system. America's CIA hackers had found a crack in the Swiss armor quickly and easily. They'd sucked his $30 million out of Zurich faster than a vacuum cleaner sucking up a lint ball. Now Bolan had nothing. "White House," said the female voice. "Jessica Tanzer," said Bolan. It was a call he did not want to make. He knew he had made her his eternal enemy by what he had done. Still, he also knew that he had to make the call. He braced himself. He could not show weakness, even though he felt truly weak. "Office of the National Security Advisor," said a male voice. "May I speak with Jessica Tanzer?" "Who's calling?" asked the receptionist. "This is President Xavier Bolan." "Hold, please." Bolan stared out the window as the motorcade crossed train tracks and headed into the Margalla Hills, north of Islamabad. "There's a way to do this," he thought to himself. "Be strong and fearless." The phone clicked. "Jessica Tanzer's office," said a female voice. "Jessica Tanzer, please," said Bolan. "And this is President Bolan?" "Yes." "May I tell her what this is regarding?" asked the woman. "You can tell her that the president of the 6th largest country in the world would like to speak with her," said Bolan, a hint of impatience in his voice. Nice, he thought to himself. "Hold, please." A few moments, then 2 beeps. "This is Jessica Tanzer." "And this is Xavier Bolan," said Bolan. "What do you want?" asked Jessica. "Miss Tanzer, "Thank you for accepting my call," said Bolin. "As angry as you might be at me, we both know that there is no benefit to either of us if our two countries are enemies. Therefore, I am apologizing to you. What I did was wrong. It was extremely wrong, and it was reprehensible. I don't blame you for being mad. All I can say is that it was the byproduct of a week's worth of no sleep, the stress of managing a war, and I'm ashamed to say, my own greed. I can't take back what I did, but I can say that I am sincerely sorry." A long silence settled over the phone. Finally, Jessica cleared her throat. "Your apology means nothing to me," said Jessica. "You killed 2 American soldiers who had just risked their lives for your country. You did it for money. You sold the leader of the team to a known terrorist. If it wasn't for Israel, that terrorist would have tortured Dewey Andreas to death. You even kicked him in the head as he lay helpless on the ground. You are a vile creature, Bolin. If there is an afterlife, you will spend it in hell." "I have gone on the record as saying that I am sorry," said Bolin. "But now we need to find a way to work together." "I agree that the United States and Pakistan must cooperate in the struggle to maintain stability in the region," said Jessica. "But you and I will never work together." Bolin shook his head. "There's something else I'd like to talk about," said Bolin. "And what is that?" asked Jessica. "I want my money back," said Bolin. "Your money?" "The money that America stole from my bank account," said Bolin. "Unbelievable," said Jessica, bitter laughter echoing over the phone. "I'm not referring to As Juan Fortuna's money," said Bolin. "You can keep that. As I said, I should not have done what I did. But when your CIA hackers were in there taking those funds, they swiped everything, including money that was mine. $30 million. "The money you stole from your own government," said Jessica. "It's irrelevant how I earned that money," snapped Bolin. "The point is, I want it back." Jessica listened to Bolin's deep voice booming over the phone, sensing his anger. It made her happy, the angrier he became. Jessica was seated in a windowless room 4 stories below ground at CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. The room looked like the cockpit of a spaceship. In front of her, seated in a large tan leather captain's chair, his back turned, was a UAV pilot. In front of him, a pair of 30-inch plasma screens displayed black and white video from the sky of a road. He grasped a pair of joysticks which he maneuvered. They controlled an MQ-9 Reaper armed with Hellfire missiles, which was now flying quietly in the air above Islamabad. Holding the phone against her ear, Jessica covered the mouthpiece with her left hand. "Have we got it yet?" she asked. Hector Calabrese stood against the wall, holding the phone to his ear, listening. "Not there yet," said the pilot. As he maneuvered the 2 hand controls, the images became focused, the road coming into sharp relief. "How much longer?" she whispered. "I almost got it," said the pilot. "Give me a sec." Jessica removed her hand from the mouthpiece of the phone. "Tell me," said Jessica, speaking to Bolin. "I'm just curious. Why do you need the money?" "It's none of your business," answered Bolin. Jessica stared over the shoulder of the Reaper pilot, watching as the screen suddenly found a line of cars on the road like small toys. "It might be none of my business," said Jessica, staring at the plasma screen. "But I'm the one with the money. I'd like to know how you intend to spend it." "I won't be president of Pakistan forever," said Bolin. "Some day I will retire. Perhaps soon. When I do, I will need resources, just like any ex-head of state." The cars grew larger on the screen. The long black limousine became defined, the image crisp and precise. A Mercedes, its distinctive round hood ornament visible as the Reaper honed in on its target. "Why don't you just steal some more?" asked Jessica. "You're president now. Just steal a few $100 million. Jessica smiled at Calabrese, who shook his head. "Troublemaker," he whispered, his hand over the phone. "You think this is funny?" said Bolin, surprised, then exasperated at Jessica's needling. "You steal my money and you sit there in your office in Washington laughing about it? I'm not asking for the $30 million. I am demanding it." The Reaper pilot pressed a red button on the right-hand control, and a green rectangular digital box appeared on the lower of the two screens surrounding Boland's limousine. The pilot pressed another button on the control, and within the rectangular box, bold green target lines appeared. At the center of the lines, a round circle locked in on the limousine. The Reaper pilot turned to Jessica. He smiled at her and nodded, indicating that the $10 million UAV, with its quartet of $75,000 Hellfire missiles, was ready. $30 million is a lot of money, said Jessica. She smiled and glanced at Calabrese. "I don't think you're going to need that much." "What are you talking about?" Boland asked, his frustration turning to anger. "What business is it of yours how much I need?" Jessica walked to the pilot. He flipped open a metal cap on top of the joystick. Beneath the cap was a red button. The pilot turned to Jessica. "It just seems like a waste," said Jessica, moving her left middle finger to the red button atop the joystick, "to give a dead man $30 million. "God damn you!" Boland screamed, so loud that both Jessica and Calabrese had to move the phones away from their ears. "How dare you threaten—" "Look up in the sky," said Jessica. "That's America flying over your head. I'll see to it that the money goes to the families of the two soldiers you murdered. Goodbye, Mr. Boland. Good riddance." Jessica pressed the red button. She watched on the plasma as, a moment later, a silent burst of smoke and flames exploded out from the road where the limousine had been driving, smoldering from the wreckage. "Nice shot," said Calabrese. "You're a natural." She stared at Calabrese for a moment, saying nothing. "He deserved it," said Calabrese. "Is Itrakan Parmir in place?" she asked. "He's all set," said Calabrese. "Cleric, the military, and the Pakistani parliament are all supportive. General Parmir will be sworn in within the hour." Jessica patted the UAV pilot on the back, then reached for her Louis Vuitton briefcase, picked it up, and stepped toward the door. "You want to grab a drink?" asked Calabrese, picking up his beat-up leather briefcase. "It's Friday. Been a long week. I could certainly use a beer or three right now." "I'd love to, but I can't. I'm picking someone up at the airport." "Oh?" asked Calabrese, following her through the door past two armed guards down the corridor. "Anyone I know?" Jessica smiled but said nothing. At the end of the hallway, they walked past another armed guard and climbed aboard an elevator. The door shut, and the elevator began to move up. Calabrese flipped the buckles on his briefcase. Lifting it open, he took out a bottle of Jack Daniels with a red, white, and blue ribbon tied around the neck. "Well, if it's who I think it is," said Calabrese, smiling and handing Jessica the bottle, "you tell him I said thank you." Epilogue. 14th Avenue and 58th Street, Borough Park, Brooklyn, New York. 4 months later. A Saturday afternoon in May, and the streets of Brooklyn were busy. Even in this small Jewish residential neighborhood known as Borough Park, the sidewalks were filled with people. The weather was picture perfect. A warm day, temperatures in the 70s, one of the first warm days of the year. Everyone in the neighborhood of brownstone apartment buildings was out, sitting on stoops, talking with neighbors, walking young children, enjoying life. At the corner, a yellow taxicab pulled over to the sidewalk. A young man climbed out of the back of the cab. His brown hair was slightly long. His face was tan. He wore khakis, a blue button-down shirt. He was big and athletic. He shut the door to the cab, then reached into the front window and handed the driver some money. The man walked with a slight limp down the sidewalk. It didn't slow him down, but it was noticeable. His face had a hint of sadness to it. His brown eyes, however, belied that sadness. His eyes told a different story. Their deep, blank pools of brown surveyed the street with trained suspicion. It was the suspicion that is part of you when you are born into a world of conflict, bloodshed, and death. The suspicion that alone is that of the Israeli. But here in Borough Park, he was not alone. He was among family. He was greeted by smiles from strangers who recognized somehow from the way his face looked, his bloodline, his heritage. He returned the smiles with blank stares. He was here for a reason. He had visited them all now, except for one. The families of the members of S-13 who had died that day at Rafiq Hariri Airport. He had visited the families to describe to them in detail what had happened. He wasn't required to do so, but it was his way. It was the way he chose to lead. Only 25, and already he had been made commander of all of S-13. There were some men who are born to lead. It is untrained, and people follow these men from a young age, and he was one of them. Part of the way he chose to lead was to do what he was doing today, to fly half a world away in order to sit down with a dead comrade's parents and explain to them that their son died fighting for something important, something he had believed in. He walked up the steep, wide steps of a pretty red brick apartment building. He nodded to a pair of teenage girls who sat on the steps, both of whom blushed, then giggled back at him. Next to the door was a set of doorbells. He read the names. He reached out and pressed the button of the bottom name, Boer. After a few seconds, the intercom clicked. "Yes?" said a woman over the intercom. "Hello, Mrs. Boer. It's Colmeyer." At precisely the same moment, less than 10 miles away, on the 15th floor of a nondescript office building on 3rd Avenue near the United Nations, a red, white, and green flag with a strange emblem in the center stood near a mahogany door. Next to the door, the words were simple, engraved in a shiny gold plaque. Permanent Mission of the Islamic Republic of Iran to the United Nations. Behind the door, past a reception area filled with people, down a long corridor, in a windowless, locked, highly secure room near the kitchen of the mission, 2 men stared at a large flat plasma screen. One of the men wore a black 3-piece suit, a tan shirt, a gold and green striped tie. His black hair was slicked back. He had a bushy mustache, dark skin, a thin, gaunt face. The other man had on a short-sleeved denim button-down and khakis. He was stocky, his hair curly and unkempt. A beard and mustache covered his face. He sat in the chair behind the desk, typing every few seconds into a keyboard in front of him. The man in the suit leaned over the desk, a cigarette in his hand. Both men studied the screen intently. "It's him?" asked the suited one. "You're sure?" Yes, said the stocky Iranian. "Crystal fucking sure." On the screen, in fuzzy black and white, they watched as Colmeyer climbed out of the taxicab, then walked down the sidewalk. "And it's all ready?" "Yes, it's ready, Naji. It could not be any more precisely arranged." On the plasma screen, Meyer walked, limping slightly, down the crowded sidewalk. Halfway down the block, he started to climb the steps of a brownstone. He moved past 2 girls on the steps, then put his hand out to ring a doorbell. "Just think," said the stocky man. "The great-grandson of Golda Meir herself. We could not inflict any more damage on the Jews if we dropped a nuclear bomb on downtown Tel Aviv." On the screen, the door to the brownstone opened, and Colmeyer stepped through. Then he disappeared from the screen. "Imagine," whispered Naji, "when we do both." A small wooden sign next to a country road read Castine Golf Club in neat, hand-painted black letters. It was a bare-bones 9-hole golf course, long flat fairways that ran in pretty lines along the rocky ledges abutting Penobscot Bay below, like a links course in Scotland. At the opposite side of the narrow fairways, fields of olive-colored haygrass spread as far as the eye could see. On the course's 4th hole, between the small oval-shaped green and the tee area of the 5th hole, Margaret Hill began. Half old and cracked tar and half dirt, with a small strip of stubby green grass growing up the middle. The 1-lane road wasn't on most maps of Maine or even Castine, but the townspeople knew it. Margaret Hill ran for a quiet, crooked, birch-lined mile to a farm. The farm didn't have a sign, but everyone knew the farm by the name it had been given by the man who built it more than a century ago, Dewey Andreas, for his wife, Margaret. Atop Margaret Hill sat a pretty white farmhouse with black shutters and a cedar shake roof. The farmhouse was a rambling two-story cape built in 1891, added onto multiple times, maintained impeccably throughout its life. A cedar-shingled barn sat down a sloping, grassy hill from the farmhouse. Stables stood farther down the hill. Fields surrounded the farm. From most windows in the farmhouse to the east, south, and west, the dark waters of the sea could be seen in the distance. It was past midnight on this calm June night. The farm was dark and silent. The sound of crickets chirping in the fields, the low baritone of the far-off ocean, these were the only sounds. Overhead, a canopy of stars looked vibrant. The spray of white dots made the sky undulate. At some point, trees began to rustle in the wind. In a matter of less than 5 minutes, the stars disappeared. Black storm clouds encroached in a rapid flight from the ocean. Then the black sky lit up in a violent, fiery blaze. Electric white exploded across the summer night in tentacles. Lightning bolts spread as if some god had lashed the sky with a whip, interrupting the darkness in astonishing force. The lightning was joined a second later by a tremendous thunderclap that roared like cannon fire across the peninsula. The farmhouse suddenly shook. Dewey's eyes opened. He didn't move. "Where am I?" he thought, and for a few seconds his mind was as blank as stone. A few moments passed, then raindrops pinged the roof. Dewey looked out the open window, and then he remembered. "You're home," he whispered to himself. The raindrops intensified. They became like a drumbeat as the clouds unleashed themselves on the roof, on the land, the fields, on the meadows of tall grass, corn, and tomatoes, the acres of pine that ran north to the rocky coast, on the tin roof of the barn, the stables, drenching it all, washing it, feeding the land, the farm, everything, with clean, pure water from the main sky. Dewey smelled the fresh rain through the open window. For several minutes he did nothing but listen. In his bedroom, the refuge of his youth, in his bed, beneath the roof that had been the place of his upbringing, protecting him, the place that made him the man he was, he lay in silence and listened to the hard rain. He thought of other rainstorms as a child, with his brother down the hall. He thought of the time before he left Castine, before he knew the outside world, when the most powerful weapon he knew of was a barrel filled with crab apples ready to throw at his brother, or a jackknife, before Delta taught him what killing was, how to kill, what it meant to kill, what it felt like to do it with a silenced .45 caliber weapon, or a combat blade, or with his bare hands. Before he knew that outside this small, pristine, innocent peninsula there lurked people who would gladly give their lives to kill him just because he was from this place, from Castine, from Maine, from America. Yet as he lay beneath the cotton sheets, beneath the eave that smelled of cedar and salt water, listening to the rain overhead, thinking about his childhood, he knew that he could never go back, that the memories were the only things that would ever be innocent or safe for him again. The rain pounded the roof above, the din like a cacophony, noisy and yet calming, as only a summer rainstorm can be. Dewey glanced to his right, at an old wind-up alarm clock. It read 2 a.m. "I know what will happen next," he thought. Anticipation mounted in his chest. He waited for it. Suddenly, in the east wing of the farmhouse, beyond the kitchen, the sound of footsteps. Someone stepping down the creaky stairwell. Dewey smiled to himself. He heard a squeak from a screen door spring as it opened, then the slap of the closing door a second later, steps on the porch, footsteps down the pebbles of the driveway. The iron latch of the stable door made a distant metal creak. Then he listened as his father did what he had always done in such storms, step inside the stables to calm the horses he loved so much. Dewey pushed aside the thin, homemade summer quilt, then stood. He stepped into the alcove beneath the dormer. He looked out the open window. The rain was a deluge. A light spray of droplets, swept by the warm wind, dampened his face, his bare, muscled chest. The only light was a small, hazy dome of blue light from a bulb at the side of the barn. The cascade of rain across the farm created a misty blur. Then, with a suddenness that startled even Dewey, another lash of lightning burst across the ceiling of black. A memory, still fresh, stirred. Perhaps it was the chaos at that very moment, the unbridled floodwaters, the lack of control he felt as yet another furious smash of lightning pounded Margaret Hill. Dewey stared out the window, and it was as if he were back in Beirut. For several moments, it was as if the tiny alcove of his bedroom window was the open cargo hatch to the C-130. Dewey had tried to delete it all from his mind, but he couldn't forget it. Not that night. He stared out the window at the rain, but all he saw was the lights of Beirut, a canopy of city streets spread out behind the open hatch of the big cargo plane as it descended, nearly out of control, into the airport. Strapped inside the cargo hatch, holding on for dear life as the wind tried to pull him out of the open hatch. Below, he knew, they awaited his arrival. He remembered the awful thought. Either the big cargo plane would not be able to straighten itself out and he would crash and die, or the pilot would find some way to land it, in which case he would have to deal with Aswan Fortuna and whatever mercenaries he'd sent to retrieve him. Dying in a plane crash was how he'd wanted to go, quickly, the only pain being the moments just before it happened. Now, right now, he remembered thinking, as the plane went almost vertical and came perilously close to flipping in midair. Then the plane had somehow straightened, bounced upon the hard tarmac below, landing, sliding, into a 360. It was then that the third option revealed itself, the one he never could have guessed. Israel. Israel had come to save him that night. Cole Meyer had come to save him that night. Dewey closed his eyes. He'd been trying for 4 months now to push Beirut out of his mind. He was haunted by the thought that even one man would die to save his life. It was a trade he would not have made. That night, 6 Israelis had died in the Battle of Rafiq Hariri Airport. 6 young men who'd given their lives so that he could live. He kept trying to push the memory away, but the harder he pushed, the closer it stayed. Lightning smacked down across the main sky. This time the bolt struck a tree at the near horizon. Then the night lit up. Then a crack of thunder echoed across the black sky. Suddenly, Dewey felt a hand, then 2 hands, wrap around him. For a moment, he was startled. Then he felt warmth against his moist chest. Soft fingers moved from his chest to his waist from behind, wrapping themselves across his muscled torso. He felt the imprints of breasts against his back as she moved behind him, her naked body pressing against his, her hands enveloping him from behind. "What you doing?" whispered Jessica softly. He felt her lips kiss his right shoulder. "Thunderstorm." Jessica's hands rubbed his chest, moving across the hard muscles of his chest, then down across his hard stomach. Her right hand moved lower. He was naked too, and her hand moved down, below his waist, to his front, touching him. "I love thunderstorms," Jessica said. She pressed her body tighter into his back. Then, as quickly as it had come, the storm tapered off, then ceased altogether. The clouds moved on, the moon was revealed in white. The wet roof of the barn shimmered in the night. Dewey turned. He tilted his head down. He looked into Jessica's big green eyes that stared up into his. He moved his lips to hers. He kissed Jessica for several minutes as she pressed her body against his. Dewey reached down and placed his hands on the back of her thighs. He gently lifted her light frame. She wrapped her long, thin legs around his back. She wrapped her arms around his neck. She put her hands in his tousled brown hair. He carried her to the bed as she leaned down and kissed his ear. "My, what strong hands you have, Mr. Wolf," Jessica whispered as he carried her naked body to the bed. He threw her down playfully on top of the summer quilt. He climbed onto the bed as Jessica laughed softly, and the warm wind came in through the window and brought with it the scent of the violent storm that had just passed. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Coup d'etat by Ben Coes. Copyright 2011 by Ben Coes. Performed by David DeVries. Directed by Michael Naramore. Performance copyright 2011 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.